Hello, I am Llaila Afrika, and this is my official Instagram. I will be coming on regularly, keep you up to date on the latest medical things that are happening. You can find this information on llailaafrica.com along with my books and lectures and classes. And I hope to see you again soon.
Oh, it's my pleasure to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to share information I have on health and help those who are struggling against diseases. There are remedies out there, natural remedies that you can use other than the drugs. So I'm here to help people, assist them with that understanding and that knowledge. Generally, people call parasites. That's the term we use for behavior of microbes. Microbes live in your body at all times. You cannot live without parasites. They keep your brain and your eyes clean. That's just called a microbe. But when you feed it too much of a certain food, the population grows to a large extent and attacks your body. So what we're talking about is you're feeding a population, like putting them all on alcohol. So you're going to have alcoholics. So you're putting all of these parasites on white sugar. Now you're going to have a parasite epidemic. But if you didn't eat the white sugar, there wouldn't be the parasites. See, the parasites are just opportunists. If you don't provide them the garbage to eat, they can't live. But if you keep giving them garbage like fried foods, white sugar, bleached white flour, you give them garbage, then you get flies. And those flies are called parasites. But in science, we call them microbes. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just you feeding them the garbage, and that's why they come. You stop eating that garbage, you won't have the parasites. It's not a problem with the parasites. The problem is you feeding them. And that's what we're not aware of. So people go into this scare, oh, I got parasites. You better have parasites to keep your eyes clean, your brain clean, your system clean. But if you give them garbage, then you're going to get garbage parasites. You can get some thugs. You can get some drive-bys. That's what I'm saying. You're breeding a bunch of hoodlums in your body, and you call them parasites. That's all it amounts to. The problem is you feeding these hoodlums something that they want. Probably giving them some cell phones or something. I don't know.
Name is Dr. Melanie Stevenson. I'm the wife of Dr. Llaila Afrika. And I'm sorry to tell you that he has made his transition to rebirth. I wanted to come to you and let you know firsthand that it was not the FBI or the CIA. He lived life on his own terms and he transitioned on his own terms. He told me to tell you guys that he lived 74 Black years. And that's a little bit more than what the average has to live. He said it's not the quantity of life, but it's the quality of life. And he had a great quality of life. We appreciate all of your support and all of your love. He wanted me to tell all of his students that it's time for his soldiers to rise up and to live out everything that they know and that they've been taught so they can heal our culture. I am so sorry that I have to bring this information to you. He would like me to carry on his legacy, and that I shall do. His website, everything is still up and going. His supplements and everything are still uncompromised. I appreciate all your support and your donations. We love you. Dr. Africa love you. He showed you that. He spent lots of time writing these books, doing these lectures, and traveling all over the country. So, for myself and my late husband, we love you. And we'll just talk. I'll talk to you soon. And just let Dr. Africa's, let his legacy live on. Don't let what he did be in vain. I will keep all of you updated on his memorial service, which we know that it will be within a few months because of everything that's going on in the world. Uh, but you'll definitely be posted. And I'm actually open to having memorials in more than one place because I know that, Dr. Africa was loved and is loved all over. So we'll visit that a little later, but just I'll keep you posted in social media to let you know when the first memorial service will be held. And again, thank you for your support, and I love all of you.
Using the color names for it because that would give away the key to understanding the melanin. If it's alive, it has a color. Some colors you can't see because your eyes is not as good as a rat's or a dog or a pig. They see different colors. Bees see different colors from you. So your eyes can't pick up all of the colors. That is not a problem. Some of those colors you don't need to see anyway, actually. White people should be transparent. That's another subject altogether. But all I'm saying is you've been using the terms, but you haven't been associated with melanin. Because we don't want to tell you that that's what we're talking about. Sometimes we use what we call gods and goddesses, deities, what you call pectoralis, what you call rhomboids. Are you familiar with what I'm saying here? Trapezoids. Do you know what I'm talking about here? Those are gods in Roman and Greek culture. Sometimes we use a god's name, sometimes we use a color name, sometimes we use a mathematical name. Mathematics is not a science. It was never taught as a science in Africa or in Greece. Mathematics is a language that a scientist uses to talk to another scientist, but it's not a science. It was never taught as a science. It's just that we all have been fundamentally miseducated. So a lot of things are difficult for you to understand because you're trying to get through your miseducation to be educated. It's not that scientists are deep and heavy, it's just you have to get to their language, which requires education. Because that's what basically you do if you study medicine. You study Latin for 4 years. You don't know a damn thing about the body, but you know some Latin. And that's all we do is we study Latin and get you totally confused. So we use 1, a color name for something, 2, a mathematical name, and 3, a god or goddess, which we call a deity. That's what we do in science. We totally confuse you because we don't want you to know a damn thing. It's nothing personal. None of the scientists hate you or anything like that. It's just that this is the language we use is very confusing because they are very confused. Now then, every cell has a brain. That's why we call it a cell. If it's a molecule, we don't call it a cell because a molecule doesn't have a brain. We're very specific in science. Molecules don't have a brain. Cells have a brain. And the brain is called the nucleus, or the nucleus.
Thing called life. Good morning. Don't you love the passion of life? We laugh, we cry, and then we dry our eyes. We fall, we rise, ready for another try. When life gets tough, remember, we were never born to die. When times get rough, remember, we were born to be alive. Good morning. Wake up and live the life. And don't forget to dream the dreams, the dreams. And don't forget to live the dreams, the dream. And don't forget to dream Wonderful things to add tonight.
Greetings, good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs in the house, and it is a special weekend, and I'm going to quickly introduce my brother, Mr. Brother Rich. What's going on this morning?
What's good, family? That's all. What's good, family? We have arrived. The Black History Weekend is here. It's on and popping after a lot of work behind the scenes by Mr. Riggs to get things laid out and ready. Black Eyes TV now is ready to bring you the results of that work. We're ready to pay homage to the elder, Dr. Llaila Afrika, as you've seen in that video. We're ready to do something that's real for the youth and for the Black family. So without further ado, come in, hit that like button. You know the routine. Share this out. Yeah, we're broadcasting on Facebook as well. We're getting this out there. So people, let's do this thing. Riggsy. Yes.
And I was going to say, it's time to donate.
Why you muted? Why can't I hear you? Oh.
It's time to donate and donate and donate. Because the reason for this Black History Weekender, I normally do this every year, and I tour people about, and I work with a whole heap of historians, and we go from museums, we go out there and do our stuff. But because of the pandemic of COVID, we've now decided to bring it online for you across the globe. So now, what the reasons of what we was talking about and what we were showing you about Dr. Llaila Afrika is that we are creating what we call a global rites of passage. It's an international exchange program. This exchange program is for everybody from the African diaspora across to the African people on land, from America to South America to the Caribbean to Europe, to able to exchange our youth, because it's about Black family first. And for us to able to have Black family first, we got to set the foundations, and the foundations is where the grassroots begin before we can even deal with the forms of trauma. So when we're releasing that foundation, we're looking at doing a man's rites of passage next year in the heart of Congo and working with people in Congo. So we're trying to unify. As you know, I work in Manhood Academy, which is in conjunction with Womanhood Academy. And then we're going to be working with other academies like Origin, Westside Leadership, and getting all of us children together. But the first protocol is us adults getting to the Congo next year. So we are raising money for this foundation to have a body so that we can able to take our children at least once to the Caribbean, at least once to the Americas, at least once to Africa. So this is your time to able to help us as we are crying out to the community to able to put our hands together and able to donate to creating this phenomenal. So this today, we've got some special guest in the house who's going to open up for us. Her name is Avril, and she's been putting that hard work in for a long time. You need to check her out in Avril Walks. but she's going to give us the information, and she's going to give us all the demonstrations and the PowerPoints and all the things that she has done. This woman is phenomenal. But I just can say that if you came on my tours previously before, I'm telling you, you've missed something. But hopefully, we're going to do a massive festival to doing it once again next year. So before anything else, is there anything you need to say, my brother?
Just remember, people, the link to fund the late Dr. Llaila Afrika Youth Exchange is the GoFundMe link. It is there. I will be posting it throughout with the PayPal link for Black Eyes TV if you're supporting the channel. But the main link to support the movement of the youth exchange trip is the Black Family GoFundMe link, which you will see appearing in the chat periodically. Also, if, as I said, if you want to donate to the channel directly, the link is there also for that. Yeah, so big up to you people. Remember that. Remember which link is linked. I'll be putting it up and I'll be reminding you throughout the day. But most importantly, please share this out and press that like button. Go to my brother. Let's start this day of information.
Before I introduce, and I know not everyone can donate if they can't. But you know one thing you can do, if you're putting anything on your social media, please take out your Instagram and go to @BlackFamilyFirst and subscribe. And if you can't do that, anything that you put up, put the hashtag #BlackFamilyFirst and show the community that we're one big family. But now we're going to introduce our first guest and our special guest. Her name is Avril once again. Whoop, 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 whoop. Here we go. Good morning, Avril.
Morning, morning, morning.
Morning, everybody. This is great fun. I've not done this for a while. So first time doing the Weekender on online. We've done it live so many times. So fantastic. Well, let me introduce myself for those of you who don't know me. My name is Avril Nanton, and I'm the director of a company called Avril's Walks and Talks. I'm a professionally trained tour guide, and I take people around London to show them the history of London. My next walk is on the 5th of September, starting at 11 o'clock, and we'll be showing you the black statues around London. I'll point them out to you as we go around. It's about 2 hours of walking. So, you know, I'm hoping to put it online one day, but at the moment it's, you know, it's live. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen because this morning I'm doing a presentation called Black Statues Around London. The presentation is usually 2 hours long, but I'm going to be doing probably about an hour or so of the statues that I found in London that represent us. So I'm going to share my screen, Terry.
Okay. I'm waiting for you to click onto the share.
Yep, I'm doing it now. Click share, and then let me find my document. There it is. Can everyone see that?
Yep, we can see that. Nice.
Brilliant. Okay, excellent. So, without further ado, I'm going to start the presentation. It's called Black Statues Around Westminster, is mostly where you're going to see it, but there are some out of Westminster. So that was me on my previous talk, taking people around. And these are some of the statues, busts, buildings, etc. you may see today. Not all of them, but we're going to talk about the first one, which is one of the latest, you know, ones that have just come out. I'd suggest you get a pen and paper to write down where these statues are, so you can do your own tour if necessary. But this is, this guy has been in the news recently. His name is Thomas J. Price. You may have heard of him. He's got a statue out called Network, which is this young man here holding his mobile phone. So you can see that he's, you know, looking very nonchalant, standing around, just looking at his phone. And if you want to see this statue, It's a place called White Collar Factory, just behind Old Street, City of London, City Road rather. And previously it was based in the Olympic Park, but they've moved it to City Road by Old Street. Now, his latest creation, this is Thomas J. Price, by the way, here. His latest creation is called Reaching Out, also known as Every Woman. And it's this young lady here. Now, this is a very, very current statue. It was released, unveiled, whatever you want to say. It was unveiled on the 5th of August. That's how new it is. It's been all over the news. She's a young lady of no particular person. He's just made a young lady who's on her mobile, very much in line with the young gentleman. And Thomas does many things like these heads, which he had in Regent's Park a couple of years ago, which were very, very popular. Now, Thomas is of Jamaican heritage, and he was born in 1981. The two statues, the male figure was unveiled in 2014 in the Olympic Park, and it was moved in 2015 to White Collar Factory. The female, as I said, was unveiled on the 5th of August 2020, and they're both made of bronze, and they're both 9 feet or 2.7 meters tall. So I have a little video showing the male statue being installed in the White Collar Factory. So let's see if it'll work. No video. Okay, Terry, the video is not working. I don't know why. Oh, here we go. Okay, so that's the statue of the male being installed. Now, the female, if you want to see her statue, she is on 3 Mill Island in Stratford, and his statues are usually part of a project called The Line. She's certainly become part of that project, and that's a dedicated art walk which follows the Meridian line from Greenwich right through from the O2 through to the Olympic Park. So you can walk along and you'll see many, many different sculptures. So that's our very first video of our first statue. So let's look at our second statue. I'm sure many, many, many people have heard of this young lady. Well, her name is Mary Seacole, and she was born in 1805 and she died in 1881. Now, her father was a Scottish soldier, and her mother was said to be a free black Jamaican doctress. She learnt about herbal medicines from her mother, as many people do. And in 1854, feeling that she was quite qualified, she applied to come to England as a nurse, but was refused by Florence Nightingale. Now, Nightingale saw her as a crank nurse, and she ignored her request to provide help for soldiers on the Crimean War front. She also didn't like the fact that this black nurse was trying to join her League of Nurses. She didn't see any benefit in having an untrained nurse, particularly a black one, in her group. So Mary made a momentous decision. She decided that she would travel to the Crimean War front herself. Now, Crimea is on the border of what was then part of the Ottoman Empire, which is today Russia and Turkey. And if you know your recent history, you'll know that Russia recently invaded Crimea again to try to take it back. Now, imagine going from the Caribbean or from this country to those areas today where you don't speak the language in particular. Now, Mary became a freelance nurse and set up what was called a hotel. She nursed soldiers at the front until the war was over. And by the time she returned to England, she was ill and penniless and owed a lot of money to various people. When some of the soldiers heard that she didn't have any money, they had a fundraising festival for her, which attracted thousands and thousands of people, including many, many VIPs. And they raised enough money to help her out. Now, over the years, she traveled back and forth to Jamaica, but she died in Paddington in 1881. And she became famous for being at the front when Florence Nightingale had refused to go to the front. Nightingale remained far away from the fighting, so the soldiers usually saw Mary Seacole first. So they got to know her. She became known as Mother Seacole. Seacole and Nightingale had big rivalry, and even now there's anger over the fact that Seacole's statue is bigger than Florence Nightingale's and is in a more prominent position. Seacole was voted into first place in an online poll of 100 Great Black Britons in 2004, and her portrait was used in 2005 for first-class stamps showing important Britons. Now, I'm going to show you the statue, but as you can see, before we change screen, this picture at the top, this drawing is of the hotel that she ran. And this is a map of what the Crimean area looks like. Even today, it would be difficult to want to go there because it's not a country that's at rest. This is the stamp that she was put on, and this is a statue that I'll talk to you about later because it comes up under a different section. Now, Mary's statue is this one. If you've never seen it, take the time to go and see it. Now, to give you some information about the statue, which I will do today, the sculptor is a guy called Martin Jennings, and it was unveiled on the 30th of June 2016. Now, the disc behind the statue and the figure itself is made of bronze. Yeah, the plinth is made of Cumbrian black stone and concrete and Portland stone. So they've really sort of combined things to make it really, really strong and powerful. It's 16 feet high, or 4.9 meters, if you prefer it that way. And it cost £1 million to get this statue. And the money was raised by the Mary Seacole Memorial Statue Appeal. Many of you will know Elizabeth Aninonwu, who was one of the leaders of the actual appeal. Now, in 1857, she wrote a book called The Wonderful Adventures of Mrs. Seacole in Many Lands, which is a fantastic name. So I've got a short video just to show you a little bit about Mary Seacole.
In British history. At the top of the list was a woman who many people had never heard of.
Who's the greatest black Briton of them all? Well, the winner out today is Mary Seacole.
Mary Seacole was a Jamaican woman who nursed injured and wounded soldiers during the Crimean War back in the middle of the 19th century. She's buried here in Kensal Green in London, and until she won that poll back in 2004, this was one of the only memorials to her.
Since the poll brought her back into British consciousness, Mary Seacole has been added to the national curriculum, celebrated with a blue plaque on her former home in London, and now a statue is being erected in her honour. But the story of Mary Seacole has also unleashed conflict and controversy.
Because Mary Seacole made her name in the Crimean War, she has, perhaps inevitably, been compared to Florence Nightingale.
And there are those today who claim that her contribution wasn't significant enough to merit a place in our history books. So what is the truth about Mary Seacole? Historian Helen Rappaport has been researching Seacole's work in the Crimea at the Wellcome Library in London.
Well, she set up this general store, but more importantly, she also ran a kind of informal clinic. So anyone who felt unwell could go and get a dose of medicine for their stomach upsets or have a wound stitched or even a bullet removed. She could certainly do those things.
Was she a qualified nurse?
Well, of course not, because it was Florence Nightingale who instituted training for nurses after the Crimean War. She was a nurse in the kind of more broad sense of a caregiver, someone who mopped the fevered brow.
We know about Mary Seacole's impact in the Crimea because British soldiers wrote about her in their journals and letters home.
This is from the journal of William Cattle, a British medical officer. He says, her fame as a doctress for cholera and diarrhea are spread all over the camp. And the extraordinary thing you find with Mary Seacole in the Crimea is if there's one person everyone knew, it was Mary Seacole.
The medicines Mary Seacole used on the British soldiers she treated were traditional herbal remedies from the Caribbean, learned at her mother's knee.
Great, thank you. Now this actually was a key ingredient that Mary used, cinnamon bark. She would grind it, pound it with a pestle and mortar, boil it up with water and sweeten it then with guava jelly or something like that. The other things she used were fruits like guava and pomegranates. So it really was these liquids that were her fundamental treatment for things like dysentery and enteric disease.
Seacole's remedies were famed for their effectiveness, but over the years she was gradually forgotten.
When most people think of the Crimean War, they think of Florence Nightingale, a figure who's far more famous.
Well, no one can take away from the extraordinary reputation of Florence Nightingale. She was a true pioneer. They were two very different women. Mary was her own woman with her own unique Jamaican methods.
Mary was forgotten for almost a century. Now, there's many black figures in British history who were written out of our national story. Do you think race played a part in Mary's disappearance?
Well, it must have played some part, but I don't see it as a really active forgetting. I think the huge problem with Mary is we have no paper trail, so it was an oral history. Once Mary died, it was more a forgetting than, I think, an active, racist, deliberate desire to eradicate her from history.
Mary Seacole is the first named black woman to be honoured with a statue in Britain. She may still be compared to Florence Nightingale, but her place in British history now seems assured.
I think we should remember Mary Seacole in her own right and for her own achievements. Both she and Florence Nightingale made unique contributions, but there's plenty of room in our historic memory of the Crimean War for both of them.
And the statue of Mary will be unveiled this Thursday.
Okay. Well, if you want to see the statue, it's been unveiled, obviously, since 2016. It's outside St Thomas's Hospital. So go along and have a look. Now we're going to look at my favourite statue, which is called the Bronze Woman. Now, some of you may have seen this. If you live in the Stockwell area, you probably would have seen it, but you may not know the history. So this statue was unveiled in 2008. It was the brainchild of this young lady here. She's a Guyanese poet called Cecile Nobrega, who wrote a poem called The Bronze Woman. And the poem and the statue mark the struggles faced by Caribbean women, as well as their contribution to society. Now, it took 10 years of planning, fundraising, and determination by Cecile and other groups and individuals to raise the funds to get the statue up. And Cecile came to London in 1969. She was 89 years old when the statue was unveiled in 2008. Unfortunately, she died in 2013. And the statue, as I say, is in Stockwell Memorial Gardens in South London, near to Stockwell Tube. I come out the tube, turn left, and just walk straight down, and you can't really miss it if you've not seen it before. So about the statue itself, now this man here is called Ian Walters, and you'll find his name coming up many, many times in this presentation. He's famed for doing black statues. He's very much an anti-apartheider, so you'll find him later on when we talk about other people from South Africa. But he started this particular statue. Unfortunately, he died before it could be completed. So Once Ian had died, they called in a young man called Alex Barbette, who was one of his students, to complete the statue. And I think he's done an amazing job. She looks amazing with the child being held up. As I said, it was unveiled in 2008. It's made of bronze and it's 10 feet tall, so it's pretty tall. Now, I have a little video, as usual, about the unveiling.
In the trust that it will inspire future generations, as I know it will inspire you today. So I call upon Anissa Jane, I call upon Kenya King.
You may recognize some of these people.
I call upon Sunita Allain. I call upon Brenda King. I call upon Doreen Lawrence. I call upon Jessica Huntley. I call upon Sybil Phoenix. I call upon Baroness Howells. I call upon Cecile. And finally, I call upon Tanisha Haynes. Cecile's contribution to her community will live on in the statue she has caused to happen, and I offer my heartfelt thanks to her for that. As the bronze woman holds up her child to the future, I commend Cecile to the future, a light, an inspiration, and an every woman.
Isn't that lovely? Beautiful statue, really, really nice. And as I say, if you haven't seen it, go down to Stockwell Memorial Gardens. That's where you'll find it. Okay, let's move
in the
on.
trust.
Oops, move on.
That it will inspire future.
There we go. That's it. Okay, so now we move on to a gentleman that some of you may or may not have heard of. His name is Yinka Shonibari. He's an MBE, and he was born in London in 1962. But his parents took him back to Lagos when he was 3. Now, he finally came back to London to study fine arts at university, and he currently lives and works in the East End of London. He has a studio there. And the picture in the middle shows you him, shows his studio. Now, he is exhibited at leading museums worldwide, and he's the first Black and disabled artist to be commissioned to make a work for the 4th plinth in Trafalgar Square. If you don't know what the 4th plinth is, please go down there. You'll see that it's got a current statue, and I can't remember what it is, but it's got a statue on there at the moment. It's the one in front of the National Gallery. Now, the ship in a bottle represents Nelson's victory. This is it here, which Shonibari says is a celebration of Britain's multicultural society. He says that after Nelson's victory at the Battle of Trafalgar, the seas were freed for the British to build their empire. Subsequently, individuals and families from countries within the empire came to Britain. Now, in 1980, Shonibari contracted transverse myelitis, which is an inflammation across the spinal cord, and he was just 18. Now, this resulted in a long-term physical disability where one side of his body is paralyzed. He was voted one of the 100 most powerful black people in this country quite recently, and he also has works in other parts of London and the rest of the world. Now, when the Royal Academy was being done up recently, they decided they wanted something to put around the building to hide the works. So they chose Yinka's work, and this is it, wrapped around the building. You could barely see the building because all across the building is his work. Now, talking of Yinka's work, he this ship was displayed on the fourth plinth in May 2010. It's made of fiberglass, acrylic, wood, steel, brass, resin, linen, and rigging. But the most important thing is the material that was used for the sails are made from fabric usually associated with African clothing. And Yinka himself will go out and buy the materials from Brixton Market. And the one that is used on this ship, he designed it himself to fit in with the ship theme. So when you see a bit closer, it has an anchor, say, on the material to make it fit in. But if you want to see the statue right now, it can be seen at the Greenwich National Maritime Museum. So once again, we have his work here. Now, for 5 years, up until 2017, Yinka's globe head ballerina could be seen in Covent Garden. And she's on the side of a building. As you can see, there's the street down below. And the ballerina was put into a bubble on the side of the National Opera House. And she would dance and flutter around. It was a beautiful sight. If you missed it, I'm really sorry, because you missed something absolutely fantastic. And on the left here, we have one of his famous flags, which he has all over the world. And this one is in Victoria, in between Wilcox Place and Howick Place. If you've not seen it before, then, go down there and go and have a look at it. But they are spread out all over the place. You'll see them in Germany, New York, and York in England as well. Now, here is a short video. Whoops, a daisy. Whoops. The video is not working. Behave yourself, video. Thank you. Here's a short video about Yinka.
Theatricality is central to my work. The piece is called Nelson's Ship in a Bottle. Nelson won the Battle of Trafalgar against Napoleon. And so I put the ship, HMS Victory, into a large bottle. And the sails on the ship are African textiles I usually work with in my work. The piece has been at Trafalgar Square for just over a year now. When I came to Britain, I learned that being black meant that you were supposed to be somewhat inferior. I didn't quite understand that concept at all. But of course, now I understand it better in the context of colonialism and slavery. My work is a way of somehow thinking about that and thinking, why? Why has Africa been so held back? And also, why are the people of African origin, in Europe and America, why do they have such a raw deal? It's a way of actually doing something magical that's a work of art, but that's also talking about history as well. I want to represent what Britain is like today and the diversity within Britain, and then using, Nelson as a kind of a symbol, if you like. I was delighted, of course, when I was approached by the Maritime Museum. There couldn't be a better venue for that piece. At the end of the day, it's playful art that hopefully, will make people smile. Also, people to also another playful thing because I won't tell anyone, you know, how that was done.
Okay, so that's Yinka with his sense of humor there. Okay, so if you've not seen that particular statue, again, go down to the Greenwich National Maritime Museum. It's there as you walk in. It's all these statues, as I say, are free. You don't have to pay to go and see them. They're all in free places. Now, this is a statue which has a very modern history right now because unfortunately it's no longer there, but I'll explain. This is a bust statue of the Emperor Haile Selassie. He was born on the 23rd of July, 1892, and he died on the 27th of August, 1975. Now, in the 1930s, he fought against the Italian invasion of Ethiopia, but lost, and the Italians took over control of Ethiopia. So he was exiled to England in 1936, and so when he came, he stayed in Wimbledon. He returned to Ethiopia in 1941, and it's said that he was assassinated in 1975, though others say he died of natural causes, but to this day, nobody really knows. Now, this statue was put up in 1937. The sculptor is a lady called Hilda Seligman, and she's the wife of a man called Richard Seligman. Both of them were active campaigners against British appeasement of the Italian invasion. In other words, they were totally against the Italians invading Ethiopia. The statue originally stood in the grounds of a place called Lincoln's House in Wimbledon, but that building was demolished in 1957, so they moved it. Now, they moved the statue and they put it in the old tennis court garden. However, it started to fall to pieces, so they decided to restore it. And it was restored in 2005. It was unveiled by the mayor of Merton. And the ceremony was attended by a mix of Rastafarians, members of the Seligman family, relatives of the late emperor himself, a whole bunch of people. And among those present were the emperor's great-granddaughter and his great-great-grandson. So just to show you these pictures, this is Hilda Seligman, the sculptor. She made the actual bust. There's Haile Selassie there with her grandson on his knee. These are relatives of Haile Selassie. This is Haile Selassie meeting some very, very posh people, you know, society people. And these are some of the Rastafarians who turned up on the day to celebrate the unveiling of the bust when it was unveiled. Now, some things about Haile Selassie, which I actually sort of thought I'd tell you about, which I thought was quite interesting. In 1924, he toured Europe and the Middle East. Now, amongst his entourage, he included a pride of lions, which he distributed as gifts to the President and Prime Minister of France, as well as to the Zoological Gardens of Paris and to King George V of England. Now, he gave everybody lions, which was really generous. And in return for the 2 lions that he gave to the United Kingdom, they presented him with a crown that had been stolen from Ethiopia in 1868. So basically, he gives them a gift and they gave him back something they'd stolen from him. So who knows? Although he could speak French, fluent French and English, he gave his speech to the Geneva Convention in Amharic, which is his native language, and that taxed the interpreters because they had to run around trying to find someone who could actually speak Amharic. And greatest of all, in his lifetime, he held over 100 honors and titles from nearly every country in the world. So, you know, that's some of the things that you just don't hear about Haile Selassie. So let's talk about this man, this very famous man. This very famous man is a man called Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela is one of the few Black people in this country who has 2 statues as such allocated to him or dedicated to him. There's one outside Parliament Square and there's one outside the Royal Festival Hall, both of them in central London. He was born in 1918 and he died in 2013. Obviously, he was a very famous activist. I'm not going to go into Nelson Mandela's life because I'm sure we all know about Nelson Mandela, but he led the ANC, became the first Black Prime Minister in South Africa, etc., etc. So he was married 3 times, just in case you didn't know that. His first marriage was to a lady called Evelyn in 1944, and they divorced in 1958. Then he married Winnie Mandela in June 1958, sentenced to life imprisonment in June 1964, released from prison 11th of February 1990, and as we know, he became South Africa's first Black Prime Minister. He married his 3rd wife in 1998. Her name was Graça Michel, and he died on the 5th of February 2013. Now, about the statues, as you can see, there's Ian Walters, who also did the Bronze Woman. Walters died in 2006 of cancer, age 76, which is why he wasn't able to finish the Bronze Woman, but he managed to finish the Nelson Mandela bust on the left there in Parliament Square. The statue itself is made of bronze, and it's 9 feet or 2.7 meters high, and it costs £400,000, which is actually very cheap for a statue. Statues are very expensive to make because the materials used and the time taken. Now, a lot of people ask, why is his arms out? Well, it's to symbolize an embracing. He's embracing everybody. He's trying to unite South Africa, and he welcomes the rest of the world. Some people also ask, why is he on such a low plinth compared to the people around him? But that's how Nelson Mandela wanted it. He didn't want to be so high up that people couldn't get to him, couldn't reach him. And in fact, if you go to Parliament Square, you'll find that the most popular statue is Nelson Mandela, because the kids can climb on it. You've got lots of people taking pictures with it. Really, really famous. Now, the one on the right, or the one with the bust statue, it's situated outside the Royal Festival Hall, and again, created by Ian Walters. It was the very first Mandela statue. In fact, it was set up in 1985, and it was unveiled actually by Oliver Tambo. Now, the original glass fiber statue, which is what they made first to try and, put something in place, was a much lower plinth, and it was made of fiberglass, and it was vandalized repeatedly, and eventually set on fire by racists. Now, this new one has been set on a much higher plinth, and it's made of bronze, and it was originally commissioned by Ken Livingstone, when he was in the GLA. And that infuriated a lot of conservatives because they saw Mandela as a terrorist. But it's still there to today. I went down to visit it. Again, you can go and visit it. They're both accessible to everybody. So let's look at somebody else. Now, whilst I was doing my research for Nelson Mandela, I came across Oliver Tambo. I was really surprised because I did not know that Oliver Tambo had, a statue. Now, Tambo came to live in England in 1959 when he was banned for belonging to the African National Congress, or the ANC. He bought a property in Muswell Hill in North London, and he lived there until 1990 when he returned to South Africa. This bust statue is in Albert Road Recreation Ground in North London, and a plaque is also on his house on the corner of Windermere Road and Alexandra Park Road, both in Muswell Hill in Haringey, and where Tambo lived with his family for 30 years. His wife worked as a NHS nurse. He died in 1993 from complications after a stroke, and the house is now owned by the South African government. Whilst he was living there, the family called it Nomtandazo, excuse my pronunciation, which means caring together in the Tsonga language. Again, pronunciation could be wrong there. So the statue itself was put up in 2007, this little bust statue, and it was unveiled by Jack Straw. Again, the sculptor is Ian Walters, and it's made of bronze. However, in November 2019, Haringey Council unveiled another statue to him in the same park, and the two statues are very close together, but this one is a full-size, full-body statue. I'm not seeing this particular statue yet because I haven't been down to Alexandra Palace area for a while, but I intend to go down there. So, you know, if you do get the chance, go and see this statue. So, those of you who live in Brixton, this is Brixton Railway Station. Now, these people are waiting for trains that they will never get on. Yeah, these pieces are called platforms piece, and they're by a guy called Kevin Atherton, who is this man in the middle here, and they were installed in 1986. Now, they're on Brixton Railway Station, as I said, so you may, if you use the station, have seen them. They're real people who were cast in stone. The people they represent used to regularly use the station, and one of them even worked there. There's a black male, a black female, and a white female. And they used local residents called Peter Lloyd, Joy Batik, and Karen Heisterman as models. So they're a joint venture between British Rail and Lambeth Council, and they were unveiled by a man called Sir Hugh Casson as part of a £1 million renovation of the Brixton Overground Station. One of the statues has actually been moved because it was falling to pieces, and where it was quite dangerous. However, in 2016, the statues were given listed status by Historic England, which is very, very unusual for statues in any case, but black statues in particular, they do not get this. And two of the figures, it is said, are believed to be the first public sculptural representations of black British people in the UK. We're not just talking about black statues, but black British statues. And there you see a picture of Joy Batik with her statue. So again, if you want to go down to Brixton Railway Station to go and have a look at these, unfortunately you have to go up thousands of stairs because I've been up there to look at them. That's how I got these pictures. But yes, they are there. So, and as I said, they're moving. I think it's this one here because the platform she's on is now disused, and they're starting to worry about the platform and the statue falling into problems. So let's look at these. Now, I don't know how many of you go up to Hyde Park, Green Park area, but this is where you'll find the Commonwealth Gates. And this memorial was put up in memory of the 5 million volunteers who took part in the First and Second World Wars from various parts of the Commonwealth. And as you can see, hopefully, on this particular stand, you've got Nepal, Africa, Caribbean. So they've covered various parts of the world. Now, it's at the upper end of Constitution Hill, near to Hyde Park, and the plans for the memorial were made by the Memorial Gates Trust. Not that I even knew such a thing existed, but it does. Now, one of Africa's leading writers, Ben Okri, OBE, who is a poet and a Booker Prize-winning author, was asked to provide the inscription on the memorial, and he chose to use the words, "Our future is greater than our past," which is the final line of one of his poems. On the 9th of March 2015, there was a Memorial Gates commemoration ceremony, which was attended by people from the various embassies, high commissions, and associations and organizations representing the diverse communities who took part in the war. There isn't much to tell you about the actual statue. It's just made of stone. It's got some urns on the top, and there's a small building here, which when you go inside, if you look up, it's got the names of various countries and people who were particularly pertinent at the time. But you could go and see this again at any time. You can see there's Marble Arch there, and you just walk down, and there's the Commonwealth Gates. As I say, all of these statues and memorials you can see for free. So let's look at this gentleman who some people have heard of and some people have never heard of, and some people mix up with someone of a similar name. This gentleman is called Samuel Coleridge Taylor, and he was born on the 15th of August 1875, and he died on the 1st of September 1912. Now, he was born in Holborn to a lady called Alice Martin, an English woman called Alice Martin, and Dr. Daniel Taylor, who was from Sierra Leone. But he was supposedly of mixed European and African descent. Now, his relationship with Alice broke down before she could tell him about the child, and he returned to Sierra Leone in February 1875 and never knew that he had a son. In the late 1890s, Daniel Taylor was appointed as a coroner for the British Empire in the Gambia, but again was never told about his son. Now, Alice Martin decided to name her son Samuel Coleridge Taylor after the poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge, which is very confusing. Now, Samuel Taylor Coleridge was the poet who wrote the Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Samuel was brought up in Croydon by his mother and grandfather, and his uncle was a professional musician. Samuel studied the violin and the piano at the Royal College of Music, and he studied music composition. He also taught and was appointed to a professor at the Crystal Palace School of Music. He also conducted the orchestra at the Croydon Conservatoire, which still exists today. So again, you can go down there, and there's probably a little bit of history about him there. Now, in 1899, Coleridge Taylor married Jessie Walmsley, whom he had met at the Royal College of Music. Now, her parents objected to the marriage because Taylor was black, but the couple had a son named Hiawatha, very unusual name, and a daughter. This is her here, Gwendolyn. Now, I like Gwendolyn because later in her life, she didn't like the name Gwendolyn, so she took a new name. She took the name of Avril. Go Gwendolyn, go Gwendolyn. Yeah. Now, his most famous composition was Hiawatha's Wedding Feast, which was written between 1898 and 1900. Unfortunately, he sold the rights to this music outright for 15 guineas, which is around £60 today. Not a lot of money. So he didn't benefit from the music. So I'm just going to play you a little bit of the music so you can hear what it sounded like. Okay, I'll leave it there, but that just gives you a little flavor of the sort of thing that he was writing at the time. Now, due to the popularity of the composition, it enabled him to travel around the world, and he went to America where he met African Americans who encouraged him to learn about his background, and he did. And at one point, he considered going to live in America. However, he didn't. He stayed in England, and he lived at number 30 Dagnall Park, which is in Selhurst. So those of you down that end of the world, go and see it. It's got a blue plaque outside his house. Now, Coleridge Taylor was only 37 when he died in 1912 of pneumonia, a few days after collapsing at West Croydon Railway Station. He's buried in Bandon Hill Cemetery in Wallington, Surrey. And just to explain about this particular type of statue, now, as you can see, it has Ronnie Corbett on one side and Dame Peggy Ashcroft on the other, and in the middle is Samuel Coleridge Taylor. And this is what Samuel Coleridge Taylor actually looked like down here. Now, these statues are called sustrans, and they're called portrait bench statues, but they're made by a company called Sustrans. And they're very unusual statues. You'll always find them. They're made of what's known as corten steel. So they're cut out of steel and then they're put into the ground. And usually there's a bench right near to them somewhere. And that's why they're called portrait bench statues. And what happens is generally they will ask the local people to choose 3 people that they think represents the area, and it could be 3 local people, it could be 3 famous people. So these 3 are famous in their own right. Not everybody's heard of Samuel Coleridge Taylor, even people who live in the area, but most people have heard of Ronnie Corbett. So the actual Sustrans is a charity, so they raise funds to do these statues. They're not my favorite kind of statues. This particular set were unveiled in 2013, and what they like about this corten steel, you may have seen it. If any of you go to Liverpool Street, there's a huge, great big corten steel statue, just great big loads of blank. Oh, it's awful. I don't like them at all, but they are there. They are just by Liverpool Street. There's a corten steel statue because they rust and they weather and they become part of the landscape. Now, with Samuel Coleridge Taylor, he was the youngest delegate at the 1900 First Pan-African Conference held in London. The youngest delegate. He was the Simon Cowell of his day because due to his success, he was invited to judge various musical festivals. So you could see him at various places. He came up to Alexandra Palace. He was down in Croydon. He would be all over the place judging and giving his opinion. So he became famous for that. Now, as I said, these portrait bench statues are all over London, and there are other portrait bench statues, and you can go see these around London. You've got Jazzy B in Finsbury Park, Ledley King in Mile End Park. If you don't know who Ledley King is, he's the Tottenham Hotspur footballer. Remember I showed you the Mary Seacole statue in Paddington earlier on when we were talking about Mary Seacole. She's got a portrait bench statue. Watertull has a portrait bench statue in Downhill Park in Tottenham, and next to him is Nicola Adams, who also has a portrait bench statue. So these statues, as I said, they're scattered throughout the UK. There are over 250 of them. They're everywhere, and you'll see them in your area and probably won't even know what they are, but you do now. Yeah. So now let's move on to the memorial to the Great Exhibition. This memorial is around the back of the Albert Hall, and there are 4 figures around the base of the main statue. The main statue is this one here, and that is Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's consort. Now, these statues around the base represent Europe, America, Asia, and Africa, and these figures match the 4 groups on the Albert Memorial across the road from the Albert Hall. Now, look at this gorgeous woman. Isn't she beautiful? She's got beautiful dreadlocks, or locks, as they're called nowadays. She has something slung against her. I don't think that's a skirt. I think it's just like a wrap put across her, because if you look in this picture, you can see quite a lot of her, and it doesn't look like it's attached. This doesn't represent a particular person. It's just a representative of how they saw Africa in those days. Now, the sculptor of this particular statue is a gentleman called Joseph Durham. I don't know how you pronounce it, D-U-R-H-A-M, Durham. He was 1814 to 1877, and it was made for the 1851 Great Exhibition of Hyde Park. It's made of bronze and granite and Portland stone. That's the whole statue. Now, many people would have heard of the Great Exhibition of Hyde Park, but there's a lot of things happening with regard to what was going on at the time. There was 6 million people attended the Great Exhibition in 1851. It went on for 6 months, from May to October, and it was opened by Queen Victoria. It took in something like £522,000, which is roughly about £30 million today. And 13,000 people exhibited there, including Antigua, Bahamas, Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Kitts, St. Vincent, Trinidad, West Africa, Egypt. I mean, the list just went on and on. And it was at this festival that Britain first showed the Koh-i-Noor diamond, the biggest diamond in the world at the time. The current biggest diamond is called the Star of Africa, and it lives in one of the Queen's crowns. So if you want to see that, you'd have to go to the Tower of London. But there again, you have to pay for that. So, and as this is for free, these are all for free, you can go and look at this beautiful statue just in Kensington. Now, let's look at this one here. We have, this is in Brixton. I'm sure many of you who live in Brixton have gone past it and not known what it is. But it's called First Child and is by a Jamaican-born artist, Raymond Watson. It's a memorial to the 116 children who were murdered by the South African police force in Soweto in 1976. Now, within a week of it being unveiled, guess what happened? The racists were at work again. They attacked it. They tried to wreck it, and they did that several times. However, luckily, it's managed to survive, and it remains on public view. As I said, the sculptor is Raymond Watson. He was born in 1945 in Jamaica, and this statue was unveiled in 1998. And it's made of steel, so that's why it's quite hard to get rid of it. This is the inscription at the bottom of the statue. It says, dedicated by Bishop Wood of Croydon to the 116 children who died in Soweto on June the 16th, 1976, and unveiled on June the 13th, 1998, by His Excellency Happy Malangwa, Deputy Commissioner for South Africa. And this is a picture of Raymond Watson himself. And we have a short video that shows him at work.
Jamaica it's a lot harder to sell art now than it was.
During that period.
Yeah, than it was. And I don't know. I disturb people.
Your images.
My work disturbs people, evidently. And so I've run into so much kind of negative kind of thing. You know, it's really deep and heavy, you know, but the user art, this is the user art. But people out there are not going to understand that. So which people out there are not going to understand that? What you're trying to say is the pure assholes out there. I mean, all of these people out there are just idiots and can't understand. Well, maybe you should fill it in. I say, what? I said, no. And so this went on for a couple of days. And I say, I'm not filling it in. I'm not changing the whole situation. I've made the statement. And if you don't like the statement, well, that's it. What living in London really taught me, though, that my work is very heavily tied to Jamaica.
Oh yes.
No matter where I go, how far away it is, how ridiculous it gets.
That's Raymond for you, just telling it like it is. As I say, that's in Max Roach Park in it's just outside the park actually, almost on Brixton Road. But yeah, you can see that again for free. Yep, let's go past this bit. Right, here we go. We got Bernie. Okay, I'm sure many people have heard of Bernie Grant. Bernard Grant, Bernie Grant, however you want to call him. He was born on the 17th of February 1994 and he died on the 8th of April 2000. He was a Labour Party politician who was a member for the member of Parliament for Tottenham from 1987 to 2000. Now, Bernie Grant was born in Georgetown, Guyana. He came to England in 1963 and went to Tottenham Technical College. He went on to take a degree course in mining engineering in Edinburgh, so he was a very clever man. He was a trade union official and he moved into politics, becoming a Labour councillor in Haringey in 1978. And he became the leader of the Haringey Council in 1985. Now, once in control of the borough's finances, he took control of the rebuilding of Alexandra Palace, which had been partially destroyed by fire. So it's Bernie that we have to thank for today's Alexandra Palace, which is still amazing. They're still working on it from since 1985. Now, also in 1985, the Broadwater Farm uprisings, or riots, depending on which way you're standing, took place. After various misquoted statements, Bernie got the nickname Balmy Bernie by the press. In the 1987 election, he became MP for Tottenham, along with the only other black MPs of the time, Diane Abbott and Paul Boateng. Bernie made an attempt to become deputy leader of the Labour Party, but was unsuccessful. And in 1989, he established and chaired the Parliamentary Black Caucus, which is committed to advancing the opportunities of the UK ethnic minority communities. He was married 3 times and lived in Muswell Hill. So I presume if he lived in Muswell Hill, he may have known Oliver Tambo, who also lived in Muswell Hill. He died from a heart attack on 8th of April 2000, aged just 56. Now, his funeral procession, which passed through Tottenham, brought out an estimated 3,000 people to salute him. There were dancers, singers, a Highland piper, and African drums, and also present were the then Home Secretary, Jack Straw, Culture Secretary Claire Short, as well as Paul Boateng, Keith Vaz, and some of Britain's most senior black ministers. Now, the statue information, this was very difficult to find. It was almost impossible for me to find information about the statue, but it turns out it was done by this lady here on the left called Christy Nicholas, and she now lives in Spain. But she started out as an osteopath and then became a sculptor, which is a very strange route to go, but you know. It was unveiled in 2007, and the bust head statue is made of bronze. Now, things to know about Bernie: his widow Sharon Grant was on the short list to succeed him as Labour candidate for Tottenham, but was beaten by David Lammy in June 2000. And in September 2007, the Bernie Grant Arts Centre was opened in his name, and that's obviously in Tottenham. In October 2012, a blue plaque was unveiled at Tottenham Old Town Hall in tribute to Bernie. And the Bernie Grant collection is held by the Bishopsgate Institute, which is based just by Liverpool Street Station. So if you want to know
Hello, family. I think there's something going on.
Signals dropped.
But yeah, she's been there for an hour and a half. See if she can come back in. While we're waiting, people, as you can see, we're doing this Black History Weekender. on the representing the name of Dr. Llaila Afrika, raising the money for the International Rights History, the Black History Weekender, and we're asking for anyone that wants to promote their services or products, whether you're a black business or you work from yourself or whatever you do, you can come on board and promote yourself as soon as possible. Richie, quickly take over. I've just got a call.
Yes, people. Yes, people. I hope people's enjoying the breakdown so far. As we just talked about, any businesses that want to come on, any businesses that want to come on and advertise, we'll be putting the link up and you have the opportunity to jump on, tell us a bit about your business, leave any details that are needed so we can crack on and promote that. But don't forget, people, the whole point of today is about the Dr. Llaila Afrika Rites of Passage International Youth Exchange Program. That is the point of the Black History Weekender. That is what we're raising for. That's what we're trying to put into place with the help of many scholars, royalties, dignitaries from here to Africa. And we want to bring our youth from the diaspora back to Africa and other places to not only see the different cultural disparities, but also put them for a rites of passage. So again, we can re-impart this information to our youth and prepare the next generation for what the challenges they face now in today's society. So please do not forget, this whole weekend is about the Dr. Llaila Afrika Rites of Passage International Youth Exchange Program. Yeah, throughout the day we'll be talking more about it, but don't forget that is the purpose of this whole weekend.
Yes, and this the theme of this weekend this year is Black Family First. As we're always talking about getting to the family and able to understand how we work, how we do things. But you know what? First of all, we have to clean in-house before we can even interact with anyone else. And by interacting is that sometimes we have to even admit to all our traumas. Everyone is going through traumas, and it's just how do we deal with it? How do we solve it? And communication is the key. By communicating with one another and opening up and then sharing our experiences in our forms of testimony, it gives us an outlook of where we can move forward. And in saying that, this event as well, it is to show different aspects of what we are doing in our history, because it's our fundamental thing where we have to be able to understand our past, as we call it, Sankofa. She's going to be in there very soon. She's coming back very soon. But getting back to the subject, is able to understand one another and able to push in that Black family. As you know, Professor Bill said in one of her quotes in our interviews, if you put your family as a government, then you understand the structure of how your family should be in that form of economical plan. So, I'm asking people, donate as much as you can, either whether it's £1, whether it's even 50 pence or $1, because this is a global experience that we're doing. It's not just for the UK, it's not just for the Caribbean, it's not just for, it is worldwide. The African diaspora with the African people. Let's unify as one people and able to push that narrative. If you don't, we're able to look at ourselves and able to push. She's now in the house. She's back in. The computers come alive. They tried to shut us down, but they couldn't. They couldn't defeat us. Yes, Afro.
Oh, thank God! It just suddenly disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry,
I don't know what happened, but it's great to be back. We were almost finished on Bernie anyway, because really there wasn't much more to say about him. So we can move on to our next person, or our next statue. Okay, now not many of you will have seen this particular statue before. It's called the Guilt of Cain, and This structure commemorates the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade in 1807, which began the process of the emancipation of slaves throughout the British Empire. It is situated in Fen Court, which is in the City of London, and is close to where Wilberforce gained the inspiration, can you believe, to debate the end to the slave trade. And this area has a strong historical connection with the abolitionist movement of the 18th and 19th centuries. Now, the Reverend John Newton, and I'm sure many of you know his tune Amazing Grace, was a slave trader turned abolitionist, and he was rector of St. Mary Woolnough from 1780 to 1807. And this statue is in the former churchyard of St. Mary Woolnough, which used to stand here. So this used to be an old churchyard. Now, this project was initiated by Black British Heritage and the parish of St. Mary Woolnough, and it was commissioned by the City of London Corporation in partnership with the British Land Company. Now, the basis of the statue is that this represents either a priest pulpit. So where I'm standing, this is a pulpit, which either represents a priest pulpit, or if you look at it another way, a slave auctioneer's podium. Now, the person in that pulpit is speaking to a crowd of people. These are the crowds here. So I'm standing here, and these are the crowds. And the crowds of people could represent, the person in the pulpit could represent either a priest or a slave trader. Now, the columns represent the stems of sugarcane and are positioned to suggest a crowd of people about to be sold or a congregation gathered to listen to a speaker. Now, on the pulpit and each sugarcane, there is a line from a poem which, when put together, makes up a whole poem. If you look at each one, there's a little black mark. You could just about see it. And on the main structure, there is a poem. Now, the poem uses the coded language of the City Stock Exchange, intermingled with references throughout the slave trade, such as the word gilt. If you look at the way gilt is spelt, G-I-L-T, that means money. But if you think about the way gilt is normally spelt, G-U-I-L-T, which is regard to the way you feel, feelings. Now, the statue information. Let's talk about the statue. The sculptor is this gentleman here. His name is Michael Visocci. He is the person who designed it. It was unveiled on the 4th of September 2008 by Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who's next to him with the big cross on. And the words on the statue, as such, the memorial, is written by this gentleman on the right here, called Lem Sise. Now, Lem Sise is a poet of note. He's an author and a broadcaster, and he was brought up in a children's home and has many achievements to his name, including this piece. He's written a book about his life in a children's home called My Name Is Why, which came out earlier this year. Now, strangely, he was the official poet for the 2012 Olympic Games. He was awarded an MBE for services to literature in 2010, and he's currently the Chancellor of Manchester University, and he's been the Chancellor since 2015. He was featured on the BBC programme Imagine with Alan Yemtob a few weeks ago, and if you missed that, it's probably still on the iPlayer. But definitely try and get down to Fen Court, just off Fenchurch Street, but just by the station, actually, not too far, to see this fantastic memorial. And it has a copy of the poem there, which when I first read it, I had to really take it all in and understand the way it works. Because, as I said, it relates to the City of London's, the way the stock traders speak. So, the statue itself is made of granite, so it's quite hard stuff. Now, our last statue is this gentleman. It's a bust statue. Some of you will have seen it. It's in 2 different places. Again, it's the same statue in 2 different parts of London. This is the Honourable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Jr. He was born on the 17th of August, 1887, and he died on the 10th of June, 1940. He was a political leader, as well as a publisher, an activist, a journalist, and an entrepreneur who believed in Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism. So basically, he promoted the return of Africans back to Africa. Now, he founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which became known as the UNIA, and the African Communities League, which became known as the ACL. He lived in Hammersmith in London from 1912 to 1914, where he attended Birkbeck College to study law and philosophy. Now, as a director of the UNIA and the ACL, he set up various businesses to help the Black community, including publishing a weekly newspaper called Negro World and having a shipping line which owned 4 ships. Now, UNIA had over 2 million members, and unusually, both of his wives were called Amy, which is an unusual name as it is, but to have 2 wives called Amy, and both were influential and supportive of him in his aims. He died in London in 1940, aged 52, after he read an article that said he had died. He was very, very shocked. He was shocked as well about the negativity of the article, not just being shocked that he had died and he's still alive, but the negativity of the article. And this led to him suffering a stroke, which led to his death. Now, because of the war, he was interned in Kensal Green Cemetery, but repatriated to Jamaica afterwards. And he was declared Jamaica's first national hero in 1964. Now, with regard to the statue, we have very little information. It's made of bronze. That's all I can tell you. I don't know who made it. I don't know who the sculptor was. I've been trying to find out. And if anyone knows, please let me know, because it would be great to have it. And when it was actually unveiled. There are lots of commemoratives to Marcus Garvey, including Marcus Garvey Way in Brixton, Marcus Garvey Library in Tottenham, and a blue plaque at 53 Targulf Road, Hammersmith. Marcus Garvey statue in Willesden Green Library, which is the one we're looking at. Marcus Garvey Centre in Lenton in Nottingham. He's mentioned in the song So Much Things to Say, which is from Bob Marley's Exodus album, which was voted the best album of the 20th century. And there's a memorial park to him behind Hammersmith, Hammersmith Road. So he has quite a lot of commemoratives. And these are some of the things that his sayings. The pen is mightier than the sword, but the tongue is mightier than them both put together. The black skin is not a badge of shame, but rather a glorious symbol of national greatness. If you have no confidence in yourself, you are twice defeated in the race of life. With confidence, you have won before you've started. Liberate the minds of men, and ultimately you'll liberate the bodies of men. I like honesty and fair play, and remove the kinks from your mind, not from your hair. And the most famous of all saying, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. These are all the famous sayings of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And we have come to the end of the presentation. So that's all for now. Thank you very much. If there's any information you'd like to know, please contact me. My contact details are on screen. And as I said, I have a walk coming up on the 5th of September at 11 o'clock, which will take you around London to show you some of the black statues that represent us. I work as a tour guide, and I put on many tours around London. If you need a special private tour, I can take you around with your friends or your family, or some people use it as a birthday surprise or wedding gifts, all sorts of things. So please contact me if you would like me to take you around. In the meantime, I give you back to the wonderful Terry, and thank you very much.
I'm Richie. But you know, before you even go, because you still got some minutes left.
Yes, I know. That's why I finished early. Yes, an answer.
If there's anyone out there, if there's any questions and answers, please do so. Ask your questions, and if you would like to want to promote your products or services, please follow the link, which I'll put into this description box in the chat. And if you want to come on and ask your questions, please do. But for now, if there's any questions, but yes, Rich, take it off while I do this.
Yeah, much appreciated, sister, for the knowledge on the statues and the different places in London, because I think people underestimate how much black presence there is in London. We look at England like it's just a straight white racist country, so we may overlook the black presence and influence across the board. So I really appreciate that.
What I was going to say, Richie, is the one thing that's been getting me is all these statues they've been talking about, recently being removed and all that. I mean, I'd never even heard of Colston, so for me that was new. But they don't seem to be talking about the black statues that we have. And right. I was getting very worried when I started seeing people taking down statues, because the racists are going to start attacking our statues. So I'm very concerned, because the Mary Seacole one, it took a long time to get that statue up, and I was really, really worried that they were going to do something to that, and next thing you know, it was down. You got Nelson Mandela's always getting attacked anyway, and all the other statues that I've shown you, if people know that they're black statues, they can be attacked. So I was starting to get a bit worried about those, and that's why, as much as I don't mind the Colston statue being taken down, that's not a problem for me. We got to be careful what you wish for, because if they start taking down white statues, guess what's going to happen next? They'll start taking down black statues. It takes us so long to get our statues up. You know what I mean? It cost us a lot of money to get these things up and running. It worried me that this was going to be, what was going to happen.
Well, definitely, if our people know about these statues, as you're saying, and have information and knowledge of them, and visit them, most importantly, show an interest in our cultural heritage around the city, then hopefully that will bring the awareness that's needed to, as you said, create a system of protection for our black monuments and for our black heroes that have done so much for the community in this diaspora. So I'm definitely with you on that one.
Yeah, that's what I hope, because there was when all this statue bits was going on recently, there was a statue they were going to remove of the guy who founded the Boy Scouts. I've forgotten his name. And so what the community did was they didn't want that statue taken down, so they formed a circle around it and they guarded it day and night, 24 hours a day. And that statue was never removed because the people of the area said they don't want it removed, So that's what I would hope that we would do. But because we don't know where our statues are, most of those statues that I showed, most people don't know where they are. Most people don't know about them. So how can we protect what we don't know?
Yeah, and that's a true factor. I want to thank Kaya French for donating to the International Rites of Passage. Who else is there? There's a few people that have donated. I can thank Rachel, Aisha Beckford, Patience. Thank you for all donating. They all seem to be women. I think the men that are just being tight today. But you know what? The men are not digging deep. The women are always the ones looking out for the children. Come on, lads. You know what? You got to show the people what it's about. This is about our foundation. Do you know what I mean? The women are showing up. You know what? If you don't, I want to put my money in, because you know what? I can't allow the women to be going further than us. But men, come on, put your money in deep, put your pockets in deep, even if it's £1. Come on, put it in, because this is for a great cause, and it's truly for the betterment for our people. Because you see me, I'm all over the place, and I put in that work on ground, regardless. So I'm asking you to help us out as much as possible, because I'm only one person. I need the family to help us and to come together. Without the family, there is no me.
Right.
What's the point of me doing it? You know, I do these talks for free. I don't ask a penny. And all I'm asking is for our foundation, for our youth to come out of this postcode. Everyone's complaining about postcode wars. Let's get these children out. Let them see what they need to see. Let the adults do their healing. Because you know the men out here need healing. As well as the women. We're going through this psychological trauma. And we don't want to deal with it.
Terry, I think people don't realise that you've actually been doing this now for the last 3 or 4 years. And I remember when we did the first one, we had a nice little group, and then it was over a weekend. Yeah, remember? We had a lovely group. We had Robin Walker, we had Michael Ohajuru. All the people in the community came together, and we did, you know, all these walks and took people around. So we've been doing that for free once a year now for the last 2 years, and people have to realise it's not actually free as such. It's free to them, but it's not necessarily free to us.
And this is why we're doing it online, because we're doing it global. We want people to know that we've got history. You know, we want to go and actually look for themselves. So when we actually do the tour, people can actually see what's going on. You know, so I'm always asking people to do what they have to do. And as I said again, I put the link into the chat. If you want to come on and promote your business, or you want to promote your product, or you just want to say what you feel about the black family, because it is about the black family first. We want to hear your opinions. So we're asking you to come on board, come on the platform, speak your mind. This is the time, while everyone is watching globally, is for you to come and speak your voice. It's a voice for everyone. This is the people's platform.
That's it. TV. That's right. That's our motive right here. By the people, for the people. So again, this isn't running unless you participate. From comments in the chat to grabbing the link and coming on, and as we said, asking questions, making statements, and showing your general support for the narrative of Black Family First, the Dr. Llaila Afrika Exchange Program, and for Black Eyes TV. Because again, I'm trying to do this thing too. Riggsy's been back in my play from the very beginning. We all trying to work in conjunction, but again, we can't come together properly and present this to you without your help and your support, people. So by all means, come on, promote your business, promote your products that you have. Take a moment out to ask a question if you have one. And again, as always, for free, hit that like button, share the video out. We want people coming in and out throughout the day. Yeah, keeping it lively, keeping it fresh.
Yep. Look for you.
Terry,
big up the
mail.
Okay.
Because
thank you very much, Avril. We will see you tomorrow.
Yes, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Avril.
Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Yes, family. Yes, family. As I said again, once again, we have a slight altercation. Tony Warner won't be coming till tomorrow. So our next person that's going to come on the platform is going to be the Black Puppy Rose, and she's going to break it down in forms of the army, the military, the history about the military, and the black people that took part in that situation from the beginning of time to now. So she'll be coming on at 12. So as we're doing these things, I will play this video because I'm asking for people to come on board. Come and talk to us. Come and engage with us. Communication is key. As we are dealing with our traumas, we need to communicate. And I'll say once again, I'll play the video for you.
The daylight is Christ, peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for the while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. For my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Yes, Brother Rich, as we were speaking, how's everything been with you so far, Brother Rich?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We're doing good. You get me? I enjoyed the show the other night with the Divine Feminine. Big up to Brother Konsu.
Oh, gosh, once again, we're having technical...
But yeah, man, I had a good sleep.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, I had a good sleep. Yeah, I had a good sleep.
You had a good sleep.
Chilling out. Yep. Ready for this morning, ready for today. It's excited to interact.
Okay, so let me just go into one of our archives and see what we can display. But give the people about Black Eyes TV, because you know what? We need to make people understand what Black Eyes TV is about, man. Brother Rich? He has frozen. It looks like it's me once again on my own. But as we're waiting for the 12 o'clock mark for the Black Puppy, I'm asking for people to come in, man. Come in, join us. This is what it's about. This is the link. Join us. Come and take part. Come and speak your mind.
Yo, I'm back. Can you hear me again?
Now? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, we were talking about the history of Black Eyes TV. It's funny. When I first decided to start the platform, it was to highlight Black excellence in the community. And basically, after watching a lot of American YouTube channels, big up to all my American brothers out there, big up to Sarnet TV, all of them people over there doing their thing. I really started to think to myself, where's the community here? Is there a community? Where's the events? Who's who? So that's what started my particular journey in starting to film in the community. Big up to Unc Wellbeing and Ivy, Sister Ivy, because that was the first place I went to start filming in the community and just start doing interviews. And then it was no more than a month later, Mr. Riggs reached out to me via WhatsApp group that I had recently joined and asked me if I wanted to come and cover an event with him. And that was the Urban Kryptonite, weren't it? Which again is funny because Dr. Llaila Afrika is kind of connected to that, as is, and give a lot of back information to those guys. And from there, me and Riggsy linked and we never looked back. We've been working together ever since on a mission to just bring that viewpoint of Black excellence in the community to the community. So again, we get used to seeing it. We know who's the movers and shakers. We know who is running institutes, trying to build institutes and show support and love for that. So, that's been the ethos. We've had some fun times. We've traveled a few different places. Hopefully we'll be traveling some more places. Ooh, what's this? Old school one? Anthony Broder.
Yeah, we're gonna bring
We
an
have
old Tony Crowder. We're gonna bring a little bit of old school, just a little saying on the black family as usual. But you know, let's play this little clip for the people, by the people. Hey.
Would've never got killed. Crack in our homies would've never got filled. Imagine if Marcus would've never had a chill. Blacks wouldn't be living in overpacked jails. Imagine if Asada never had the run. J. Edgar Hoover would've never won. Imagine if Trayvon would've had the gun. Black love songs would've never been songs.
They knew that there was no death. They knew that. They knew that life was eternal. They had a concept, term called we're here in this soup, which means the repetition of the birth. We are continually reborn. They understood that the quality of our next life is determined by the quality of this life. And so if you get the principles of life as your guide, and you can adhere to as many of those 42 principles as possible, it means that when you come back, you will have a better quality of life. So if you understand that philosophically then, when you look at brothers and sisters today who are struggling, trying to make it, then what that tells me is that they are people who in the previous weighing of the soul probably could only truthfully speak to maybe 4 or 5 of those declarations. They didn't learn the lesson the last lifetime, so they got to learn it harder this time. And the idea is, if they strive to perfect living this time around, then next time around, they'll be a little bit higher. We only have the rest of our lives to get it right. Understand me, we only have the rest of our lives to get it right. So the sooner you realize that's the equation, then the sooner you can begin to make it right. And then connect with other people who are making it right and create more rightness together, which improves the likelihood for more people getting it right in the future. Does that make sense? Okay.
I was going to ask a particular question, but from your answer now, I'm going to change my question. Okay. What you just said suggests, of course, that people who are experiencing great difficulties now have had committed offenses or not lived satisfactory lives in a previous existence. Right. Okay. Most of the people in the world today who are suffering very, very badly are black people at the hands of the Europeans. Mm-hmm. What you just said would then suggest that in the past, black people have then not lived proper lives. That's why we're suffering today. Mm-hmm. Do you accept that?
Oh yeah, and I can elaborate if you like.
Please, yes.
All right, so let's get back to it. We know that Africans were the first human beings on the planet. We know, based on the current scientific evidence, that Homo sapiens sapiens has been living on the planet for at least 200,000 years. We know, based on the latest genetic evidence, that the people classified as Caucasian genetically mutated from Africans 8,000 to 7,000 years ago, which means that Africans have a 192,000 year head start. So we've been around here a long time, which has given us plenty of opportunities to master this thing called life. And when we look at the civilization of Kemet, we see Kemet, recognize Kemet as the oldest documented civilization on the face of this planet. The Africans 6,000 years ago were able to create things that human beings today, with all their technological advances, can't replicate today. So we were at the top. So for us to be suffering now all over the world meant that we did something wrong. Right? We messed up. What did we do? How do we lose this connection with the Creator? So that's the question for us to ask. How do we open the door to allow these barbarians to come in and take everything away from us? And then use our own creations against us. Take our concepts of God and give them back to us as these religions and have us worship their gods to our own detriment. What lessons can we learn from that? See, so we're at a very critical point in our advancement. And I was talking to my sister in the back earlier, Katrina. We were talking about the cycles, right? Everything follows cycles, right? So if Africans were at the top of the cycle at one point in time, and now we find ourselves at the bottom, then what that means is that we're starting to swing up now, correct? All right, we're starting to swing up. So as we swing up, then let us not make the mistakes that we made in the past. All right? So that on this upswing, we can have a better quality of life. That quality of life can last longer than it did before. But let's also, as we move up, know that at some point in time, we're going to reach the precipice, and then things are going to start moving back down again. That's the cycle of life. It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. So if you know that, if you recognize that, if you live by that, then it means that you're prepared for everything that comes. The successes and the failures. One of the things that I learned from my Jacob John and McCall is that all history is recurring. History repeats itself over and over again. So if you understand the patterns and the cycles of history, and it's simply a matter of stepping back and seeing where you are in that cycle, you understand clearly what you come from, you understand even more clearly where you're going, so you know how to position yourself to maximize your time and your energy, the use of your energy as you move into this new space. So the challenge for us, the opportunity for us now is to move into this new space with a greater awareness of our past so that we can make fewer mistakes. So we can maximize everything that's coming our way. I also know that the reign of the European is coming to an end. It's coming to an end. And that they are going to have to pay for all of the evil that they've done all around the world. So, as the playing field is level, as they begin fighting for their lives, that gives us a little bit of freedom now because their feet are off of our backs. So what are we going to do now with this extra time we have? What are we going to do now with these extra opportunities we have now to improve our qualities of life? What lessons have we learned from the past that will allow us to move forward into the future as our own creators of our future? And that's the challenge. That's the opportunity. That's a wonderful opportunity that awaits us now. So if we are willing to live up to those things that we say we believe in the ancestors, we say we believe in all these things, we'll put it to practice. Now's the time to put it to practice. All right? Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. It's what you do. Because that's the only thing that matters, what you do. So we spend less time talking and more time doing, and we'll be able to reap the fruits of our labor from doing things correctly.
Riggsy.
Oh, yes.
Screen share me. I got some unseen footage that I kind of forgot about that we had with Broder. Just a quick little 1 minute, people. But again, something I just found in the archives. We never actually put this up. This was an end conversation. But what our brother Anthony Broder says is very poignant.
You know, there are folk out here who are agents of the devil, and they don't even realize it. They're agents of the devil. And the devil will use anybody who is vulnerable to their persuasion. So protect your body, protect your mind, read and study. Read and study with other people who are reading and studying. And I'll close on this. There's a statement that is carved on the James Madison building at the Library of Congress, largest repository of history in the world. And the inscription says that knowledge will forever govern ignorance. And the people who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. So knowledge is power. And to be able to access the correct knowledge and know how to use it is what will make us rise to the top and hold on to our power forever. So we need brothers and sisters who are intelligent, who are articulate, who are selfless, right? Selfless, and willing to fight and die for something bigger than their individual selves. That's the consciousness, that's the cycle that we are returning to. And when you are in tune with that cycle, the creator, the ancestors will help protect you and propel you forward in order to manifest the world that you envision. Like Ice TV, right on.
7.
7.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What
So
a
good.
time we've had me proud. You know, these are the kind of things that we're always talking about with Anthony Browder. And you know, we're always in contact. He said he would love to be with us, but because he's got so much work on board, he said the next time round he will come around and he will deliver something for us, as he always got information. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna quickly just put on a quick little ad that he ad for the introduction for what we're doing today. You know, while we're still waiting for our young lady to come on board. So I'm gonna quickly play this one again. So, you know, giving you pure information, pure history, but this is just the advert and information of what the Black History Weekender is about.
Usually when you see an ad like this one from someone like me telling you that I can help you grow your business and get more customers and clients online.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did yourself.
New Beginning proudly presents the ethos of Black Families First, a Black History Weekend annual celebration,
which is comprised of our kings, queens, scholars, speakers, and global families within the Black community to embrace the DLA Rites of Passage International Exchange Program for youths aged between 15 and 21 years old.
This is in honor of the late, great, resting Power Dr Llaila Afrika. The online fundraising event will be held on the 15th and the 16th of August this year. So please, give what you can to invest in our youth.
The 2-day event will also be broadcasted via Black Eyes TV 7 on Facebook as well as YouTube. Black Power starts with your melanin, uniting the Black family first.
With no feeling of control, as we wonder what it is and we wonder what it was and we wonder where we'll go.
know it's possible to generate some additional income through selling products on Amazon.
This is Terry, Mr. Rites, and I'm the UK tour guide to the rest of the world, and I do demonstrations of understanding our history, how do we move forward, take it from the past and bring it to the future.
Against all the wrongs, for my leaders that's gone. All my leaders that's gone. Although they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, Imagine if Malcolm would have never got killed. Crack in the hallways would have never got filled.
We're here outside the office, UNIA, understanding that our history is demonstrations of what we understand about Marcus Garvey and his philosophy, and becoming his philosophy and able to pushing this forward. He had his newspaper business, he had his collaborations, and he actually died in London. I'm here with my brother here right now.
My name is Mukoko. I'm an artist from Congo. Spiritual mind. I'm just coming here to learn more about the story about Marcus Garvey.
This what we facing, stuck in a world that's gone cold, with no feeling of control. As we wonder what it is and we wonder what it was.
The history of Marcus Garvey. This park was built in his name, and it's about growing a Pan-African philosophy to inspire the global mass movement. He lived in the borough from 1933 to 1940.
It's all the wrongs for my leaders that's gone. All my leaders that's gone.
Story about black people. Black people was a bit of place in Europe, in Africa, and everything. So I try just to make the story in my fashion, in my music.
What it's about is to understand the legacy, understanding the length of what he had done, and able to influence in many different ways. We need to understand our history. We need to see what mistakes we did and how we can be able to upgrade ourselves from that history. Our ancestors laid the way for us. Black people have always been here. Musicians have always been here and seen the artists. We understand that this has been influenced from our past and our history. They're in all over different types of museums within the vicinity of London, UK, and worldwide. Your creativity is what feeds you. During and before and after slavery, there were free African people within the community. It's Francis Williams. Some of the most respected for individuals. This was done in a period of time of reflection of how they saw it. At that time, one of the main guys that helped to abolish slavery, which was the 16th more, at that time in the 1500s, which this artwork was done. In the proceedings of looking at the hat, you can understand the kind of fez kind of hats that they wore, the jewelry that they wore on the chain, the earrings were pierced back then, and understanding the full length of look. And one thing is, he wasn't in chains. Makes you think this is the book of the Duke of Florence, who was half Medici and half African. And the silks, this is what the kind of things that we wore in our kingdom. It was making our materials, it just shows you the extent of the wealth. Now you can see 1, 2, 3. That's this. What's going to be happening on the 3rd and the 4th of August, which is the Black History Weekender. Loads of history that which you will see and demonstrated on this video, and explaining why it's paramount for us to be able to teach and learn our history, and for us to unite as an African diaspora with the African people on land, and understanding that we need to take our history and bring it into the forefront of understanding for our youth, creating our legacy. I brought in my brother to see what he could receive on the day of the 3rd and 4th of August.
It was a beautiful journey today to see and to learn more and to know more about our story. So the event will be in August. Yeah, mid-August on the 3rd and the 4th.
Just come and see and
enjoy and come to get into the formalities of the experience of being a tourist once again. Because it's in August, you should bring your children, bring your family, and bring everyone to get engaged with it, and let's become one unit once again.
Or if you want to follow me, go to website Nkoko Official. About fashion, it's Coco Ornament. So all about clothing and everything.
If you're lucky, you might get him to sing or perform for you when he releases his new music at the time of the event. This is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs, New Beginnings, Black Eyes TV, the one and only station. Check it out on YouTube.
Against all the wrongs for my leaders that's gone. All my leaders that's gone. I thought they did you so wrong, I still.
Oh boy. Yeah, back again. And you know what? We have a special guest in the house. And she is a phenomenal teacher. She works hard. She does her work. She puts in that work. And Brother Rich, are you there? Yes.
I'm here,
and
ready and waiting.
Is a phenomenal person, because you know what? If you see her about, you know what? You must buy that black rose, because she puts in the work. You know what I mean? And it's that time to able to show. Are we having a feedback? Now it's time to show one of our good up and coming and notorious historians, Selena Carty. Ooh, I don't know what's happening, but we're trying to get her in. Hold on. Let's see if it's working. It's not letting her in. Let me find out, Rich.
Cool.
Talk to the people.
Might be a mic or something. Just check that. Big up to everybody that's joining us. Big up to Shakara. Big up to Avril again for coming on earlier. Big up to Maxine, EX, Mel, Carla, Kin, which is D, Easy. Big up Spice. Yeah, big up all the people so far that have come in, joined us. If you haven't hit the like button already, do so. We're just trying to get the sister in so we can start the next part. Everything running on time. Yeah, we're just trying to get this sorted and we'll be back in. You know what?
And she starts at 12 o'clock anyway, so she's 3 minutes early.
Hold up. The worst thing is I had a video I was going to play.
Yeah.
Pay homage to someone. Let me see if I can find that again.
I've got a video that I want to play with someone as well. 2 people at the same time in the same room. Right. People that want to come into the chat and come for a Black History Weekend, the walk, come and join us as we are walking through the past. You know, the link is in the chat.
That's it. Jump on. Wagwan, Brother Minister. Yeah, we got that live dive breakdown for the Marcus Garvey crew given by Brother Minister. That's on the channel. We'll be showing that later. I'm looking forward to that, definitely. I think you people will enjoy that. And remember as well, people, as you're taking in the information throughout the day, if you do have questions, and we may not have time to always do the questions with the person, we're going to try and bring people back in the evening time so we can get any questions that people may have answered.
Yeah, first want to give thanks.
Hold up. There we go. All right. Let me just do this, screen share that. Boom, boom, boom. Share. You screen sharing, Tel? Can you see that? Can you see that on the screen, Tel?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So quickly play the video, and then Selena can come in.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna play this in respect to our elder and now ancestor.
Can you hear me okay?
Rest in power.
Yes, we can hear you nice and clear.
Oh, is this talking? Oh, okay.
When you're ready, brother.
Yeah, first I want to give thanks for this powerful event. It was well organized, enough information, and I fully enjoyed what took place here. And I feel very liberated because the information was, to me, it's pretty overpowering as well at one stage, because a lot of information was coming out. But what I like about the brother who was speaking, that he's very sincere, very humble, and obviously, Dr. Sabi's his father. This is not saying his father, but his son who was speaking with us today. And personally, I took so much notes, and I've learned so much things today. So I'm really overjoyed by what took place here today. Very liberated. I know that it was a nice atmosphere. A nice day, and I was overwhelmed. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't know what to expect. But in terms of look at the science of health, and I just said that if you're stupid and ignorant, they'll always be a business, So that's why it's very important to get the information so we start to liberate ourselves. And intelligence rules the world. Okay then, peace.
No doubt.
We're having some technical problems.
But we still can't get the sister in. Is she still dropping?
It's trying to get through.
Okay. Well, again, people, big up to our ancestor, now rest in power, Brother Dougie. You get me? That was just a quick footage of a reaction. He was at KT, the Arch Degree, Dr. Sabi's adopted son's event that day. We was all in the sun enjoying it. He came with his usual smiling vibe. And again, on this day of talking about history and whatever, our direct history is our ancestors, is our family. So I just wanted to play that and show love for him because, again, he's known in the community here. He was known for doing works. He was known to always have something nice and always have a smiling face. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Just like our elder Dr. Llaila Afrika, he also is a major ancestor from the community. So big up to him. All right, here's the sister. How you doing, sister?
I'm very well, thank you. Please forgive my connection.
That's all right. That's all right. You're nice and clear and we can see you. So hopefully we should be good.
Yes, you got a beautiful garden there.
Well, I'm in Jamaica.
You're in Jamaica?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And there's no current at the moment, so the connection to the internet is poor because they took the light last night.
Okay. So we will do the best that we can.
Absolutely. Well, we're here, isn't it?
Yep. The people have got the privilege of you being in Jamaica, in the nice hot sun, while we're in this humid sun in the
we had good weather last week, my friend, and the sun ain't quite out just now.
No, I'm still jealous. You got beautiful seas out there.
You got the ocean, you got it all, mate.
Yeah, and the fresh food and fresh fish.
Well, I'm working in it. So the campaign I've got going on is Our Ancestors Serve Jamaica. So I'm here documenting research, adding to the work that I've already been doing to collate together some visuals and finish writing these books.
I should is it Verena Shepherd? For the she's one of the researchers and historians for reparations.
Okay.
Yeah, she's quite good. Someone like you. How long are you out there for?
2 months.
2 months. I should link you two up. Can you hear us? Okay. So what have you got for us today?
Yeah, I should do that. Wait, when do you want me to start?
As soon as possible.
Right, so I'm going to introduce myself and then I'm going to take it from there, yeah?
Okay.
And then I've got my whole hour, right?
Yep, 100%. We're waiting on you.
Right.
Wait.
Are you going to be asking me any questions?
Of course we will be.
Okay, perfect. All right, so good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Selena Carty, founder of Black Poppy Rose, but my main job, not that that's not my main job, I'm a cultural and ancestral consultant, Afrocentric genealogist. So with all the histories that we do, with all the research that we're learning, my job is about how we relate that to ourselves individually as families, how we bring our families together to curate and put our histories together. With me, paternal, any false, it's all gone. I help families to put together their family trees using history, using the records, you know, the slavery records, the records that they used to document us during the 16, 17, 1800s, 1900s. We look at family trails. We don't really touch on DNA because we're not really sure of how they, you know, find their information, but whatever DNA results we do get, we link them back to the continent of Africa. Because when we look at history, when we look at identity, I'm not saying we all do, but this is a general consensus, because we want to classify ourselves as one thing. We say, you know, we're African, but by doing that, you remove the West Indian, the American, Native American, you remove that history and culture. That is the reason I take people on a timeline from when they were born, look at their lives, and then take them back through time. So taking them back through time allows them to go through their own historical understandings, for them to document their place in the world. So just like when we go to all these museums, we're able to document other people, we should also be able to do the same with ourselves. And by doing the same with ourselves, we'll be able to value ourselves and then one another, because we will feel that we belong and we are a part of something, not that we are just trying to learn about something that is external to us. So what I do is I take us back on a timeline through your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and look at the times, social conditionings, what were the laws, who were we under, where the languages come in, where the culture has been a cosmopolitan melting pot. Especially for those of us in the diaspora, we know that we don't just have culture coming from the places that our parents are coming from. We have British culture, we have Asian culture, we have Italian culture, we have Chinese culture, we have East, West, South, North, Central African culture. We have a great deal of history and culture that we're able to pull from to add to us, say, oh, I like that, oh, I like that. And it's about how we even put that together and how we look at through history. That's something that's always been done. So by taking yourself on a journey, you can then include and incorporate other people. So my ancestry takes me to London, Brixton. So then I can look at Brixton and what's significant to Brixton. The whole world knows Brixton. And now I've gone to go and do the Black Poppy Road, which is now around the world. So you look at your areas where you're from, where you get your motivations from, how you're able to impact your local communities as well as your wider communities. So that's what I teach. That's what I go out and develop and work with other families to do that. And by doing that, the empowerment that we see for our young people, for our families, is about identity, knowing who you are, not allowing somebody to decide that for you. Because within most of our genealogies, we have different groups of people. We may have Irish, we may have Scottish, we may have Italian, we may have Polish, German, Dutch, Native American, you know, coming from Sardinia, things like that, as well as the continent of Africa. And it's about looking and understanding how those different cultures have come together to be able to create life and for us to be here. So I identify as an African woman by race, but when I go to Africa, I've got to buy a visa. So if I've got to buy a visa, how African am I? And then when I go to Jamaica, I can only have 3 months because I'm not a citizen, but I'm a citizen of Great Britain. And when I go to Great Britain, they tell me that I've got to identify as Black, British, Caribbean. So this is what we tackle. We tackle the confusions that we're given by, you know, society about who we are, what we belong. And then when we've accepted that for ourselves, then we can maneuver ourselves in the world in the way that we understand and demand that respect that we have been lacking for centuries, that we're reclaiming for ourselves. And we have been, but we have to reclaim it on a deeper level to just understand who and what we are and what we want the world to see us as, and be able to deal with that. So that's what I do. So here in Jamaica at the moment, as you can see my background, I'm trying not to move the camera so I lose connection. But I started Black Poppy Rose and Genealogy 10 years ago. So we're 10 years at the end of September. And I'm here in Jamaica documenting our elders. I'm here documenting our places to be able to collate and create history together. Monday is Marcus Garvey's birthday. And most of the Black Negro African world knows of Marcus Garvey. And he was born in Jamaica. And we're looking at how Jamaica has impacted Black history, African history all over the world. Because it's not just about language, it's not just about jerk chicken, it's about politics, it's about writing, it's about pioneering, new dances, new movements, new sounds, new expressions, and how the world has been impacted by that culture. And when we look at, the things like the transatlantic slave trade, and we look at the migrations of African people, even though the argument is there were Black people in the West Indies before the transatlantic slave trade, I don't get into any arguments about any of that conversation. I look at records. So if I can't find records that take me back to 1400, I just go, okay, because there's nothing more to say. I'm not trying to argue with anybody about their concepts about history, because we all have our own different concepts about what we think went on, how things went down, but none of us were there. So we're going to have to take somebody else's written word and inside ourselves really just take a second to think about what resonates with us. Because with most of the history, with most of what we're learning, it's about what resonates with you. What do you connect with? And why do you connect with it? And then understanding that and having nobody take that away from you. Because when I do the things that I do, people are like, how do I do that? I don't know how I do it. I just do it. I just know that there's a lot to fix in our community and we all have a part to play. And this is my part, because the ancestors, they make way for me to make sure that this can happen, make sure that that continues to happen. And I see the impacts in our community as a result of that. Hence me being here, a part of the Weekender this weekend. Yes. So that's, I think, in a nutshell, what I do and why I do it. Are we taking engagements from anybody online? If anybody wants to engage?
If anybody wants to make a comment or wants to come into the chat and have a conversation with us, please do. I will put the link into the chat. So if you want to come on, or if you don't feel like coming on, please put your questions in the chat so we can able to answer them as soon as you put them in. As she's in Jamaica, it's the prime place to understand between the Arawaks and the African people on the land of Jamaica.
So when we look at that, because remember, Jamaica's motto is out of many one people. And then when we were able to look at the wars, we're looking at, because I cross between the two because the work that I do is interlinked. So with Genealogy and Black Poppy Road, these are our ancestors who were fighting. So on the campaign that we've got at the moment, we've got, we're looking at Nanny of the Maroons. Nanny is a title given to women in West Africa. So we appoint Nanny to be in West Africa and even Ashanti. And then we're looking at how they brought the culture here as opposed to looking at how the Maroons were able to sustain their status and their culture, so that they celebrate that every year. So at the beginning of the year before COVID hit, I was at the Maroon Festival here celebrating with them and just looking and seeing how they have continued to pay homage to their ancestors who signed that treaty to be able to get them to keep the land that they call their own today in Jamaica. But then as we go down, we look at the differences. Then we look at people like, Norman Manley, who was in England studying at Oxford University law, joins World War I. Him and his brother died during the war, but he didn't, as we know, came back, finished his studies and came back to redevelop Jamaica, because what he had seen and known of Jamaica before, when he went to war and was learning, he thought, well, why is Jamaica like this? What can I do to better that? And when you look through history, the elders have always sent the children to go and be educated so that they can come back and make their societies better. But what's happened is that in many cases that's happened, but in other cases, the children have stayed because to them, going back means going backwards. And then when we look at our society today, and we're looking at how we develop our communities, we look at things as if we're going backwards, having to go back to those who don't know what we know, who haven't understood in the way who haven't been taught in the way we've been taught. But by doing that, we continue to lose ourselves, our identities, and our communities. And we then build up somebody else's infrastructure and become another servant, another pawn to develop their models. We don't then have our own models. And those models that we do have been, their base foundations have been given to us by Europeans. Yeah. When we're looking at our laws, when we're looking at our judicial systems, when we're looking at how we deal with politics, when we look at how we deal with one another, that's based on colonialism, that's based on colonial rule and the laws that we have not been able to change or readapt because independence doesn't look like what we expect it to look like.
Yeah.
And then when we talk about, generations, we continue, and this is no disrespect to our community, we continue to have children to feed into a system that tells us that they want us to exist. And then we say, we're sorry?
No, I said, yeah, that's a bit deep. Go on, continue. I'm enjoying it.
when we talk about educating our children and we push them to somebody else to be educated, we then make ourselves null and void. Then when we make our history, something on the sideline, oh yeah, learn black on the sideline. What does that say? What's that message that we're saying, given to our children? But then we push our children to be more educated in our history and our culture. But how are we educating ourselves with our history and our culture to be able to go on that journey with our children? Because a lot of us don't know what we don't know. But then to push our children out there, we want them to be better, but we have to be better together, because the conversations that we have as a family is what's going to keep our communities together, because that's how we develop, through conversations. But because we're dealing with such deep level trauma, we are unable to communicate with each other, let alone with our families. And this is why the work that I'm doing is trying to get that understanding of what has happened. Why was grandma beating mum? Why did mum beat you? And where that's coming from, systemically, where that's coming from. Why is it that, when you were growing up, I'm talking about my experience and my generations, because they classify me as a millennial. But I'm looking at a generation where we're coming from after the 1960s. So we've got the baby boomers, we have the civil rights movements, we've got the changes in politics, we've got the new generations after World War II, we've got the Windrush generation and the West African generations coming to England to develop back up the country. And we're looking at what was happening to the people around it. A lot of people don't know, most young people were squatting. They weren't given housing. They weren't allowed to have housing. And the only reason why they went on to get housing, some of them, is because they had children. Many of them went to schools. They didn't do well in school. There's many of our generations who still don't know how to read and write today.
Yeah, that's true.
And then, but what they have been able to do and sustain and develop, we don't have any respect for, because to us, they should be further ahead than we think that they should be. But we don't understand the traumas and the models that have been put in place to keep us in a certain way. Because the Enoch Powell speech back in the 60s, the Rivers of Blood speech, was about Europeans understanding that if you educate the next generation, that they will be those pioneers that are needed to take the race forward. So what did they do? They broke down our communities. They they didn't make, but they made sure that they supported single mothers so that they would be estranged from their men. So they didn't need their men, because when men have roles, their roles, are, from my understanding growing up, was to provide and to protect. When the system provides and protects you and your children, that leaves the male's role redundant, right? Then he makes himself redundant, because to him, he's not needed. So then he can do what he wants to do. But by doing that, how do you build and grow your community? How do you sustain a model to be able to pass it on to your next generations? And I'm not saying all men have taken, I'm not saying that's all men, that's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying this is something that has been systematically done. And there are many conversations that I have with many groups of people where this is a normality for them.
Yeah.
So we look at, the Black woman who is struggling in the world right now, because she's told that she's supposed to be strong all the time. There is no moment of weakness. And when she is, it's like, well, no, come on, you can do it. But yeah, we can do it. But there's so much more that we're carrying. We're watching our children being murdered out here. We're watching our men being murdered. The same way how we look at all the Jim Crow laws, all the things that were going on in North America with the lynchings, the castrations. We're watching that all over again in 2020. And what that's doing to us mentally and spiritually is something that's going to impact the next generation, because we work on a fight or flight mechanism. We all do. That's how the human interaction is. And when we spend so much time looking at trauma. All we do is try and prepare our children to deal with that trauma. And they can't live because all they're doing is living to prepare for that trauma. Imagine having to prepare your black boys that they might not come home because of another group of their communities, or the other group that's supposed to be out there to protect them. What does that do to a mum?
Yeah.
And if the father is not there, if the father isn't somebody that she values, what does that do to her raising sons and daughters? So when I do a lot of workshops around, relationships and the how it has changed, and looking at the past, and look at how the past is very, very relevant to the future, especially when it comes to Europeans coming into Africa, latter part of 14 to 1500s, coming with their ideas, with their wants, and then looking at how we function, learning about us, and then coming in with the guns and their tanks and their warfare, and waging war over the continent over a 300-year period. Because when people talk about us being, colonialized and Europeans coming to Africa, they do not know or remember that they were warring on that entire continent for over 300 years before they were taking people anywhere. And then what does that do to families? In this country, we've never seen war in the way that the rest of the world has seen war. When you're looking at areas in Africa where they've been looking at 100 years of war, that's 5 generations born into war, facing war, looking at warfare. What does that look like? Do we know? But no, but we condemn, and we say, people should be, why can't they do this? Why can't they do that? We have no idea what goes on in any other culture, any other land, in regards to how things get done, or their historical journeys to why they respond, or why they do, or why they don't do in certain ways. And this is why the work that I do is about cultural and ancestral unearthing, because me being born in England isn't the same as if I would have been born in South Africa, or in Uganda, or in the Congo, or in Chad, or in Mali, or anywhere else. It's a very different concept that we all have of life, of our surroundings, of what it means to be Black or African, or whatever titles we're given, because mostly on the continent, you know yourself by your tribe. So I know that I'm from Jamaica, but I don't have no tribe that my family have told me, and I've done our research. So where do I belong when somebody starts talking about their tribe?
That's definitely.
How do you have a conversation with somebody who's grown up looking at rites of passage and looking at, their grandmas going to do things that their mother goes on to do for them to go on to do? I've not seen any of that. So we have 2 different cultural understandings of life, of a grandmother, of a mother, of ourselves, and how we function in the world.
Yep.
So when we're having these conversations, this is what I try to educate around. So as much as we're out learning Black history, learning about Queen Hatshepsut, Pharaoh Hatshepsut, Queen Tai, Queen Nzinga, what are we learning about them? What aspects of their natures are we taking to bring towards today to be able to develop and move ourselves as Black women within society, within our communities? How are we out there doing what we're doing? And even if we're not doing what we say we want to do, what are you doing to develop yourself? Because not everybody can go out there and do the work that many of us do, but that's not to say that you're not doing any work. And that's another thing. It's not about, none of us are in any position to judge anybody who's doing what, who's not doing what we think they should be doing. Because when you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, that's all you know that you should be doing. And then you meet other people who are doing things that you may need on the journey, whether or not they're blood related to you or not, whether or not they're in your same race classification or not. But the journey provides those opportunities for you to continue to grow, continue to develop. And then when people see that, the idea for me is to inspire people to say, well, that's what she's doing. That's what she's passionate about. What am I passionate about? For them to start having that question, what works for me? What do I want to see? What change do I bring to the world? Still?
Yeah, you're back.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still there.
Okay. You guys are just listening. Nobody's.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it.
But there is listening. Nobody's talking to me.
A question. Yeah.
Can you see the question?
Yep, I came in late. Okay. Please ask the Queen, did she see similarities with the Maroon communities and those she's seen in African communities? I definitely did. And the similarities is around, they had a traditional song. So I don't think I know any traditional songs for Jamaica because I wasn't born here and I didn't grow here. So I could tell you about my schoolyard songs in England with the rest of us diaspora, and our songs from there. However, they had a song in their language that they were singing. They had the drummings. They were wearing nature. So they had a significant leaf. The name escapes me that they had, and they moved in ways that we move on the continent. And when I go to the continent, I feel very much at home, as if I'm in Jamaica, but my family, my blood family, just aren't there. So when people say, yeah, we're all one, it's a big difference about what all one looks like. Because when I see diasporans in the world, I'm like, I see you because I see me. When I see Jamaicans, I see you because I see me. But when I go to the continent, I see people who look like me, who do things like me, but it's a very different connection that I have. I feel I belong there. But when you're used to that, it's that familiarity that when you've gone somewhere for the first time and you know no one, you build a community. So the next time you go, you have people that you're familiar with. That's very much when I go to the continent. That's how it is for me. I make my family as I go along. And that was very much what it was like in Maroon Town. Although a lot of it is commercialized because they generate capital through, the sellers, people selling things on the side. And when I was going there wasn't a lot that they were making indigenously from the area. However, they had people showing you the old ways of like squeezing sugar out of sugarcane with this machine, which I've got pictures of. I'm putting that into the Maroon Wars documentary of things that they still have carried forward, some of the practices. And again, these are practices that we passed down. So although we know we've got machinery and things like that, it's still important to know how things were done in the past, so you can continue to pioneer ideas of how you can improve that or what it would look like. Because on the continent, we've got many young men and women who are leading in science because they're looking at what they have and being able to create new things. And this is why we spend so much time looking at African and Black inventors and scientists, because we're looking at our conditions that we were in and how we've been able to use our minds and our creativity to develop things to enhance the future. Most of our ideas have been stolen because, again, we don't rule the society. So when we get upset that, they've taken our ideas, they're always going to take our ideas because it fits into their societies. It fits into their plans for development. We don't have that on that level. So when they're doing things like that, that's what happens, because we don't have an infrastructure to be able to make the things that we're developing work in the same way they make it work for the infrastructure that has been developed, that we're all working a part of.
Okay, so in I want to ask this question in the facts of in foods.
Yeah.
Have you saw any? You know what? Let me not go to foods yet, because I know you're very good at when it comes to the war and the military kind of stuff and the puppy stuff. I want you to give like an information between understanding the sailors' families in Jamaica, or not, let's say the Caribbean connection to the poor blacks in the UK.
You say to the poor blacks in the UK?
Yeah.
So the sailors, yeah?
Yeah.
Merchant seamen.
Yes.
So the merchant seamen they've been a part of Britain since the Napoleonic Wars in the 1700s, 1791, I think, if my brain hasn't escaped me. But the latter part of the 1700s, we had the Napoleonic Wars, and there they were recruiting lots of African men from the West Indies and from the slave boats. Because when we get to 1807, the Abolition of the Slave Trade Act, a lot of people don't understand that it allowed Great Britain to take the African men and women from France and Spain and the Dutch and fine those countries because they're breaching the acts that Britain has put in place and now made law for the world. But what people don't remember is that they took those men and women and they enlisted them into lifelong service, into their armies and into servitude on their plantations. They didn't take those men and women back to the continent of Africa because everything costs money. As a result of that, we have men a part of the merchant navy. We have men that traveled around the world and settled in England as a result of them being a part of the British merchant navy. Merchant navy. We have a lot of them settling in Ireland, a lot of them settling around the coast, Southampton, Plymouth, around the southern coast, coming up into England. But when they came, they were able to settle. So although, you know, we look at racism in the way that we see it today, it wasn't in the same way that we understand racism today. So although many people, you know, were ostracized and set aside, there were many men who weren't. They were welcomed in as a part of communities because of their service to their country. And European women have always been interested in African Black men, and they would create families with them and have children. But a lot of people would then, like in Liverpool, I've documented stories of families saying that they're children of mixed heritage. They would leave their buggies outside of a shop. Don't ask me why, because in today we don't leave our buggies outside of a shop, but they did, and they would come back and their child would be filled with saliva because people would be spitting on the child. But in my brain, because I'm African, I couldn't understand that, because I wouldn't be spitting on any child. However, Europeans and their disgust decided that they would be spitting on children who were of mixed heritage because they didn't agree that that should be the case. And this is a part of many people's histories. This is a part of many people's cultures around this country, around England. But we have, what do we have? We have Lillian Bader. Her dad was from Barbados. He was a merchant seaman, and he was able to secure a home and a wife and have children, of which he grew his children to understand value and service to their country. So his daughter joined the Second World War, and she joined the Women's Air Artillery Corps and then moved over to the Royal Air Force. So when we look at, you know, today's VJ Day, for instance, victory for Japan, where Japan signed over to say that they had lost the war on this day. But we have a lot of men and women who serve from the West Indies, from the continent of Africa, in the Royal Air Force, and Lillian Bader is one of them. And she's a descendant. She's a British-born descendant of Bayesian and Irish ancestry. And there are many of them. So I've got 5 families I'm documenting now, which I'm putting into a book, of them being British born, understanding what that looks like to them back then in the 40s and 30s, and how they don't understand that culture of going back to the West Indies. They just understand the culture of their parent, bringing that culture to England and adapting to English culture, and making a lot of their references to the West Indies poignant in regards to etiquette and things that they didn't see other Europeans doing, cleanliness, things like that, and things that would have been brought from the West Indies, bringing them forward.
Okay. You know, and another question I want to ask, you know, in forms of the loyalists, the ones that left America. Yes, they said that a lot of them based themselves around London. If you could give us a little bit of history of that and where they will probably more likely to gather around within London. I know,
right? So, Tony Warner, Black History Studies, he does a lot of this when he does his walks around London. But there's one Black loyalist that I have in my mind in particular. His name is Thomas Peters. He traveled from America up to Canada. Mm-hmm. And at the time, this is 1787 times, when we've got, you know, Ignatius Sancho, Ottobah Cagano, and Granville Sharp. So I say their names before his, because we only know Granville Sharp as a white abolitionist because of those 2 men who were pushing him to fight their fight. And abolitionists made money like slave traders made money. So it didn't matter which side you were on, you were making money. But Thomas Peters, there was a conversation being had about sending Black Poors back to Africa, as England wanted to have a foothold on the continent, and it hadn't at that time. And Thomas Peters had gotten wind of this conversation from Canada, because what was happening in Canada is they were trying to get rid of all the Maroons and the Africans that, you know, Harriet Tubman had brought up to Canada during the Underground Railroad, and the Maroons who had been expelled from Jamaica to Nova Scotia. They wanted them out as well. So they were looking at how they could get them and then the Black Poor from England over to the new settlement in Sierra Leone. So the settlement in Sierra Leone, I think it was forged in 1804, 1809. But this was a cosmopolitan community of Black loyalists, of the Black communities from Nova Scotia, as well as the Black Poor in this country. So when they were coming, Some settled in London, some settled up in Liverpool, and again Southampton. Southampton is a very poignant port, as well as Plymouth. But they settled here. Some went to Sierra Leone, but some stayed. And we look at some of their histories around how they've impacted local communities. Because although we don't know their histories, you know, full on, there's a lot of small stories in different communities that we've been able to start getting together to try and create a story of the different types of conversations being had from this cultural perspective. Because Black doesn't mean the same thing to all of us. It's just what it is. But when we use it, we can only understand what it means to us personally. So most of the time we get offended when, you know, people like, when we're not Black, we're African. But by saying we're not Black or we're African means that if we're West Indian, you're removing that history. So we've got to be very careful about how we're classifying ourselves and how we deem these classifications for ourselves, and how we put them onto other people. Because by doing that, we close off a conversation where people know and how they identify themselves, and we remove that from them because we think we know better for us or for them. But the Black loyalists, from the research, they've done the same thing that all people who have been in the military have done. They've come back and they tried to create order, because the order that they have been able to sustain in the military had made sense for them. You know, we do very regimented, but it makes sense to get it done because it's about meeting and action. Whereas when you're living, you just live day to day. There is no action. You know, if I choose to plant, if I don't choose to plant, that's on me. But when you look at how that actually impacts, if you were consistent, you would start to see developments. And this is where the struggle with Haiti came, because when they got independence, they were like, we're not working. And as a result of an infrastructure being in place where the work that they had been doing was able for them to capitalize, they didn't understand the ins and outs of needing to work for themselves to be able to develop that generational wealth that we just haven't seen for Haiti. See how I've jumped from loyalist all the way down to Haiti?
I'll tell you what, this is an extensive history, and as you said, there's a lot of connections that are coming out of one place.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that people understand that, you know, it's not one line, it's not one place geographically that people are getting taken from. There's a lot of different people. Right. There's a lot of people being acclimated into a system, whether it's the naval system or whatever, that again, by default, you're traveling, you're going all over the place. You know, we know the British Empire conquered a lot of the world through their naval pursuits. So again, understanding just on that premise how much travel and how much our brothers and sisters have been spread out across the diaspora through that is important to know. Because
and then we don't even touch on changes of names. We don't even touch on, we haven't even I might touch on that tomorrow. But we don't even touch on them changing their names. Imagine being born with a name and having to change it to fit somebody else's understanding of what you're supposed to be. And then when you go around and... What are you saying, Terry? When you're going around and you're then... Because I grew up in generations where a lot of the people around said they weren't going to name their children African names because they wanted them to get jobs. And people will condemn them. But again, they must understand something about the world that they live in while they're saying that. Because they see how disproportionate the opportunities are. And as a result of that, they're like, we're going to do our best to give our children the best foot forward. So we're going to call him George. We're going to call her Lucy. And I'm not saying you shouldn't call your children George or Lucy. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is the conversations I were having is that the people around me were not prepared to look at any other name outside of a European one because they didn't want their children to stand out. They didn't want their children to be recognized as being Black. They didn't want their children to be recognized as being something that's against the system. So when I was telling people my children's names, they was like, why would you do that? I said, because my children are going to work for themselves, or they're going to work for the company that I built for them, or whatever opportunities I will open for them, they will know their name has meaning. You're not going to shorten it. You're not going to do any of this rubbish. You're not going to continue to disrespect us. But when we're looking at how they changed our names, and we've got documentaries, look at the trauma, rabbit-proof friends. I know, and they went ballistic with that with Australia. And then imagine removing our children from our families, renaming them, and teaching them how to be cleaners, and teaching them how to be house workers, and then we get ourselves caught up in conversations like, well, you know, they've got opportunities. And I remember, sorry, I bring this up because I look at Africa, I look at the Black experience, and I look at the indigenous experience, because it's not different to our experience. And because they are considered a smaller minority than us, I felt it was important to include their narratives, because they look like us. So as a result, their narrative must fit alongside us. We ain't got no time to be talking about anybody else, because we've got a continent to talk about and all other things, but we're going to talk about the systemic abuse and mental trauma that our community has been faced with. And this is why we take it back to the family, to look at how this has been crippling us and how we're not looking at these reasons. We're just going on. We all need counseling, but who do we go to for counseling? We all need all these things, because the medications, all the rest of it is designed by somebody else to suppress what we're feeling, because we shouldn't be feeling this according to them, but we're carrying ancestral luggage. And we're passing that on, and we don't understand that we're passing that on. And there's a lot that we're not passing on culturally, especially like I come back to Jamaica. I'm going back to this rabbit-proof fence and this name business. But you know, like we talk about Duppy, we talk about spirits, and we talk about spirituality in a very different way. And we fuse it with Christianity, or we fuse it with Islam, or we fuse it with Rastafarianism. But they're things that we are able to connect with, because we resonate with something inside. Doesn't matter what we're practicing, we make that a part of everything. And we don't understand that we've made everything. We think it's that one book we're reading that's giving us all of that, and we don't understand that aspect. So we don't pass certain things on to our children about their dreams, about ancestors, about these sorts of things. And by doing that, we're going to be identity less in the next 2 generations, because we're going to be following somebody else's model that doesn't work for us, because we don't understand that we're carrying a legacy that has worked for us in a way that we've been able to interact with. And the less we interact with it, the less we understand how we can connect with that and back with that. Back to this rabbit-proof fence. I was on holiday with my friends, and a white Australian thought he would have a conversation with us about how he was upset about how the Aborigines aren't accepting their welfare, or they're choosing to go to drugs and alcohol. Well, when you come in and you rape people and you commit genocide, you take their lands, you tell them you can live here, or the rest of it, what do you think that's going to do to them? And why do you think that the world that you've created for yourself, that they should want to be a part of that? And if they are going to be a part of that, they can't get to no higher levels. They've got to be your cleaning crew. And he thought he was empowered. He was empowered. I said, you can't be empowered sitting next to me talking that genocide talk to me.
Yes. Right.
And then when we go around the world and we look at how they keep bringing back our cultures, and they say, native wear, they're disrespecting the genocide that they've created on the world, and we just accept that. And we say, it's gone. These are the things that continue to keep igniting the traumas that we're seeing, and the fact that we are complacent with how we understand that the abuse is real, and it's on our families that we're being abused, and they're taking our children, and they're readapting and re-educating, and because we don't have the time, because we're working or we're trying to fit into something, and I don't know what we're trying to fit into, but we don't have the time to nurture ourselves and our own healings, and therefore we can't listen to the voices of our children, because all of us have a different voice. We all have a different role to play, but we spend our time trying to govern them or guide them based on the traumas we've understood and how we think that they can get along in life. We haven't got along in life, so how can we then teach the next generation to get along in life? How can we teach them any of the tools if we haven't got the tools for ourselves? So that's why we bring it back to the work. We bring it back to ourselves. What does your family look like? What's your family set up? What things are you passing down? Because the books that we create, they're things you can pass down. Because in 100 years, all the work that we're doing now, nobody's going to be able to understand and even know how to do that work. Nobody's going to even think, oh, what were they doing in World War I? Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to care. But the rest of the world will be caring about what they're doing. Back. That's right. But then our legacy continues to be severed because we haven't been able to understand that it's our responsibility to document our history. It's our responsibility to document our current narrative, and for us to find a way to make that change. Because when our children see that, that's what empowers them. Your actions. Sorry?
No, sorry. Terry was saying that he was muted.
Yeah. So, I was just adding to that because I was with my research team yesterday and we was having this dialogue, and we were going in the places of South Carolina, and we started to realize, the people that were rebellion, right? Because there was an island just outside Angola where it was Roman Catholic.
Yeah.
But what they did was they still kept that tradition. So, but the Europeans realized that it was something that they can't work with because it's not what their narrative was through their type of religion. So then they turned them people into being rebellion. So they sent them to South Carolina back to the Caribbean.
Right? Because they didn't want to deal with them. Yeah. These are the age-old tactics.
Too much.
But that's what they did, and that's a part of all of our histories, because they've sent the most rebellion out because they didn't want to martyr them by killing them. But by doing that, they've gone on to inspire other places and create different movements. And these are the conversations that we're supposed to be having. So all of us who are doing things that we consider small, you know, like Black Poppy Rose, that's a big conversation to be having, telling other people, we're not accepting that you're not remembering us. We're going to do it for our damn selves. And it's taken over 100 years to get to this point, but we're not going to accept it anymore. And then when you learn the history, because when I go around and I learn with, you know, Black History Studies, I learn with Robin Walker, I learn with Tony Warner, I learn with Queen Afua, I read, you know, I learn from Malamu Baruti, is it Baruti? Asafo. When we're reading our scholars, when we're reading all of these things, I take that and put it into me, and I've got to create a new voice for all of that history and narrative. There's no sense sending our children to go back and go and read Sheikh Anta Diop. We're supposed to be recreating the work that he's been doing for us now. We're supposed to be recreating the Amos Wilson. We're supposed to be doing all of that. We're supposed to have read all of that and gone through all of that to be able to create something new for the future, so they know where the timeline is.
No, well, that's the thing. I mean, what you
Thank
said
you for
is
having me.
No.
We want to know a bit more about Jamaica, man, because you know what, I want to get that bit of that sun. You know what I mean? Get a bit of history in that Jamaica.
Hello. I'm not taking up somebody else's time. I'm not taking up somebody else's time. So I'm on again tomorrow at 12. So you'll see me again tomorrow.
100%. But you know, before you go, you know, we need to talk, and we need to have like a proper full discussion. You know, where it's just me and Richie and you, and we go in.
We'll schedule that. We'll schedule that because we can theme it. Yeah, because we can theme it over a 2-hour period, and we can have themed and topics. So this was just, remember, people have seen me for 10 years, but they don't actually know what I do. They see me, I'm the Black Poppy Rose woman. They don't know what they can't know. And because I've been spending a lot of time traveling, making those links, because when I'm in Jamaica, Sierra Leone, and Canada, it takes the work to do that. And other people don't have the same vision as I do. So I've got to be online doing that, and Liberia. So as a result of that, now we're 10 years in, and now I'm able to come out and do these things. And now I've got to put the books down. I've got to put all the research down and things like that. So there is that time. But if anybody wants to find me, you can find me at Black Poppy Rose on all social media, or Yiwae.com. So that's YIWAE.com for genealogy. Website is blackpoppyrose.org or Yiwae.com. And yeah, you can email me.
You heard that, people.
So I take this all over the world. I take this into schools. I take this into communities. I take this into corporate.
Yep. Make sure you get that Black Poppy
Rose.
Rose
Online. Order your pin.
Order them.
That's right. Order your pins, because by doing that, we start the conversation.
20 at a time. If you order 20 at a time, you can share it amongst your own. But you know what? It's a great thing you're doing, and we appreciate the work that you're putting into the community, because if you don't do this, you know, not many people are willing to go into their history and to bring that back out into the future, like a Sankofa, taking the past and bringing it into the future and advancing it into that fast forward. But yes, Selena, thank you very much. You know, we're going to see you again tomorrow. We can't wait. We want to release Jamaican time. You know, next minute we'll be on the beach.
Can't wait.
You know what I mean? With some fresh coconut water and some item tea.
Doing the same breakdown. That's all.
Yeah, that's all it's about. We love you out there, people, and this is what you're seeing, and this is what you're getting. As we got someone next, but before we even go into that, I'm asking anyone that's got businesses, or anyone that's got like products or services, or someone just wants to talk about the Black family, please jump on, follow the link and jump on, because this is about Black family, and it's Black family first. So we're bringing our issues in-house and cleaning our own house. We don't need other people to clean our house. We need to clean it for ourselves. So if we come and communicate, because even people that go through trauma, all they need is someone to talk to. Pick up a phone a friend and say, how you doing? What's happening? Because you know what? That friend there might be in a full depression at home and concealing that trauma within himself. So you know what? Pick up the phone a friend, you know what I mean? And as well as creating a foundation. Please donate, family. You've got to donate.
Can I say one last thing? Last thing?
Yes.
We're all dealing with depression and we don't know how to support one another because we continue to think that, you know, oh, you should just get over it. We're all suffering out here. And if you don't know how to clean your house, look to your community for support. Look for support with that. Because when we can't do everything by ourselves, and don't be afraid to ask for help, because that's what's going to help the healing process by being open about what you're going through. It's that openness that allows us to heal, not hiding the fact that we feel that we're weak, because we're not. What we're going through is something that's very real. And although, you know, I believe that we live many different experiences on the planet, this is my first time being Selina Carty. And what I go through is very new for me. So I didn't come with a blueprint knowing what it was to be Selina Carty, or to be a Black woman, or to be a Black mother, or to be a sister of the community. So I'm learning as I go along. So the things, when people are telling me, you know, I'm failing, I can't fail. Yeah, all I can do is learn from the actions that I've chosen to make, because most of them are coming from my spirit. Right or wrong for somebody else, they're right for me. And this goes back to the principle of my art. It's about balance. We all don't have the same balance. We're not all coming from the same places that we're supposed to be doing. However, listening and observing and seeing the signs of depression to be able to support your fellow brothers and sisters is key. And it doesn't cost anything. It's about how we support one another to continue to be great. That's it. So get your next person on.
Yeah.
So because I'm not gonna nobody try and disrespect me for taking their time. See you later. Have a wonderful day, and I will see you tomorrow.
Enjoy. Just sip that coconut water. You know what? I'll be tasting it over in the UK.
That's it. Imagining it.
Okay.
See you later.
Speak to you later.
All right, take care, sister.
Yes, as we're back again, we've got this video, and then we've got the brother minister's documentary, because as you know, it's Marcus Garvey's birthday on the Monday. You know, he was one of the first. But you know, as we were talking earlier about the loyalists, and they did reach Africa way before Marcus Garvey. But Marcus Garvey wanted to take the mantrum and push it once again to getting us back to that motherland. But yes, what is this new video that we're putting up on the Queen Diambi?
This is just a quick reminder, quick plug in between our next assigned event. Just a quick video to remind and reinforce what the sister was just talking about live from Jamaica. So this is just something, again, from the archives. Some of this footage that we're showing has been seen, some of it hasn't been. But again, it's all for you, family, to make you aware of our inherent connection across the diaspora, going right back to Africa. As always, you see the link, support the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Youth Exchange Program. This is what we're doing this for. Please do not get it twisted. Well, I want you to support Black Eyes TV. The link is there for you to donate directly to Black Eyes TV. But the whole point and purpose of this weekend is for the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Youth Exchange Program that me and Mr. Riggs and others behind the scenes are putting together. So without further ado, let me play this video before we start the next scheduled event.
Well, England and the African diaspora in England, I'm here, Queen Diambi of the Bena Chiamba and Bakwa Indu people of the Bakwampungu Kingdom of Congo. So I'm here to just honor you, the diaspora. And we came to do a very special ceremony to honor our ancestors and to show that all the Africans of the world are really one people. And then Africa has basically created herself again in so many ways, in so many different countries and so many different lands all over the world. And we have to continue with the legacy of our ancestors. Our ancestors went through a very difficult time when they were taken from Africa, kidnapped in such a brutal way and such a crude situation. And they survived the journey. They brought them here, actually, to these, docks to sell them as slaves. And so they were taken captives and they were kidnapped, and then also they were put to work in a forced labor camp. So we suffered, and it was not just one generation, it was a multitude of generations. And so despite this difficulty, our ancestors really chose the voice of life. They chose the light because they had God in their heart, and they carried on with that light and passed it on. And it's important that we recognize that this light is still shining today within us. And then we have a task that has been given us by the Creator, so we can continue to make this world a better place. Africa has a lot of solution. Africa has a lot of wisdom. Africa has a lot of knowledge in the ancestral ways, but we have been cut off, and we have learned to disrespect ourselves by disrespecting our own history and disrespecting the legacy of our cultures that our ancestors left. And I'm really, really encouraging all the people to really reconcile with their identity proper. And we can also create a new identity, just like our ancestors did in all the countries of the diaspora. Because as I say, in Jamaica, there is not just a Yoruba, there is a Yoruba, there is a Ga, there is a Benin, there is a Dahomey, there is a Congo, there is an Angola, there is a Senegal, there is everybody in one person. So the diaspora is really the example of a united Africa. And I really call on you, the diaspora, because we have resources, we have access to information, to really start breaking all the walls between us and to stop seeing the differences between us, because in each one of you, there is everyone. There is every country of Africa. So start recognizing all the things that unite us. And it's that spirit that really wants to bring about a change for people to thrive and prosper, and for us to really lift ourselves up. And it's not just for the African people. It's really a new energy we can bring into this world by showing the path that we are very resilient people, we are strong, and we are very resourceful people. And if we were able to survive the worst condition, we can definitely make a difference if we have the right resources, but especially the right mindset and the heart at the right place. So I'm here really to say, I pay you homage. I pay homage to all our ancestors, no matter where they are, where they came from, all the lineage that we come from. And I really want to recognize that strength and beauty in us that we can see today. And today, when I see every one of you, I see them, and I see myself in them, and I say, we're going to do this. So thank you very much for welcoming me here. Thank you very much for all the love and support, and just the unity I see and the welcome I see. I will come again and again and again, and then you'll get tired of me. A message for the children. Children, you are the most valuable resources we have. You are the angel of the future. You are our babies, and with your strength and your pure heart, we are going to do a lot of work. We are the ones who are going to change the energy on this planet. And you, the children, I have a big responsibility. That's why I will come back again, and I will give you your crown as prince and princesses of Africa. So when you wear a crown, it's not about something pretty that, just show that you are a prince or princess. When you have a crown on, it's just saying that you accept the responsibility you have towards yourself to be a good person in this world, toward your loved ones, your family, your parents, to be obedient and a kind person, and also to be good to the community in which you live and to this world. So always try to work to be the best citizen of the world, because we need you, we need your intelligence, we need your creativity, we need your smile, we need your love, and you are much better than us. You are the upgrade of our generation. So keep on doing what you do. Learn about your history. Be proud of being African, and ask your elders, ask your grandparents how is Africa if you don't know, or just ask, read books. I have a friend of mine, Dominique here, Mwankumi, who writes a book, a children's book, and for Africa, to explain to them about Africa. If you want to say a little something about your books.
But I'm surprised. But my job is to writing children's book, to tell our children how to write their own story, how to draw it, and you become what you see, what you eat, and try to see the positive things with the children, the something they can in the future they can become.
Brother Rich, as we're going back into the next one, we're going into the AWF, and we're going to start to show our brother ministers documentary.
You got it queued up.
You know, the great Marcus Garvey in the house.
Hold on.
From our brother minister.
Hold up, brother. Listen, if anybody is having any problems with the link or with the PayPal, please let us know. I just got a random text from somebody who's saying they was having a bit of trouble. If you find you're having any troubles with any of the links, please let us know in the chat. If the sound for some of the videos we're playing isn't correct or you're not getting it correctly, please let us know so we can continue to bring today's event smoothly for you. Yeah, so let me just say that. Run the track, brother. Big up to brother minister and the information that's about to get laid down.
It's not visually working. Hold on.
It is working. It just takes a second. It's there.
Marcus Garvey Studies, presented by Brother Minister. Greetings, my African family. Now, it's a very special day today, for more than one reason. But today, my family, I'm going to be presenting to you the story of Marcus Garvey. Now, I'm going to try my best to fit in as much information as possible within the time given to me today to present this. So people, maybe get a pen, get a drink. I don't want to promote smoking, but build it up and get your mind focused into listening to some key facts about the honorary Marcus Messiah Garvey. Many people have spoken about Marcus Garvey. Everybody knows that Marcus Garvey is, one of my greatest examples. So, a lot of people have been asking, Brother Minister, when you're gonna bring out this series? I always like when you talk about Marcus Garvey. So this is the Marcus Garvey Studies. This is the first of 7 episodes that will be dropping, weekly or fortnightly for the people to really study and understand why we say Marcus Garvey. So I think it's only right that we start this by the words of Marcus Garvey himself. I think that's fair. The people would probably agree. So I ain't gonna play too much of it, but I'm gonna play maybe 2-3 minutes of it so people get the gist of the type of spirit that we're dealing with here. Here we go, my people.
When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black and the green around me. For in the new life I shall rise up with God. To lead the millions of the heights and the fire that you well know. Look for me in a world without a farm. Look for me all around you. For a God's grace, I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa. To aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life. Any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another race is a leadership that will enslave you. Any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another race is a leadership that will enslave you. They gave leadership to our forebears, and that leadership made them slaves. But we have decided to find a leadership of our own to make ourselves free men. Our great scholars have inspired through their colleges and universities have thrown away the blessed record. Babylon did it. Assyria did it. France under Napoleon did it. Germany under Prince von Bismarck did it. England under America under George Washington did it. Africa with 400 million black people can do it. If you cannot do it, if you are not prepared to do it, then you will die. You race of cowards, you race of imbeciles, you race of good for nothing. If you cannot do what other men have done, what other nations have done, what other races have done, then you have to die. Can we do it? We can do it. We shall do it. We have prayed to God for vision and for leadership. And He has given us our universal vision. A vision that will not limit our possibilities to America. A vision that will not limit our possibilities to the West Indies, but a vision that said there must be a free and redeemed Africa. Christ the crucified, Christ the despised. We appeal to you for help, for succor, for leadership. When you endeavor to carry your burden of the heights of Calvary, when white men scorned you, when white men scorned you, when white men spat upon you, when white men pierced your side out of which blood and water are sport, it was a black man in the name of Simon the Syrian who took your cross and bore it up the heights of Calvary. And now that we are bearing our burden being so heavy, we demand that you just help us all up the heights. Oh, yes, the cause is grand, the cause is true. Surely we shall not turn back. Oh, sail on, almighty shepherd, sail on until the flag of the red, the black, and the green is perched upon the hills of the Africa. Because the time has come for the black man to forget his hero worship of other races and to create and emulate heroes of his own. We must canonize our own saints, create our own martyrs, and elevate the positions of fame and honor black men and women who have made a distinct contribution to our racial history. Secure the truth is worthy of a place of sainthood alongside the Son of God. Christmas Harris and George William Gordon are entitled to the halo of martyrdom with no less glory than the martyrs of any other race. To sample of a short brilliancy of a soldier or a statesman outshine that of any other people, and he's entitled to the highest place as a hero among men. Africa created millions and countless millions of black men and women in war and peace, whose luster and bravery outshine that of any other people. So why not see good and perfection in ourselves? We must inspire our literature and promulgate the doctrine of our own without any apologies to the powers that be. That's right, is our son God.
Yeah, man. Hear the words of the man himself. You know what I mean? So you people can get to, get the gifts, get the spirit of the man. You hear, Marcus Garvey blazing. You understand? And every time I hear the man's voice, and I read the man's words, it gives a strength to me. You know what I mean? Marcus Garvey's words is a strength to all of us. All right, without further ado, let's move forward on with the presentation now. So, for those that don't know, Marcus Garvey was born in St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica, on the 17th of August, 1887. And that is the house that Marcus Garvey grew up in. As you can see, they have a plaque. They used to have like a statue of his face there as well, but I don't know what happened to that on top of that plaque. But yeah, that's the house Marcus Garvey grew up in. So, all right, let's move on, my people. So, Marcus Garvey grew up in the countryside of Jamaica, beautiful parish, St. Anne's. So now let's deal with Marcus Garvey's family life. Not a lot here has really been, spoken about regarding Marcus Garvey's early years, you know what I mean, like his family and things of that nature. But what we do know is that his father was a serious man, you know what I mean. He was a descendant of the Maroons. He was a stone builder by trade. He wanted Marcus Garvey to address him as Mr. Garvey. You understand what I'm saying? it's been said that he had a separate place on his land where he set up a library and he spent lots of time in there reading and to himself. So, you know what I mean? You know, they said that Marcus Garvey's father was frustrated. You know, his father would have been born a slave. And these things, one of the things that stands out with the relationship with Garvey and his father is this story of when Garvey was left in a shallow grave for hours. Marcus Garvey, his father, used to dig graves up and things like that, you get me? But we left Garvey in there to teach him a lesson. The lesson was that you shouldn't be scared. You know, and you can depend on nobody but yourself. You know what I mean? So this is the kind of, you know, man that, you know, Garvey, you know, grew up looking up to his father. You know, serious man. And, you know, if you're from the Caribbean, listening to this and you think of, you know, your granddad or, you know, granddad's friends and, you know, that kind of era people, there is, you know, a few people that I know, yeah, that fit the description of Marcus Garvey's father, in the sense that, you know, he sticks to themselves, don't really like people, don't have a lot of trust for people. You know what I mean? So yeah, but on the other hand, you know, Marcus Garvey's mother, Garvey describes his mother as sober, conscious Christian. You know, he goes on to say she's too soft and good for the time in which she lived. Garvey loved his mother very much. You know, she had great hopes for Garvey. You know, he said that Garvey's mother was very kind and loving. In terms of work-wise, she used to raise crops, and she also cooked for like a white family, which many people did at that time. And I mean, you know, growing up, she saw something special in Garvey. She believed that Garvey was going to grow up to do great things. And, you know, bearing in mind that she had 11 children, you know, all of them, you know, sadly passed away in childhood, except for Marcus Garvey and his sister, Indiana. So, you know, Marcus Garvey grew up in an environment where he's got, you know, a very strict militant, somewhat to say, father, but then he's got, you know, very soft, kind, loving mother. So he's got a balance, you know, you can say the yin and the yang if you wish. But yeah, as I was saying, not much is spoken really on Garvey's early life. You know, they always talk about the story where Marcus Garvey grew up with this white girl, and when he reached certain age, you know, the white girl was told she can't speak to Garvey again, and I think that the white girl's family shipped off the white girl off to somewhere else, back to Europe somewhere. But yeah, Marcus Garvey, you know, as a kid, he used to envision himself, you know, speaking in front of large crowds and stuff like that. You get me? It's said that Garvey knew every word in the dictionary, and he used to, you know, make his friends test him on words if he knew the meaning and things like that. You know, he had a passion for reading. He probably got it from his father, because his father was, like I said, had the library. Garvey had the, you know, the luxury of, you know, reading books in the library from a young age. You know, Garvey developed that love for reading. But yeah, so, you know, Garvey leaves school at 14. But even before he leaves school, you know, he used to work with his uncle, not his uncle, sorry, his godfather, Mr. Bowles, who was a printer, and he started learning the printing trade. You know, at that time in 1903, Garvey's mother, you know, suffered great financial hardship because of the hurricane that, you know, destroyed all of her crops. So right about that time, Garvey now reaches 16 and he moves to Kingston. He moves to Kingston to go and stay with his uncle. While in Kingston, he gets a very good job at that time. You know, he gets a job for this big printing company, P.A. Benjamin. You know, and he works there hard, you know, until he reaches, you know, the stage of, or the job of foreman. You know, he's only 18 years old now, and he's a foreman. Not only is he the youngest foreman, but you know, he's breaking barriers, because they import foremen from Canada to Jamaica, etc. But you know, Garvey worked his way up to these positions. You know, but you know, at the same time, you know, Garvey starts to be looking at the conditions of the people and saying, well, like certain, you know, treatments and stuff, you know, Garvey was seeing. You know, but so he forms the Printers Union, and he also releases his first newspaper. And throughout Garvey's life, you'll find Garvey, you know, constantly releasing or publishing newspapers. So the first newspaper that Garvey publishes at this time was called the Garvey Watchman. You know, like I said, he's in Kingston now. Kingston is a place where it's bubbling with, you know, different kind of philosophies and things like that. He ends up becoming an assistant secretary to the Pioneer Political Party. You know what I mean? The party was called the National Club, and that's where he meets, you know, or you know, he grows this great admiration for a person named Robert Love. Robert Love, now, for those that don't know, let's stick up in there. Before I get on to Robert Love, yeah, let me just add in some other historical facts so we can move on past that. So while Garvey's in Kingston, I'm not sure, for those that are from Jamaica that know Victoria Pier, yeah, Garvey used to be at the Victoria Pier debating, you know, his friends every Saturday night. It's got to the stage now where I think there was a group of people in Jamaica that was petitioning to change the name from Victoria Pier and call it the Marcus Garvey Pier, because of the history that Marcus Garvey at that young age had with that location. In regards of his work, you know, like I said, he formed the Printers Union, which is one of the first, you know, unions in the British West Indies. So even now, Garvey is revolutionary in what he's doing. You know, he sends for his mother also to come to stay in Kingston once he had set up himself. But you know, his mother was a woman from the countryside, and you know, country life is different from city life. And you know, he said that she never really liked the city life, and she passed away shortly after. I think it was like 2 years after she actually passed away. But Garvey ends up, you know, setting up this printers union, and ends up siding with with the workers. And because of this, he ends up losing his job at the printery. But you know, it wasn't really a problem for Garvey at that time, because he soon got another job with the government's printery. But now let's move on to Robert Love. Robert Love, yeah, he wasn't from Jamaica. He was born in the Bahamas. Let's move the slide. Yeah, he was born in the Bahamas on the 2nd of October, 1839. Marcus Garvey says, much of my early education in race consciousness is from Dr. Love. he goes on to say in the Gleaner 1934 that, you know, the great Jamaican legislator and patriot, Mr. Robert Love, you know, who your great inspiration. You know, Robert Love though was from the Bahamas. He went to America and studied in Buffalo for a while. He fell in love with Toussaint. You know, he fell in love with like the Haitian Revolution and things like that. You get me? This was the first man kind of like that will come out and be telling black men, don't be looking at white people like you're some superior, like they're superior to us. Like, don't have no inferior complex when you're dealing with these people. We're just as good as any other people. You know, he sets up a famous newspaper called the Jamaican Advocate. You know, it was very influential at the time. If even when you're looking at certain concepts of, you know, women having the right to education and things like this, you know, he believed that, you know, everybody should be educated, the black man and the black woman. You know, he broke down social ideas and definitions. You get me? You know, Robert Love was a legend in his own rights, and it's surprising that, you know, people don't really hear about Robert Love today. You know, he also was involved in politics as well in Jamaica. He sat I think he sat on I think he was St Andrews. He was a part in something, but he got a seat in Parliament or whatever. He was a serious man in Jamaica. Like I said to you, he had that philosophy that black man can do anything that any other people could do. You know, and for that, Garvey, you know, was inspired, and rightly so. So I wanna, you know, big up Robert Love, you know, the spirit of Robert Love, and we move forward. You know, I would say to the people listening to this now that they should go and research Robert Love. You know what I mean? Because a lot of us revolutionary people, we don't get to hear about. You know, because different reasons even why we don't get to hear about them. But, you know, the ones that become aware of certain people in our history should, you know, make it their duty to inform others about such people. That's why I'm even doing this Marcus Garvey presentation now, because it's needed. And I know certain things about Garvey, so I'm saying, you know what, I'm going to pass it on. It's not worth me having the knowledge to myself. It doesn't make no sense. So so for a while, Garvey's there, you know, getting into a little bit of trouble here and there, fighting colonial ideas and stuff. You know, he decides to travel. So he leaves Jamaica to go and stay with another one of his uncles in Costa Rica. He gets a job while he's in Costa Rica as well, on a banana plantation. You know, he didn't really have that job for too long, you know, because the conditions in Costa Rica at that time was so harsh. Like, Costa Rica was, you know, you had robbers robbing, you know, the people coming in. You know, people would put their money into banks and the banks would disappear. You know, they run out of business. So there was really a lot going on in Costa Rica that forced Garvey to kind of, you know, organize himself. And when he looked around in Costa Rica, he didn't see any organization, anything champion or defending the people. You know, and as you can see, there's a kind of theme going on along here where Garvey was defending the workers, you know, the poor people. You know, so he didn't keep his job on the plantation for too long. He then gets a job at the Caribbean seaport, and that's where most Caribbean, you know, at the docks where most Caribbean people was, you know, at that time. While Garvey is in Costa Rica, he starts up another newspaper called the La Nation. you know, as a way to inform people and get people organized. You know what I mean? That this is the way to, you know, tell people of what's going on and where we can meet up and the new things that's going on in town. You know, soon Garvey had become, you know, a problem in Costa Rica. And, you know, the British authorities began to look at him with suspicion now. And they started to say, oh, this guy Marcus Garvey is a bit of a troublemaker. People are saying that while he was in Costa Rica, he was jailed and he was deported. I'm not 100% sure on if he was deported. I'm not sure. Well, according to Tony Martins anyway, what has been proven that Garvey was arrested for urging the workers to fight for better conditions. You know, so he was trying to motivate them to say, yo, fight. You get what I'm saying? So he was and then Tony Martins goes on to say he was either expelled or he left the country to escape the authorities of Costa Rica. You know, one thing for sure is that the authorities was happy to see him go. You know what I mean? So while this time Garvey travels, you know, around the West Indies, you know, traveling through Central and South America. You know, he's gone to Panama, Chile, Peru, just to name a few. While he's in Panama, he also publishes another newspaper. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said to you, Garvey is for newspapers, and you can see that theme throughout his career as well. Garvey's always writing, and if you know, newspapers, I guess, would be like, you know, the internet today. Do you get what I'm saying? In terms of the way people use it, that was the means back then when people didn't have maybe TVs in their houses and things like that. You know, people would get a newspaper and they'll read it to get the latest news around the world. You know what I mean? But when Garvey was traveling through like the Latin Americas, you know, it's been said that, you know, was a huge you know, eye opener for him. You know what I mean? Because the conditions, that they were living in just to make a living. Like Garvey couldn't believe it. You know, he returns back to Jamaica after this, you know, and it's said, by his wife that he was sickened with fever, you know, and he was also sick at the heart over, you know, the conditions of our people, man, you know, and how he wanted to help. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, just by seeing that. But anyway, Garvey at that point makes another travel. You know, in 1912, you know, Garvey travels to see his sister. At this time, his sister's left Jamaica and she's living in England. She was looking after some white family's children. But while Garvey is in England, he gets a job at the docks. But he gets to travel a lot. So, you know, he's in London, he's in Cardiff. You know, it's said that he attends Birkbeck College in London. And, you know, he has his fair strolls through Speaker's Corner at that time. And he said he was just fascinated over Speaker's Corner. While in London, though, however, Garvey didn't publish any paper. But his writings appeared in various publications. He also, what a lot of people don't know or haven't shared, is that Garvey traveled to Italy, France, Spain, Austria, Hungary, Germany. Where else did he travel? I think that was it. But he traveled. The British Isles. But while he's in London, he's also traveled in Europe. But in 1913, you know, Garvey, he's blocking it. You know, he's spent out all of his money. But however, he was lucky to get a job now. So this is where people mention that he meets Noble Drew Ali. I'm sorry, my apologies. Not Noble Drew Ali, Deuce Muhammad. Deuce Muhammad, for those that don't know, was a writer. He was in Nigeria for some time as well. He had a newspaper at the time, which was a huge, popular newspaper called the African Times and Oriental Review. Garvey got a job there. You can actually find an article written by Garvey called "The British West Indies in the Mirror of Civilization." So if anybody wants to see any of those early writings, that's the title of it. I've seen that one, so I know that you can definitely find that one online. Okay, so now here we have Garvey returning back, you know, due to financial struggles. He leaves Southampton and then takes the ship home back to Jamaica. And while he's taking, you know, or returning back to Jamaica, you know, he reads Booker T. Washington's book, Coming Up from Slavery. And at that point, you know, it loomed on him that he can't just escape this situation that we're in. He can't just not do nothing. Like where he's gone around South America, Europe, wherever, and seeing Black people's conditions, he's saying that he can't not do nothing. He has to do something, you know. And he said, he asked this question: where is the Black man's government? Where is his kings and his kingdoms? Where's his presidents, his country, his ambassadors, his army, his navy, his men of big affairs? I could not find them. And then I declared, I will help make them. So at that point, that's when Garvey, you know, decided now that he's going to work for the upliftment of the race. A lot of people think that that meant that Garvey read that book and decided to do that. No, it was when he was reading that book and he was reading what Booker T. Washington was doing and things like that. He was saying, you know what, sure, I'm going to have to do something, you know, after reading that book. And he gave credit to Booker T. Washington for that. And he wanted to create a Tuskegee institution, which is what Booker T. Washington had in America. But at that moment, anyway, when Garvey returns back to Jamaica, the UNIA is born, the Universal Negro Improvement Association. At the time, it was the Universal Negro Improvement and Conservation Association and African Community League, but those things were dropped. You know, it was left there, the UNIA. He also meets his first wife, Amy Ashwood, shortly after arriving back to Jamaica. You know, a lot of people think that she was instrumental in building the organization, which I have to give my fair dues and say she was. However, Garvey had already created the organization a month or two before he even met Amy. But the very first meeting, or we could say members meeting, that he held was held in Amy's mother's house. So we can't deny that she was a part of it. But Garvey meets Amy Ashwood at a debate in Kingston. You know, she was blazing, very well-spoken woman. Garvey, you know, was impressed with her. You know what I mean? Her debate and scores. I'm actually doing one of the other series. A part of the Marcus Garvey studies will be about Amy Ashwood. versus Marcus Garvey. So that's a whole nother story. Be sure to tune in for that one, because that's going to be an interesting one, because a lot of people are not speaking about that element, for, maybe they think it will maybe do more bad than good. I don't know, but, I'm going to be speaking about it still. So tune into that episode of the series. That episode of the series is going to be mad. So when the UNA was created, these were the aims and objectives. So there was, two of them. There was one for the local, and there was one in general. But as you can see, it was mainly to establish education and industry, day or evening training college, which is what I was saying about the Booker T. Washington, and things like that. You get me? But if you look there, the date is October. So that's probably why people are saying that Amy Ashwood was a part of it, because when he decided to put this out, the date, I think he met her in August. But anyway, where are we now? Garvey. So I'm gonna have to go back a second, because I did kind of leave it there, but if you look at the aims and objectives, he wanted to create some love amongst the race in it. So he wanted to promote spirit of racial pride and love. It goes on to say to reclaim the fallen of the race. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, Garvey wanted to help our people, man, and you can see that from the aims and objectives. And if you look at the last thing with the motto, one God, one aim, and one destiny. You understand? And that motto was carried right across from 1914, when this was written, till he passed away. And that's to be, the UNIA up to today still carry that motto of one God, one aim, and one destiny. So all right now, so we've covered the early stages. So what we have now is a young, fiery Marcus Garvey that wants to build his organization. He initially Liz wanted to go meet Booker T. Washington. So early 1916, Garvey leaves to go to America. He intends to go, on a speaking tour, trying to raise money for his organization. He traveled America for months, up and down the country, speaking to people. I know that those things. The actual date when it says that Garvey arrived in New York City was March the 23rd, 1916. It says that Garvey moved in with a Jamaican family in Harlem and got a job as a printer. He didn't have that job too long. By May, Garvey had his first speaking engagement at St. Mark's Roman Catholic Church. This is the famous speech where Garvey fell off the platform while he was speaking. But he traveled to like 38 states within that year of being in America. I think round about, so we were in 1916. So we, round about 1918, at the end of 1917, 1918, I think Garvey realized now that, I'm gonna have to build the UNIA in America now. After he's traveled around and seen the conditions of Black people in America. And what you also have is the leaders that Black people had at that time in America, weren't doing nothing for us. Kind of similar to now, to be honest with you. And that didn't really sit well with Garvey. There's a time when he says that he goes to the NAACP office in New York And when he goes in there, you can't see a black man in there. I'll be a white people in there. You know what I mean? But yeah, so when Garvey starts to organize in America, slowly but surely, yeah, like Garveyism, or you know, the doctrine is taken off. So by the end of 1918 to 1922 now, after you've had the first convention, Garveyism is like a huge factor in America. And when people say, oh, but what is Garveyism? Well, you know, Tony Martins and others have explained Garveyism simply in three things, or three major elements, which would be like, number one, raise first. Number two, self-reliance. Number three, nationhood. Now, raise first is basically, you know, striving for the best for your race, to put your race first in everything that you do. Support your own businesses, you know, support black professionals, black writers, black athletes, you know, anybody black that's doing something from that, they're putting their race first. So, you know, we support our people, innit? You know, we don't mash down our people, man. You know, we've got a common connection with our people. So when they're doing something, we support them to the fullness. You know, Garvey, raise first would also be seeing beauty in your own kind. You know, not bleaching your skin, not trying to look like others, having our own standard of beauty. You know, Garvey objected against black people marrying white people. You know, he said that people that do that are dissatisfied with their own race in it, so they're going outside. And, you know, he wasn't going with that. So throughout Garvey's history or organization, you know, there has never been, to my knowledge, a person that had a position in the UNIA and had a woman or had a man outside of the race. That was an illegal thing for you to do. I think you'll probably be expelled from the organization, or you will be at least, you know, removed from your position if you got caught marrying outside of your race. You know, race first could also include history. You know, Garvey explains that history is written with prejudice, and he goes on to say that there's never been no white historian that's ever wrote anything true, or anything with any love for us as a race of people. Do you know what I mean? So that would be one element. Also, history. You know, religion as well. You know, seeing God through your own eyes. Garvey said that every nation or every human being sees God through their own spectacles. You know, the white people see God through their own white spectacles, you get me? And we, you know, should too, you know, start to see God through our own. And Garvey was instrumental in doing so much so that in 1921, the UNIA founded the African Orthodox Church. So when people like to say, oh no, Garvey was a Catholic, or Garvey was a Muslim, or whatever the case may be, the facts of the matter is, when it came down to organization, Garvey set up his own religion, which was the African Orthodox Church. You know, Garvey does not fit into Catholic. You know, Garvey didn't see God white. Garvey, throughout his career, is telling you to see God through your own eyes. You know, see God through your own experience, and stop trying to put white people as God, Chinese people as God. You know, it's like, even today, this is why I say Garveyism is still important, because even today we still struggle with that, with being raised first. You know what I mean? All right, but let's move on anyway. The second would be self-reliance. You know, self-reliance is kind of, you know, self-explained, but, you know, Garvey says, yeah, we must have justice. We must be strong. And if we are to be strong, we must come together And if we must come together, we must have organizations. You understand what I'm saying? And the UNIA branches all over the world must be self-reliant in any which way they can or they could. And Garvey set up things like the Negroes Factory Corporation, you know, the newspaper, the Negro World, the Black Star Line steamship, you know, so much different different companies and businesses, and you know, meeting the needs of the people that Garvey, you know, set up for us. Yeah, and thirdly would be nationhood. You know, Garvey felt that we would never get any respect anywhere until Africa is liberated. You know what I mean? You know, it's fundamental for Africa to be liberated if we are going to be strong wherever we are in the world. So you know, so that's the main three, you know, principles you could say of Garveyism. You know, but Garveyism was spreading like a wildfire, as I've said. You know, Tony Martin's writes in the revolutionary upheavals in Trinidad in 1919, yeah. He's writing about the revolutionary upheavals in Trinidad in 1919. The Journey of the Negro History, page 58, he says that the Negro world was already reaching places as far as Panama, and throughout the 1919s, Garveyites was blamed by colonial authorities for anti-white riots in Jamaica, Trinidad, and the British Honduras, among other places. So, you know, that spirit, that Garvey spirit, you know, was spreading amongst the Caribbean, was spreading amongst the Americas. You know, the people was rebelling in their mind. They were giving back to Caesar what is for Caesar, and they was taking on the responsibilities as a man and trying to do for self. You know, and one of the major things that Garvey did for the young was teach young children to love themselves, which is very important. And here you see a picture of a young sister holding one of the Garvey UNIA dollies that they created for the children. And there was a documentary maybe about 10 years ago where it was talking about, or where they showed young black children, two dollies, a black one and a white one, and they asked them, which one do you think is beautiful? And they all picked the white one, and they asked them, what's wrong with the black one? They said the black one is ugly. Garvey was trying to challenge this in 1916s. Yeah, we're in 2020, and right now, yeah, we still face the same problems, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. You know, Garveyism is needed now more than ever. You know, Garvey was creating a storm in America at this time. You know, the NAACP, I'm doing a whole lecture on Garvey and his enemies, or the enemies of the race, yeah. And you will see how all of these people came together to destroy Garvey. They had the Garvey Must Go campaign. You know, we had Du Bois dissing Garvey, calling him an ugly black person, and he's definitely got strong features, and drawing in their newspapers, mimicking Garvey any which way that they can. And Garvey, you know, ends up making enemies with these people. You know, that they're supposed to be on the same side as us if they're caring for the upliftment of the race. But Garvey's coming into an area or an environment where the light-skinned people of America are part of the ruling class for the black people. And Garvey's come in, and you know, he's shut that down. There's a time where he's gone to this famous church at that time, and the way how they set up the church is all the light-skinned people at the front, and you know, it gets darker as you go to the back. Now Garvey's walked in there, walked right up to the front and sat down. You know, it's been written that the pastor or whatever got so annoyed that he almost wanted to fight Garvey for what Garvey did. You had societies like the Blue Blood Society. I think there was a society with the West Indian version. I think it was called the Colonial Club. Colonial something, anyway, if it's not called the Colonial Club, where it was just light-skinned people, you know what I mean, that come together and organize amongst themselves. And what they basically wanted was to rule the darker skinned people in the race. Do you understand? On behalf of, like, the white man deal with them and they deal with the darker skinned people. And, you know, Garvey weren't going for that. Garvey exposed colorism in America, like, to the point that people don't like him for it, till they accused him of not liking light-skinned people. And Garvey states that, you know, what has happened before, nobody had no control over that. So, you know, so for a person being mixed race or whatever, they didn't have no control over that. Garvey just said we shouldn't continue that. You know, Garvey took mixed race people in the UNIA if they worked for the upliftment of the race. He didn't treat them any different. What Garvey didn't like, though, was that mentality that I'm light-skinned, I'm better because I'm closer to white. Garvey didn't like that. You know, so he created many enemies in America, including the biggest movement at that time of black people that was run by Jewish people called the NAACP. And they was relentless in their attack on Garvey. You know, if Garvey didn't get arrested, they would have killed Garvey somehow. So, okay, now, Marcus Garvey is shot. A lot of people don't know that Marcus Garvey was shot 4 times. You know, he was shot in the right leg, the right side of his scalp. Do you get what I'm saying? With a 38 caliber revolver. But so the backdrop to this is, yeah, there's this this member of the authorities called Kilroy, right? And Kilroy's got it in for Garvey. Kilroy doesn't like Garvey wanting to open up the Black Star Line. He doesn't think that that's something that black people should be doing. So he wants to stop Garvey, innit? So basically, yeah, he summons Garvey, yeah, about 17 times to bother him and harass him about this Garvey movement, because he's suspicious about Garvey's movements. You know, Garvey was already an important figure in Harlem at this time. So you know, Garvey anyway ends up just, you know, getting frustrated, yeah, at my man's consistency to just piss man off. You know what I mean? Just keep bothering him, man. You know, so Garvey writes about him in the newspaper, and then Garvey ends up getting arrested for what he says. He ends up taking back what he says, and they let him go. So by October or September, yeah, the Black Star Line, yeah, was in effect in it. So by September, it's done in it. It's been made. So next month, yeah, October, a man by the name of Tyler comes to the office, yeah, and says, Kilroy sent me in it. And as soon as he's seen Garvey, he starts shooting at him like a madman. You know, Garvey said that he was hit, he was struck, and he dropped. You know, he fired 4 shots. Garvey was then taken to Harlem Hospital. The guy Tyler was arrested the next day. Him thinking that Garvey had died, thinking the job's done. I think he must have become aware at some point, maybe, if not, I don't know. But he ends up killing himself, allegedly. He commits suicide in jail before he can be taken to the court. I don't know why he committed suicide. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It doesn't really make no sense to me why he committed suicide, to be honest with you, unless somebody didn't, he was going to snitch on who sent him, because he tells Garvey Kilroy sent him. So if he's going to start snitching in court and, you know, comes out that the police or the authorities have sent him to do this crime, it could be a problem. So maybe that's the reason why he commits suicide. But this is the official picture of the Black Star Line. I'm gonna be doing an episode on all Garvey's business enterprise for you people anyway. So when I move on because of time, this is a picture of the first convention. The convention, yeah, took place there it opened up in Liberty Hall. It had 2,000 delegates in it from 22 countries around the world. You know, it had a huge parade through Harlem, which featured, you know, the Black Star Line Band, the African Legion, the Black Cross Nurses, you know, delegates from all over America, Canada, the Caribbean, Central America, West Africa. You know, it had the UNIA Motor Corporation. They had so much going on, and then they had a mass meeting at Madison Square Garden that, you know, they estimate at least 25,000 people was in attendance. You know, one of the things that came out at that convention was the Bill of Rights, the red, black, and green flag. You know, the Bill of Rights is very important. You know, because the Bill of Rights is basically telling the people that we're organized in it, yeah, and you know, we're looking at the wickedness that you're doing to us, yeah, and we know it's not fair, and it's not just, and we're demanding justice in it. So you know, that was an important bill. Right, this is an image that I found online while I was researching Marcus Garvey. So, as you can see, this street here, I think this is 135th Street, yeah? I'm not 100% sure. But as you can see, he's got two UNIA offices. He's got a grocery store. He's got a restaurant. The following street, he's got the, I think that was called the Booker T. Washington Hotel. He's got a printing company. He's got restaurants. This is just in Harlem alone. You know, in Harlem alone, he hired 1,000 people. It's been written that when people used to go for jobs, it got so bad that the white man said, "Why are you coming to me asking me for jobs? Garvey's got all of the jobs. Or ask Marcus Garvey." You know what I mean? So yeah, so you know, Garvey was on stuff, man. So this here now is the number of branches. So in the 1970s, they found the UNIA records, which included membership files and things like that. So altogether in America, Garvey had 725 UNIA branches. And if you look at the first three, they're all in the South, where it's got the most number of chapters, like 74 chapters in one area. You know, the South have a rich history of Garvey's support. You know, because if you look at what they were facing wicked Jim Crow laws. You know, so what Garvey was saying, yeah, it resonated with them differently. So outside of the UNIA, you have the most branches in Cuba and Panama. So I mean, you know, you guys can pause it later on and, you know, can go into and look further. But moving swiftly on. So Garvey wasn't killed by the shooting. A couple of days after the shooting, he speaks, and he tells the story of what happened, and he digs up, you know, the helpers who helped him and things like that. Garvey ends up getting arrested, yeah. for Melford. You know, to me, the whole thing is a setup from the beginning. It don't make no sense. Nothing, no evidence they brought to the table made any single sense to me. Even before the trial starts, Garvey petitioned for them to change the judge that they brought to the table. So the judge that they brought to the table. So I'm going to mention this part of it, and I'm going to move on because of timing. Yeah, but before the trial starts, yeah, they bring in this NAACP members judge. And Garvey was like, hold on a second, man, this is some setup. Like, come on, man. Like, this man clearly can't be just in dealing with my case. He doesn't even deny that he's with the NAACP. He doesn't even deny it. But Garvey, was denied, the right to change a judge. You know what I mean? So you could probably see from that point, yeah, that it was all a setup. So they got their judges in the place. What you got to understand, yeah, like the Garvey Must Go campaign, yeah, that took place about maybe 5 months before Garvey was arrested. A majority of the people or the signatures came from NAACP members. They, the voice is gone out into the public and said that Garvey is the greatest enemy to the black race. So they want this guy gone, yeah. Period. It wasn't FBI. It was still called the Bureau of Investigation at the time. They want the man gone, yeah. So you got black people want the man gone, white people want the man gone, Jewish people want the man gone. Because this judge is even a Jew, so he should understand. It's been said he's a Zionist as well, but maybe he wasn't a Zionist at the time. I presume he was, but he should understand the stuff that Garvey wants for black people, because he would want that for himself and his people. So anyway, the whole case was full of lies. Yeah, people are not even aware that it wasn't just Garvey on trial. Garvey had co-defendants, which they was acquitted of all charges anyway.
Greetings, family. I hope you enjoyed a bit of that. But we have to go into our second position. It's 2 o'clock, and we will do the rest of it at 9 o'clock this evening. I hope you enjoyed most of it. But yes, people can come in after 9 o'clock, and we're going to have a big discussion. I'm going to finish off this information on Marcus Garvey as it's his birthday, as we have Andrew Mohammed in the house for 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm
Brother
here.
Rich, are you
Listen,
there?
people, we had 15, 16 minutes to go, but as Terry said, we're going to have Brother Minister on. He was prepared to come on earlier if time allowed it, but we will be having him on. So questions, answers, discussion, all of that will be in play later. For those people that have come onto Black Eyes TV, because I'm seeing new names in the chat that I've never seen before, please make sure that you hit that like button and subscribe. Yeah, we want to get new subscriber base. You've seen what we're offering. You've seen the relationships that we have. So again, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, like the video, and donate to the causes. I'm going to put them links up again. Let's keep it moving, Mr. Riggs. And bring on these next two.
Yes. We've got Andrew in the house. And we've got Uncle Andrew in the house. Uncle Andrew. You're on the
What's good,
mic.
Uncle?
Unmute your mic.
Yes, my big brother. Always love. Can you hear me okay?
What? Whose YouTube is playing?
Yes.
Whose YouTube is playing?
Can you hear me okay?
Nah, it's not you, Riggs. It must be Andrew. You've got your YouTube on. Mute your YouTube page.
Andrew, can you hear us? Go out and come back in.
There's a lot of noise. I can't hear.
There's someone. Hold on. Let me see something. Yeah, you've got another audio on. You've got another audio on.
Take him out, Rick. You can do it from your end, Rick.
Audio on. Come back in.
Mute him. Yeah, and then go and kick him out. You don't need to ban him. Just go into the three dots. That's it. And then when he comes back in, his sound will adjust. Yeah, and then go.
No, he's got another audio on. And then when he comes back in, his sound will adjust. You've got another audio. You've got another page open. Andrew, go out and come back in.
Should I leave?
Yeah, and come back in. People, I hope you're enjoying this. This is a fantastic day, Black History Weekender. You know how it goes. Hit that like button, subscribe, share it. You know, it's Black History Weekender. And people, come on. Dig deep, put money into your pockets and bring it back out and donate. Because you know what? We've only reached 100 quid. Come on, we're supposed to get to 100,000 so that we can get to Congo and to build the foundation for our youth. We're asking for you to just even put £1 in, £2 in, $1, $5, whatever you can put in. This is what we're trying to do, is to raise money for this international exchange program in the name of Dr. Llaila Afrika. So we're asking for you to push that narrative. Come on, this is a global affair. So we're not even asking people from the UK, we're not asking people from the Caribbean, we're not asking people from Africa, we're not asking for people from America, we're asking the whole African diaspora and the African people in land to join us and donate for our youth. We're looking to build a foundation. Yes, you're now much more better, Andrew.
Yes, you can hear me clearly now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Andrew, I want to hear the slogan. The slogan, quickly.
Lick shot, pump, Babylon, rice and peace, Buffalo Soldier. Boy, Papa G.
Yeah.
That's all we're talking about. Yes, Mikey, I must say, brother, that the brother that just was before me, is it Brother Minister?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic, man. Fantastic. It was a crime to stop him in his action, in his flow, man. Even though I was feeling the way, I said, let him teach, man. Let him teach.
Yeah, he's coming back at 9 o'clock to finish the rest.
Brilliant. I just want to give a big shout out to the brother because I think that he was on point. He was analytical and very precise in his information, man. Always love.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. So
come true, Andrew.
Yeah, proceed. Let me do this thing because there's a problem with the link.
What's that? The screen share, I think. All right, while we get that one set up, people, you know the routine. Get ready for more lively information. As we said, fear not, the Marcus Garvey thing will be back. We're going to bring the brother on live as well so we can do a bit of Q&A and actually build with him in person. So no matter watch it, it will be back. It will be back, but we are running on a schedule. And because we're not just dealing with English, we're dealing with Americans, Africans, people in Jamaica. We've got different time codings going on, so we have to keep it moving so we can get everybody in rather than locking people off that are, you know, inherently going to be on different timelines. So bear with us. We're keeping it moving. Yeah, still bringing more information. Andrew's just trying to get set up right now. Our brother Andrew Mohammed. It's going to be big. You see the link in the chat. Remember, this whole Black History Weekender is about the Dr. Llaila Afrika Youth Exchange, International Youth Exchange Program. So let's not forget what the reason of all of this is about. You understand? Because that's the most important part of the day. So fear not. You understand? We will be coming with more information. Andrew just getting set up. We've had a few technicals, but
the link that you put out, you forgot to put the T at the end of it. That's
which
why.
link?
The link
Which link?
to the GoFundMe. You put it just the S. I've put the original one back in.
Is that okay? I got it.
Can I just try to share my screen? I'm sure.
Yeah, I've shared it now. Hope you're enjoying this, family. This is a Black History Weekender, and we've got our brother Andrew giving us that knowledge.
I'm just trying to, 1 second, my beautiful brothers. Let me just see something. Stop share 1 second. Just trying. I've got my PowerPoints lined up. I'm looking at the, you know, when you're on Black Eyes TV, man, you've got to be coming correct. So I want to make sure we're doing it right. So I'm just going to go into entire screen. Is it share screen? Let's have a look. Windows.
Yeah.
All right, entire screen. It's got several of my workshops lined up here.
Okay.
It's been such a long time since I've done this, man. Such a long time. Let's have a look. I want to play this particular PowerPoint. Is it playing at all on your screens?
Yes, it's there.
Yeah.
You saw it just there?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let me internal voice. Yeah. All right then. I think there's a slight delay between myself and yourself, but
yeah.
okay. You can hear me okay, brothers?
100%.
All right, because I think there's a delay between I think there's a delay between myself and it coming out. But we want to talk about, saying today, this weekender, to me is a phenomenal weekender. And I really want to thank Brother Terry and the whole team, Black Eyes TV, for putting this together. And I'm really going to come from an angle of the effect on our youth today, society, and what the solutions that we must put into effect, which obviously is dealing with Black history as well. So we want to talk about what's the external voice that our young people are receiving by society and by our own community, about what does it mean to be a Black youth today? What's the external voice? And when we look at the media and we look at, you know, printed press and what have you, okay, there's a major effect. And it's not just the media, it's the music that goes behind it too. And, you know, for those of us that work in the mainstream schooling system, there's a major effect that it's having on our youth today. And we, as custodians within our community, must be fully aware of this effect of our youth. You know, what's making them turn off, or what's making them, many of them, not achieve the goals that they should be achieving. Because our youth are fantastic, potentially, but let's look at the whole situation. What's being fed to them? What's the external voice? Now, let's appreciate this, brothers and sisters, that according to social scientists, our youth watch 50% more TV than most other communities. Yeah, 50%. And this is the Mail Online. The black and minority children watch 50% more TV per day than whites. And almost 90% of them have sets in their bedroom, a so-called studies state. And this we got to look at as a people, because what if they're watching more TV than anyone else, then what's the effect that this is having on the minds of the youth that's coming through? Terry?
Yeah.
Just a quick question. What's on your screen right now?
Made in 1988, glycerin with beautiful colors.
Made in 1980. Made in, all right, fantastic. Because on my other screen, yeah, fantastic, brother. Just wanted to make sure that everyone's up with me. Okay, so you know, if our children are watching 50% more TV than anyone else, then what is being fed to them? That's what I'm talking about, the external voice. What's being fed to them? And you know, back in the 1980s, back in the 1980s, we had programs like, you know, the Cosbys. Yeah, we had programs literally like the Cosbys. And but when we look at the Cosbys, let's look at the Sun primarily. Okay, we're looking at especially the boys today. What's the effect? So you can see that literally back in the day, in the 80s, that we had programs such as like the Cosbys that spoke especially to the young black boys about education, and that literally our young brother there, he's complaining about the teacher, but his dad's making sure that, yeah, you're going to be educated. So moving on now to the 90s and what have you, okay, and the 2000s, then we have Fresh Prince. And let's remember Fresh Prince, because the two main young boys is Carlton and obviously Will Smith. And both of them are diametrically opposed in their personalities and in their character traits. Let's have a look.
All these years, man, haven't you caught on? Half the battle is the lyrics you toss at the honeys. Girl, you look so good, I wish I could plant you and grow a whole field of y'all. Girl, got to tell you, that suit looked like a piece of good God wrapped up with some have mercy with a side of onions. I think I've seen your picture somewhere before. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was in the dictionary next to kablam.
2 cappuccinos, please.
Well, I'm hoping you like it dark, hot, sweet, and with a spoon in it. Look, miss, I'd just like to apologize on behalf of my gender for his rude behavior.
That's okay.
No, it's not. He had no reason to act like that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Look, could I call you sometime?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yo, baby, I know your feet must be tired because you've been running through my mind all day. Come here.
So you can see there that Will Smith, he's the one with the lyrics. He's the one that can get the girls. He's fast talking, smooth, right down to the modern time, okay, brothers and sisters. But let's look at Carlton, who is now book smart. Let's have a look at Carlton, because, you know, this is what the image that's given to especially our young black boys.
Yo, homie, I'm not supposed to say anything, but you have nothing to worry about. You're in. You heard? Me and Carlton got in? Well, not exactly. I mean, you're cool and all, but Carlton, well, he's not exactly our type. What do you mean, not our type? Well, Carlton is not like you and me. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't know what you're saying. Will, Carlton doesn't exactly exemplify what I think a Phi Beta Gamma is. Oh, what is that? Well, it's not Ralph Lauren shirts and wingtip shoes in corporate America. We don't need a brother like him in this fraternity. Man, he is exactly what you need in this fraternity. Carlton has been a straight A student since preschool. He gives you 150% every time. Look, Will, I realize he's your cousin and you have to defend him, but this discussion is closed.
So we can see there that Carlton, he's book smart, but street dumb. He's not cool. He's not going to be fly. He's not going to be accepted by brothers and sisters in his own community. And then we have Will, who is book shy or book dumb, but he's street smart and he's accepted by everyone as being a true black boy. Think about the external voice given to our young boys, especially our young boys we're dealing with. Then we have my wife and kids.
Hey, Dad, I finally figured out what I'm going to do with my life. Really? I would fall out this chair, but my back hurts already. Look, I'm glad to hear that you're finally motivated and you got a plan and a purpose. That sounds wonderful. Tell your dad what it is. Dad, I'm going to become a rapper. You mean like packages at the store? No, Dad, a real rapper. Look at this. Bam! Junior, this is a flyer for the Rap Academy. What the hell is a Rap Academy? Oh, it's like a Rapversity, but smaller. More one-on-one attention. Somebody left it on my windshield. They must know I'm talented. And according to the flyer, I could be a big rapper in a week and make lots of money. Come on, Dad. Becoming a rapper has been my dream ever since I was 3 minutes ago. Well, you know what? Give it 3 more minutes and it'll go away, okay? I wanted to be a rapper too when I was your age. But you know what? I had you and I realized I have responsibility. So you know what I did? I got a job. Yeah, but back when you was my age, rapping wasn't a job. It was just something crazy people did in the subway. Man, I'm hungry. Wish I had some change. I'm talking to myself. Ain't that strange? Who said that?
So once again, you can see our young black boys are given the image that they are to be dumb, no future ahead of them, and basically book shy. Understand, if we're watching 50% more TV than anyone else, we got our bedroom in our bedrooms, 90% of us got TVs. Then what is our black boys taking? Then you look at 007, yeah, and then you have the alternative to 007, the cleaner, yeah. This is what society is really plummeting on us, brothers and sisters, that we especially the young black males, we have no sense whatsoever. But it doesn't stop there. So we're not interested in books. We're not interested in school. So what do? We turn to comedy. And when you look at most of our stars, our international stars, they are designed to make people laugh. Yeah, great people. I love Kevin Hart. Yeah, I love Chris Tucker. And it's not about them. I love Eddie Murphy. I love all of our great stars, but they're always being aimed at literally being the buffoons and the clowns that people look on to say we ain't got no sense whatsoever. And if that's not the narrative, if they're not going to be a buffoon and a clown, then what's given to them outside of that narrative? And that is that we're all about violence. Now, we know we have so-called black gangs in our community, but the image by society, especially the mainstream that we have bought into, is that all we are about is gun violence. And just look at the imagery. Look at what the imagery says to our youth, brothers and sisters. A picture paints 1,000 words. We look at all of our movies that we are creating in the UK and around the world. And understand this, brothers and sisters, we're not the only ones watching this. Yeah? It's always about misguided black youth, male or female, but especially the male. Yeah? That we don't give a damn, we've got no emotions. Yeah? And that's the work that we're doing this weekend, is really to counteract this image that's given to us worldwide. Yeah, I'm just giving you examples. We know we can go on the internet right now and give you example after example after example. Understand, brothers and sisters, this is more than entertainment. We're dealing with the psychology of what's given to our youth. And it doesn't stop there with just the movie scene and the TV scene. When it comes to the music side, so again, we see the side effects, brothers and sisters. If our youth are being shown that it's not about being in school, we don't see no images of black youth being successful in school. And if we are in school and we are clever, then we're not cool. Yeah, it's not cool, like Carlton. So what do? We become the buffoons. If we're not happy to be buffoons, then we become extra gangster of each other. And that's what we're seeing now, brothers and sisters. It's no abracadabra stuff. These are the side effects of what we're doing today. But this
let's in white-owned companies, white-owned stations with white-owned sponsors that play the role of hypersexualized, hypercriminalized male. I asked these advertisers, I say, I've got hundreds of songs a day that celebrate killing animals. Will you put them on your station? They said, no. I got hundreds of songs a day that talk about assaulting women and abusing kids. Would you put them on your station? They said, no. I said, I got hundreds of songs a day that talk about murdering blacks. Would you put them on your stations? They said, well, that depends. Depends on what? Who it's done by and who it's branded for. Because if we can get black folks to sing about it, we can brand it for our youngest black audiences, I think there's money to be made. I think there's American appetites to see these people that way. I said, how can you say that? They said, well, look, it's what these artists know. It's what they, black people, create. It's matter of fact, our surveys say it's what they want to hear, which speaks of a sickness. How do we live in a society where somebody says, you know what, I'm inspired to write a song that celebrates murdering another person. And then a person says, I'd like to put that on my station. Another person said, I'd like to pay for it. And then there's people out here in the audience that go, I'd love to hear it, as long as it's black guys. Because even white people buy rap music, buy this type of stuff, because we know that when we want to hear about killing each other, we know who to turn to for that type of inspiration. We call it our music. We say we own it. White people buy more rap than black people. Yeah, but we're very careful to turn it down at the stoplight when other black people are there. Why? Because we know we're just pretending. For them, it's more authentic and real. I always ask the companies, what about your name? What about your brand? What about your value? And the largest radio company in the world said this: it's okay that we only have drug dealers on our Black youth stations. We only have murders on our Black youth stations. We support Black charities. We give out water at the Martin Luther King parade. I think we've got it covered. We bought them off. Now, people get upset, the smartest guys in the room again. You're talking about censorship. I don't believe that. I believe in free art. Make whatever you want. I believe you should make music about anti-Semitism. I believe you should make music about killing dogs. I believe in this country you should make music about fashion homosexuals and driving them behind trucks. I believe you should make music about stringing people up on trees. I believe you should make music about killing whitey. I believe you should make all that music. But I also believe that in the mainstream marketplace, people should hesitate associating their name with certain content. You know, there's certain stuff you can't buy at the store, certain stuff you can't get on iTunes because their brand doesn't want it. But if you want to hear Black people celebrate killing Black people, they got thousands and thousands and thousands of those things to sell you. I don't think it's about censorship. I think it's about American cultural hypocrisy. Because here's the truth. These Black entertainers, they can't sing just about anything. There's some stuff that'll get them fired, and they get dropped, and they get fired, and they get slapped on the wrist, and they get disciplined all the time. Why? Because sometimes they step over the bounds. A very famous case is what happened with Rick Ross. Rick Ross is the Mammy Two Shoes, one of the many Mammy Two Shoes of our day. He's a Black entertainer in a world carved out for him, and a role carved out for him by white entertainment companies. And one day he talked about, in the middle of a song that celebrated dealing drugs and killing blacks, he made a reference. And when he made that reference to date rape, that set social media on fire. That got 100,000 petitions in 24 hours. Hey, buddy, date rape is no joke. That had white people standing outside of Reebok in New York saying, you better take this seriously. We're tired of a rape culture in America. One line in one song moved the masses. And you know what Reebok did? Did they stand by him and say, hey, we believe in freedom of speech. We believe in freedom of expression. It's just a song. Calm down. No, they fired his tail on the spot. The president came out and said, this goes against our high standards. He's gone against the values of our brand. Shame on Rick Ross. We're disappointed. He doesn't know how serious date rape is. When I saw that, I thought, wow, how convenient. Isn't that amazing? But here's what really happened. It's not their brand, it's not their values. Rick Ross went off script. He was hired to get Black customers, and they think that Black customers go with Black bait. And in America, Black bait is the hyper-criminalized, hypersexualized portrayal of Black people. And as long as he had sung about that, the stuff that got him hired, he still have a job at Reebok. But when he touched other sensitivities that affect us, he lost his job. See,
and it carries on, brothers and sisters. This is some brutally honest reality. And we got to understand that, you know, when we analyze the social constructs that's put this self-image in our minds, it's one thing other people saying these things about us or believing these things about us, but it's when we start to portray and believe these images ourselves, and we will do it in self-control. Let me just give you another example, brothers and sisters, about how they subtly keep us feeling that we are less than anyone in society. Now, those of you know Brother Andrew Mohammed, I like to use films and images when I teach, brothers and sisters. I'm a visual learner. And, you know, when I heard about the Prince of Egypt coming out, this is many, many years ago, obviously, I was very excited because I like to use imagery when I teach. So if I'm doing a workshop on Black history, if I'm doing a workshop on Kemet, I would like to use what the young people are watching to break down certain points. So when the Prince of Egypt came out, I was excited because I want to know how are they going to portray the ancient people of Egypt, who we know were Black people, people of Kemet. So I watched very keenly, and I saw it. I was amazed. I was in love with the movie because at least they were showing dark-skinned, dusky skinned people. Okay, brothers and sisters, people of ancient Egypt. And I thought, you know what? Maybe they're not black in terms of the African black, but guess what? I'm happy that they're not showing the olive-skinned Mediterranean Egyptians that they normally do. So I was very, very moved on this, brothers and sisters. I was very, very moved. And when I watched the movie and I carried on analyzing the movie, I was very, very pleased. And I saw Moses being the same shade of Egyptian musky brown Kemetic black as the father King Seti. Yeah, I was amazed. And then when I see Moses in his youth rolling with Ramesses, they both were the same color because that's how it was. That's exactly how it was. Yeah, I loved the movie. I said, yes, I can deal with something like this. Yeah, throughout the movie, I saw they were showing the ancient Egyptians as they really should be. People of deep, rich color. But then check it out, brothers and sisters, because I'm watching things closely. I'm seeing what are the children seeing. And then when I saw Moses move from black to white, see, when he became the chosen, when he became a so-called Hebrew, when he became a so-called Israelite, he moved from being black, Egyptian black, to European white. Now, this is so deep, brothers and sisters, because, see, you got to understand the subconscious mind picks up on all of this. The conscious mind doesn't see it, but it picks up on the subconscious mind. And so throughout the film, when you saw that the people of ancient Kemet and Egypt, yeah, they were literally of ancient Egyptian hue. When he was a troublemaker, see, in his early days, when Moses was a troublemaker, rolling around the streets with Ramesses, making trouble, smashing up buildings, throwing things at people, yeah, he was dark-skinned. Yeah, and look at Moses, so look at Ramesses, he was dark-skinned when he was young, but as he got older and more wickeder, he became darker and darker. Same movie, brothers and sisters, same movie. Absolutely, please go back and watch it. Moses and Ramesses throughout the movie, when they were young and they were restless and troublemakers. Think about how the image given to our black youth today. The subconscious sees all of this. They were dark-skinned. But by the end of the movie, one is of ancient Egyptian black and the other is European white. But they were brothers who grew up in the same household. Come on, brothers and sisters. This is the men. So Moses gets darker, where Ramesses gets darker, where Moses gets lighter. So by the end of the movie, when he's chosen, yeah, he's a white man. Brothers and sisters, this is serious. And I'm telling you, I'm just giving you an example of what takes place. I can do this in so many other movies. The subconscious attack that we are on, brothers and sisters. That's why they call the movie industry Hollywood. Why Hollywood? What do they call the Asian film industry? Bollywood. Why Bollywood? You got the wood. Why do they call the film industry in Nigeria Nollywood? Why in England do they call it Pinewood? Yeah, elm tree. Why is the wood connected to the film movie? What has wood got to do with creating spells on the mind? Why is it that when a wizard, yeah, Merlin, is going to do a spell, he has his wand made out of wood? Why is it that you say touch wood when you want a particular force of good luck? You see, brothers and sisters, this is happening to us at all times. Yeah? And so when we look at Zipporah, which was Moses' wife. Now, if you go to scripture, please listen to me, brothers and sisters. Even if you want to just Google it as I'm talking to you. Google Zipporah. Yeah, Moses' wife. She was black in the cartoon, in the animation. She had to be black, the same shade of the ancient Egyptians. Why? Because according to scripture, she was an African. She was Ethiopian. Please don't listen to me. I'll say to you, call me a liar and Google while I'm speaking. Zipporah. This is Moses' wife. Yeah? She was an African according to scripture. So they could not make her European. Yeah? She was of the same shade of Moses. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. So you see in Prince of Egypt, she had exactly the same countenance of Moses when he was younger. That is Zipporah. That is Zipporah. But yet, when Moses becomes the chosen one, now Moses is European and Zipporah is still black, Egyptian, African. You see this, brothers and sisters? Yeah, that's why we've got to be aware. And it goes further. By the end of the movie, she's black and he's white. Come on, brothers and sisters, man. These are old school games they play with us, man. And then we wonder why our children are like this. This is Moses' sister, Miriam, according to the animation. Both of them, look, she's even darker than Moses. Yeah, she's even darker than Moses. However, by the end of the movie, she's white like Moses. She's European. All of the chosen Hebrews are European. The only dark-skinned one is our sister Zipporah. because they could not change her shape because it's written down she was Ethiopian and Moses married an Ethiopian woman. Yeah? But look at that, brothers and sisters, and this is what's happening to us on a daily basis. And then we wonder the effects that our young people grow up hating themselves. And melanated goddess, you're right, sister. This is crazy, but this is the world we live in. We trust those. So literally, pause the boards thinking, where did you lot come from? Because when I met you, you was African like me. Oh, brothers and sisters, this is serious, man. This is absolutely serious. And then when you go back to the Prince of Egypt, this is the most famous sculpture on planet Earth, the Sphinx. Yeah, that we as Africans carved out of a mountain. You can see the African lips if they were still there. You can see the outline of the African nose. You can see the outline, the high cheekbone. You can see that the chiseled chin. This Sphinx was from an African. But yet when you go back to the movie of Prince of Egypt, look what they've done to the Sphinx. See, our children must not know nothing about their ancient history. They must know nothing about our ancient history. Remember, brothers and sisters, one of the creators, the shapers of the education system in the UK was a man called Professor Hugh Trevor Roper. Please make a note of it. I want you to call me a liar. He's phenomenally famous and one of the constructors of what we have in school today, Professor Hugh Trevor Roper. And he stated, Africa has no history. Africa's history started when the Europeans went there and we enslaved them. This is one of the constructors of the European education system. So that's why today our young people in the schooling system do not believe people like myself, people like Black Ice TV. We've got to fight day and night to make them understand that you have a glorious history. Why? Because the very construct of society is that we don't know nothing about anything that took place before slavery. That was done by, not by mistake, brothers and sisters, that was done by design. And so here we are now. They show, see, our children are not watching History Channel to see the real Sphinx. They will rather watch the Sphinx in the cartoons, and in their minds they can see that they look nothing like the Sphinx, when in reality their ancestors created the Sphinx. It's very, very serious, brothers and sisters. And so what, you know, we are analyzing this. Oops, let's quickly go back again, brothers and sisters. Let me quickly go back. Understand that this is serious. And when you watch the music industry, you can see that they created this. They created this mind destruction, this concept of us hating who we are, literally was created by scientists. Watch this 50 Cent video. Did you see that? Eminem's coming in like a scientist. Yeah, they're constructing something in a laboratory. What are they constructing in this laboratory? Here you see them putting together a man. They're literally working on constructing a new human being. You see this here? Scientists analyzing. This goes so deep. This is more than entertainment, brothers and sisters. This is more than entertainment. And then you have 50 Cent turned upside down. Like our history has been turned upside down. This is not a natural man. This is a man that they sat down in record companies. And he's not, I'm not dissing 50 Cent, brothers and sisters. I'm just giving you an example. Look, when I spoke about Will Smith earlier on in Fresh Prince, do not get it twisted. I love Will Smith, man. I love him. I just love his energy. I love his spirit. I love his message to the community. But I'm trying to show you how they can use our greats against us. That's what I'm showing you. Okay, so this here was showing you got the scientists in their white coats. They construct our music a certain way that we think is ours.
It's your birthday. We gonna party like it's your birthday. We gonna sip the card.
And what you see here, brothers and sisters, what you're seeing here, brothers and sisters, is that they've made our men, especially let me put it this way. Sorry, brothers and sisters. Understand this, what they've done as scientists. There's a difference between a male and a man. Understand this. Males are not necessarily men, but all men are males. What does that mean? See, what you're looking at there is a male. A male relies on their physicality. That's what a male is. That's why you can have animals who are males. Yeah, it's dealing with physicality. When you're literally a person who relies purely on your physical, then that's maleness. But what is a man? A man is someone who leans not to their physicality, but their mentality and spirituality. So what we're having today, brothers and sisters, we've got brothers who are males, but not becoming men. And this is deep, brothers and sisters. Yeah, this is very, very deep. What they're doing there in that scientific laboratory, they're creating a male object. Come near me, I will shoot you. Step on my shoes, I will kill you. If you're not coming from my ends, I will blast you. Yeah, it's all about the physical. I will slap a woman down if she dares says anything to me. See, that is a male construct. But once you learn to become a man, wow. And our job right now, brothers and sisters, we need to create men in our society. We need to turn the boys to men. And that's why I'm on this Black Ice TV, to show support to this venture in terms of making sure that we link in our men with our boys again. We don't want no more male objects. Yeah? Your male is based on ego. Your manhood is based on your mind. Understand it. This is serious talk. So when we create males and not men, then what's the results, brothers and sisters? We've seen it in 2019. We're killing each other. Yeah, we're killing each other. Yeah, we're literally, the results is that this is not an abracadabra situation. This is years of systematic male bonding, not manhood bonding, and therefore we see the films. We're not interested in schooling no more because it's not cool anymore. I don't want to look like Carlton. You know what I mean? So what do? I either make people laugh or I'll kill you like a gangster. I'm giving you the extreme here, brothers and sisters, okay? But this is the reality. And that's why, brothers and sisters, for those of you who know me, we can't just sit down and complain about this. What I've done so far is identify the problem. But what is the solution? The solution is that as men and as women in our society, if we're man enough and woman enough to have children, we should be man enough and woman enough to teach our children. It's not about blaming an open enemy. It's about saying, you know what, we have got so much self-love. Even if our children go into the system, we are going to deprogram them. We're going to make them see the beauty of Mother Africa. And so what we've done, we created what we call the West Side Young Leaders Academy, whereby we're not about complaining, we're about making. Yes, so that's one of our classes. We can see that the reality is that our children love education. When you give them the right environment, they will prosper, they will love to learn, okay? But we must not let other people influence their thoughts. We create a safe boundary for them. We get involved in donating to great cause that Black Ice TV is all about this weekend. We must control the narrative when it comes to the education of our children.
I go to prisons and I talk to the madam about socialism, our own conditions, how we're supposed to fix them. The other day I had to go to prison. The madam asked me what I think of rap. I said there's music and politics and we ain't supposed to mix them. People think my issues with spitting isn't. It's that spitting didn't stop you from sitting in prison. And that seems odd to me. Rap's a commodity. It's got to be the best thing adapted from poverty. So if so many men have seen a payout, why aren't their communities guaranteed a way out? Everyone took a second to ruminate, and I felt like I started a true debate. So I was getting ready to adjudicate because I love seeing young brothers communicate. And then one man broke the silence. He said, when I rap, I'm not promoting violence. I just talk about the roads to motivate the younger G's under me that are holding weight. People just get offended because they don't relate. And I knew what he was saying, so I told him straight. I said, bro, 100%, no debate. I understand what men are talking about, but I've become a man that plans on sorting this out, so I'm sick of being told to wait. Hip-hop has been around for time, and all I see is some tired celebrities that can spin around and rhyme. Where's the long-term economic plan? I'm not going to step to the mic if I'm not speaking on it, fam. Rap's a commodity adapted from poverty. It should be owned by the streets, but it's owned by labels who make our own kind compete. When we're the only ones that should have the monopoly. Rap's a commodity adapted from poverty. From a minority, it attracts the majority. But the minority's issues ain't sorted out enough. So why does no one talk about this stuff? One of the men interjected. He said it's true. This image has been projected, but the culture that we're from hasn't been protected. Everyone started looking introspective. And he carried on. Me, I was literally mute. He said, I'm a man that's in prison because he shoots. A lot of these rap guys are talking about my life, but I'd rather listen to you than listen to these youth. When you're locked up, you get time to think. Otherwise, your mind will shrink. So I like hearing things that expand my mind, not how I'm pushing drugs and I bang my knife. Furthermore, a lot of these men are lying. Sheep can't understand the line. I said, my brother, all I can tell you is I'm a man on a mission, going ham on a vision, and I ain't no damn politician. No disrespect to politicians. I'm a stakeholder, hunting a takeover. Give these kids a future that ain't so crud. So the aim of the game is to make logos. That's why instead of just selling you dreams, I'm trying to outline a few revenue schemes. And I won't lie, it bothers me I'm having to discern this whole ideology in capitalist terms. But I'm not in a position to execute a revolution. So for now, my resolution is evolution. The first thing to acknowledge is we need our own colleges, scholarships, politics, governance systems to prioritize our own brothers and sisters. Secondly, we need intellectual empathy, research institutes, employers and friends in high places, judges and lawyers from ends. Thirdly, education is very certain. Our youth need to be needed by at least 2030. Fourthly, let's look out for each other everywhere, north, east, west and south. Let's test it out, brethren. That's how it's got to be. And number 5 is one word: property. Our community is in need of this. If you want, I'll get a Carla to leave you with reading this, because I'd rather he's the one providing the words for you to consider when you're writing your verse. So that's my 5-point plan. You understand? For now, it might sound a bit strange, but if you're down with this change, then it's you who I'm giving it out to. But at the same time, it isn't about you. It's the youth who will be living it out. And it's going to happen with or without you. The room went quiet again. And a man said, George, you're going to start a riot. Tupac tried it once, you're going to try it again. You know they're going to block your bars on purpose. I said, thank you for reminding me, bro. That's my point. Rap's not music. It's a broadcasting service. We decide what we talk about. So if it's more than dope on curbs and smoking herbs, then how can I really go unheard when my job description is spoken?
And that's why I have to give a massive shout out to Brother George, yeah, the poet, yeah, pure love for his works and words. but he gave us a 5-point program there, brothers and sisters. And what I'd like to end off with, and I've got 8 minutes left, brothers and sisters, and I really have enjoyed myself with you today, is very quickly about literally what do I see as being the 7 essential things then that we must teach our youth. I'll try and do this very quickly in the 7 minutes that I have left, my brothers and sisters, because we looked. I'm sorry, someone just said the volume was a bit low. So I'm so sorry, melanated goddess. Apologize. I hope that you could hear something on that, sis. All right, very quickly, brothers and sisters, because I like that Black Eyes TV is keeping people on time. I love that. We've got to be disciplined in our approach. So here are the 7 major essentials that I think that we need to teach our young people to counteract the social construct that's been put in their minds. Here's the 7 essentials, brothers. I'll try and do this quickly. Number 1 is that they must have a good mental diet. What does that mean, brothers and sisters? Make sure that they are reading books. Make sure they are reading books that are outside the norm. And it doesn't always have to be African books. It doesn't always have to be history books, okay, brothers and sisters, but books that makes them think about the system, okay? But there's a whole range of different books, okay, brothers and sisters. Give them a good mental diet, okay? A good mental diet. And these are just examples. We looked at Georgia Poet just now. There's another one. I haven't got time to show this one, okay? These are books that I recommend that our young people can give them a good balanced diet. Also, our children, our youth need to be reading Broad Street newspapers. Why is that? Just so that they can literally garner a national view, and not just a national view, an international view on politics. Yeah, and included in that is any black owned newspapers too. But it's got to be broadsheets, not the Sun and the Daily Mails. Okay, and that will get them thinking. Yeah, so we've got to get them into the part of the mental knowledge is also dealing with books that deal with finance and financial literacy. And I'm just giving you a few here that we can see. Our children must be given an outdoor mental diet. What do I mean by an outdoor mental diet? Whether we know it or not, London, where most of us live, is one of the world's capital when it comes to museums. See, I just wanted to give you an example of how we can get our children to have a balanced mental diet. And most of those museums you saw there are free entrance, most of them. Okay, so it's not about money. Yeah, it's not about the money. So we've got the third stage of a balanced mental diet that deals with our youth is allow them to learn about people's lives. Yeah, I call it case studies or biographies and autobiographies of great people, great international thinkers. Yeah. And it's not necessary that we have to agree with those thinkers, brothers and sisters, but let them understand the life and the struggles that all of those went through, and then we can deal with the philosophy and the thinking of those people, whether we agree with them or even disagree with them. There's something in their lives that we can learn from. Study great people in history. Fourthly, our children must become experts in Black history and make sure they appreciate that history does not begin with transatlantic slave trade. And as our brother Anthony Browder says, to not know what happened before your ancestors were slaves is to remain a slave. And so we've got to open the doors of this knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of pre-slave. And that's one of the reasons why I wrote this book, my book, Free Your Mind. It's to free your mind, brothers and sisters, of what took place. And also I'm very good friends with Robin Walker. We do a lot of work together, and these are UK books that we can make sure our young people are literally tuned into. History is fundamental, not a luxury. It's a fundamental aspect. So I'm just giving you some examples of books that I personally believe is essential in all of our libraries as Black families. And in my last 1 minute, I think our children also need, as a part of their mental construct, deal with what's happening, is a good diet of movies and visual aids. Okay, and we sit down and we discuss it and we can deconstruct it, okay, as families. So I'm just giving you some examples. When you're enjoying a movie, and then when you start noticing that the movie has subliminal messages, it's much more deeper than what we think.
Most definitely.
All right, it's 3 o'clock and I'm going to end on time. So I try to get through most of the of the 7 steps, okay, but we got to about 6 or 5, I believe. But brothers and sisters, as our brothers have stated, it's fundamental that we get on board this initiative, and I'd like to thank you, my brothers and sisters, for sharing your time, listening to myself, and I know we've got some great speakers after myself, so stay strong, keep committed to the struggle. Understand that we are not Black because we're cursed. We're Black because we're first, brothers and sisters. Fall in love with yourself. Thank you very much.
Okay, Andrew. Nice, and thank you very much. People, please. Huh?
There's an echo in the back. You just come through loud. That's all.
Okay. Yes, family. Yes, family. This is Black Eyes TV once again with my brother Rich. And I'm asking you to donate, because it's for a great cause. And this cause is for the International Rites of Passage. And it's in the name of Dr. Llaila Afrika, called the DLA. And I'm asking you to push that button, that like button, and keep on donating, because we've reached to the pivotal point of £120. I know we can dig deeper. I know we can push a bit more further, because this is a foundation that we're creating for our youth. So we're expecting you to push the narrative. Come on, family. We know we can do this, because even with that, our men are going to get healed as well, because they're going to be following the youth next year to Congo and give the opportunity for the men to healing themselves as well, because every single one of us is going through that psychological trauma, and we're trying to push that narrative as much as possible, as it is Black family first. I'm going to quickly put a little ad for you to see what's going on as we are waiting for the International Sister Circle to do their thing. I'm going to put up something quickly. Hold on.
The D-Lock is prize peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
The D-Lock is prize peace. If you dare struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Oh man, as we are in the house and we are waiting on the international sister circles to come into the house, we are having a dialogue, and make sure you donate to the family. Come on, let's donate, as it's for the foundation of our youth, and we're trying to build as much as possible. We're asking for many people to come together. Let's communicate, let's work together, let's embrace each other. And I will be putting the link in the chat if you want something to talk about. The Black family is first, or you want to talk about history, you want to ask questions. The link will be going into the chat section. So as I bring in the ladies at this moment, I am waiting on a few others. Okay, Mr. Rich, have you anything to say right now?
No, I'm chilling. I actually wanted to speak to Andrew, but he does out. Maybe we'll get him back on later, and we can ask him some questions, because I didn't notice some of the things that he pointed out in the cartoon, so that was interesting.
But as I said, we don't have much time.
Rule of thumb though is that we gotta look at what our kids are looking at. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so we'll have to do that on a separate day, on a separate note. But this is about the international rites of passage fundraiser, and we're trying to raise as much as possible for the people. So as we have two of the people in the house, we're going to make them introduce themselves while we are waiting for the rest of the crew from the International Sister Circle.
Come true.
Greetings, my sisters. Greetings. Welcome into the house of Black Eyes TV, Black History Weekender. And as you can see, we have two beautiful ladies from the International Sister Circle. Makeda, introduce yourself.
Greetings, everybody. Peace and grand risings. I'm so elated to be here right now. And what I've been hearing from the beautiful speakers that came before, phenomenal. So people call me Nakima, that's what I'm known as. I work in the mental health field as a cognitive behavioral therapist, and I'm on a spiritual journey myself. I'm here to learn. I'm here to remind people of what it is that they've forgotten when it comes to, I don't know, manifesting good stuff. It's all about balance. It's all about Black community, Black family first. Yes. So any questions anyone want to ask me, go for it. But yeah, I'm here. So glad to be here. Thank you, people.
As our second sister in the house, Kaya, all the way from the US of A. Because we're global, man.
Good afternoon, everyone. How you doing? Everybody on here on the Weekender. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here and be on this platform as well. My name is Kaya French. I'm an astronumerical analyst, and what that is, I study the science of astrology and numerology. And my duty is here is to empower people, to motivate them through the universal science of numbers to help them get on their path, and know that we can use astrology, numerology as a tool to get ourselves where we need to be. And this is science, it's not a religion. Thank you.
Okay.
Just like Nakima, I'm also on my journey as well, using the numbers to help me get to my higher destination as well.
No doubt, no doubt. Peace and blessings, sisters. Yeah, go on, Tel.
Okay.
What you gonna ask?
So as we're waiting for one of the main ones to come in, Nakima, I just want you to give the public the understanding of what you do and what you're about, as you are based in Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham strong.
And what you do in your day-to-day life.
Yes, indeed. So in terms of my
Can you hear me,
profession,
Nakima?
yeah. Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
Wonderful. All right. So working as a cognitive behavioral therapist, in short, I remind people or teach people to understand themselves, to be their own therapist, understand why in which they think the way that they do, feel the way that they do, or triggered by any given situation that's going to be a negative emotion or behaviors, and work with them to find out useful interventions and methods that's going to help them relearn the balanced way of thinking. So I work with people with depression, anxiety, panic, stress, post-traumatic stress disorder, OCD, social anxiety, anything you can think of when it comes to that mental health. And when I say mental health, it's everybody has mental health. Some people have ill mental health and some people have good mental health. It's about understanding who you are, what triggers you, and what you can do to have a balanced way of thinking and responding and manifesting great energy, you know, the Almighty's energy, the Creator's energy. Yeah, so I work with groups as well. I work one-to-one. At the moment, it's through these platforms, you know, electronics, or on telephone. I work privately. I work for the NHS as well, and I'm hoping to work more in the community and giving children opportunities to learn some of that knowledge that I have. You know, yeah. So at the moment, I work with people from 14 above. But I want to work with the younger ones as well. I want to do some serious work with our communities. I work with all different backgrounds. I have a passion for my own community. And yeah, that's me really. Much more than that, but you know.
I'm sure you are, my dear. I'm sure you are.
I have a keen interest in numerology. I've done a little bit of basics. I did a course with our brother, wonderful brother, Lloyd Strathorn, and I've worked and had readings from our beautiful brother, King Simon. Yeah, I'm just so blessed to have you guys introduce me to these wonderful people. I'm also going to work with our wonderful Kaya, who's just here. Like, definitely, I'm going to plug in. Anyway, so I'm so proud to be here. I'm so proud. So yeah, I'm going off a little bit. So let me just.
Kaya?
Yeah, so what was the question again? I guess I'm lost in the Nakima. I was just thinking about her numbers, and I think you said, are you born on the 4th or the 22nd of any month?
Yeah, the 13th of March.
Okay, so it's very intriguing that she said that she's worked on, and her birthday is 13. The 1 + 3 is 4 energy number. So 4 energy also relates to depression and our uproots and our foundation, our upbringing. So it's very good that she's working in those areas. So she's working, she's in her journey, she's on her path, and she can understand for person or people who are dealing with oppression, because she have dealt with probably some of these issues herself, or can relate to people of her environment around her that she has helped countless times. And mainly her friends are probably the main ones, and that are family, her neighbors, so her neighbors and family, they're always reaching out to this person, and she has her own new way of thinking, her own individuality. So she's not she's not the typical person. She thinks on a futuristic base. She always think ahead of time, and how can I orchestrate, how can I plan for the other generation from on up to upcoming, to their fulfilling and understand who they are and what are they here to do. And know to that we have to learn to have compassion for one another. We all come from different backgrounds and stories, and I mean, you name it. Everybody on this platform today has a story of a background, their family members. So we have to learn from those experiences, learn what we were taught, and then we have to some kind of unlearn some of those things, because the things about religion is a belief, but what science cannot, it can't be taken away. We are all scientists at some point from the moment we start watching our babies grow from birth and on up. You're already scientists at that point already. So being in the numbers, it has helped me in my life to transform my life, and to help me understand my children more, to understand the people around me, and people that we all go through different kind of cycles. We all go through different kind of issues and relationship issues that will either bring us to a breaking point, or either bring us more down in a sunken place. But we have to get ourselves up and find a way out, and so we can share our light amongst the world and spread the information, because we're in the age of Aquarius, we're the age of women. So the women are taking a stand. We're not taking down. And just like the brother before, Andrew Muhammad, man, he hit so many key points, especially with the brothers and with the women, though, because we do have to raise better family. But it has to start from home, and we don't have the women and the men in the home. Then how are we able to raise our children in a better foundation, a better upbringing, to like how you have to treat your woman, how you have to treat your wife, whoever your spouse is. I don't care if it's in a friend. You have to treat people with respect. Respect is all we ask for, and understand that we have to, like I said, have compassion for one another and learn from one another. Not always take it, and not always bringing them down. Why do we have to bring our people down all the time? Why is I'm better than you? I got $5 more than you. I got $1 billion more than you, so I'm better than you. No, we have to raise our conscience up higher. We have to start vibrating at a higher conscious level, and start that with our children from 4 and 5. Now is the time to do that with our kids. Instead of like the entertainment world, it has so many hidden figures and all these things. So it's best to really start. If we can teach them this, and we can teach them that at the same time. Let them understand the two main difference of it, and also teach them the difference of that. Because I've been raised by a woman who she wasn't a single mom, but she made her own homeschool for children starting from babies. So I used to help her out. So to me, that was a gift to me to be in her presence when she was doing that, because it helped me to raise my kids, and it also gave me foundation and structure, especially being in the nation. That I was raised in the nation as well too. So it gave me some more background, how to be a woman, how to be a wife, or how to take care of my friends and love my children more. So all these things that I have learned from birth on up, I install it in my children as well, but also let them learn on their own.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
The greatest thing is that we have to congratulate Kaya for donating a certain fee into the foundation. She was one of the first ones. She didn't hesitate. She didn't blink twice. And you know what? It sounds like all the women are leading. I still can't see nothing from the men. You know what? I'm gonna dig into my pockets, and I'm gonna put in for the men then, because the men then don't want to even donate.
Man, you better donate. We all have to donate to some cause. No, we have to learn to understand the more we donate or even give or help someone out, the more we are more blessed as well too. So I mean, it's just a give and take all the way around. So if I give or she give or he give, best believe it's gonna come back in tenfold or something else with a divine blessing.
Absolutely.
So whatever cause you want to donate in that cause.
Absolutely. You're investing in yourself.
as we're talking in today and what's happening today, give us a little insight of what's happening in this what we want to call it, the retrograde or the start. Give us some information.
Today Uranus, well, in here is August the 15th, so it's going to go retrograde later on today, probably around like now, like 10 something, either AM or PM. That Uranus go retrograde in Taurus. We have Jupiter in Capricorn, Saturn in Capricorn, Pluto in Capricorn. Now, Pluto and Saturn and Capricorn are our main, bigger generational planets, the one that's farthest among. So, to me, it's so many different scenarios when it comes to the Pluto and Capricorn, Saturn, Capricorn. Like, so I'm gonna say, for one, we have to get rid of the old and out with the new, but learn from the old and incorporate those things into the new things, but in a different kind of way, because each era is different. Each era is not the same as it was before, because we have to keep moving on and keep building these foundations up. So we have Pluto and Capricorn. To me, I feel like this is like your mother or your father telling you this, I told you about that man you shouldn't be dating. I told you about that woman, it's not good for you. So why are you keep putting yourself in these certain situations when you know it's not good for you? So you're gonna keep getting your butt beat. You keep going around the same old circles and cycles all over again just to come back and hit a brick wall. So why are you going through these same stages over? You have to cut your ties and know that you have to find value in yourself, because a man and a woman only gonna treat you the way you value yourself and how you view your own self. So if you out here dressing provocative, or because the man, what they see first is the physical part. So if we can mentally get them here or get them vibrating on a higher level, then we're lifting their energy up as well as our energy. We're helping out one another. We can't always come from a low vibration. We can't always come from hurt. You have to learn how to heal. So Pluto and Capricorn and Saturn and Capricorn are giving us these time where we're going back a little bit to understand these cycles of what just happened 4 months ago, or even a year ago, or even 10 years ago, 7 years ago. What have you learned? What process have you learned from this? What changes had occurred? Because I'm quite sure that most of us have changed within these last 10 years or last 20 years. It's not the same. You're not thinking the same. You're not on the same way that you're like, hey, listen, kids, y'all gotta start reading these books around here. Y'all better cut this TV off and stuff. So it's time to really get into the groove now in time of, and kind of like on the verge of enlightenment, but enlightenment in a different kind of way. With first starting with yourself, and then with your children, your neighbors, if you can, just try to help somebody be more self-conscious of their self, and just know, like, everybody it's kind of sad sometimes when I see people that always complain about the issues and issues and issues and issues. I'm like, okay, but what is you doing about these issues? How can you make it better? Is it you have to start within yourself first, and then we have so Uranus, Pluto, Saturn, and there's Neptune. So Neptune is also retrograde in Pisces. So it's making us feel like we're in this kind of illusion, this dream kind of scenario. So some of us are even getting probably premonitions, or which some of us already probably are naturally, God-given talent has dreams or premonition that you can interpret it. So, but sometimes you may seem like you feel like you're in an illusion, and you have to understand what's real and what's fake. Like right now, we have the North Node in Gemini and the South Node in the Sagittarius, which is the head of the moon and the top of the moon. So the head and dragon tail of the moon. So it's like we're going through a cycle of a phase where we're learning about religion and the truth about religion, and we're learning about other things that we learn from our friends, our neighbors, our community. We even helping out more. This is the time to really be upbringing and upcoming, and start within yourself and your neighborhood first, so we can rise into be a better nation. Because if we can't, we all complain about this Democrat and Republican and other stuff like that, but what are we doing as a people to make it change? Okay, yeah, these people are in the presidential, but what can we come together as a group to make change? Whether it's I want more rec centers in my neighborhood, I want more parks in my neighborhood, I want more women's community, I want more mental health centers in my neighborhood. So what are we doing? What kind of pull or take or whatever you have to do to get to that level, to take it to the top order authority to do these things? What are we doing? Are we teaching our kids how to eat well? Even ourselves, are we learning about our bodies and cycles of the planetary cycles of what body earth affect, or what season that our body affects? Just like when the the seasons change, the fall, winter, spring, and season. It's go through its cycle. So do our body. So certain cycles we have to eat certain foods. Like when we should eat a lot of greens and vegetables and things like that because of this virus is out here. Now this virus to me, I think is going to be around for a minute. We started this virus, but it came about in here in America where it was in a um, the Cancer and Capricorn were in the South and North Node, which are, like I said, the head of the moon, the tail of the moon, so about our emotions, our feelings, and how things are spread among us. So we have to understand, but these are both cardinal energy signs, so they both are initiating things. So now we move into Sag and Gemini, which are more of a mutable. So something we have to get adapted to, something we have to learn about. So we have to, we wearing our masks, we wearing these things, but sometimes you're gonna bump your head and say, you know what, let me research this virus, let me see where it's coming from, where its origin, and how did this just suddenly happen overnight, which I don't think this happened overnight. I think this was a buildup of something. I mean, and then just look at us. Are we not clean? Are we cleaning our homes right? Are we cleaning the streets? The people who have businesses. Are you keeping your areas clean? Are you wiping down when customers come in? Everybody touch the answer button. Everybody touch the door when you come in through the door. So are you wiping this down on a daily basis or on an every 3-hour basis? Are you cleaning your own stuff? Because I know I went to New York. Boy, I don't really want to get on the train where I'm like, everybody comes in, everybody get off for a quick, and then come in and get off. So everybody, germs are spread everywhere. So it's like a buildup of things. So if this was done intentionally or not, or it's just something that it just had to be done because of all these earthly energy that's in the universe right now, and Mother Nature has to come do what she has to do. So when it's like having a cold. When you have a cold, you gotta let the course run. So right now, America and whoever else is running this course with this global pandemic. And if you're gonna get it, you're gonna get it. If you don't, you don't.
I love that, actually. I love what you were saying. I think particularly when it comes to us individually, that cleaning and clearing out is really quite therapeutic.
Yeah.
We're able to declutter emotion in our minds as well, and just get rid of what's the dust and what was up there before. And it's quite therapeutic. And I was thinking about manifestation when you was talking as well. Manifestations can be quite important. I don't know what your views on manifestations are, Kaya, and I can see our wonderful, majestic goddess has come through as well. I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on manifestations. What are your thoughts on it?
I believe that we can manifest anything we want as long as we work at it and work towards that particular goal we want to do. So if I want to manifest $20,000 in a certain amount of time, I got to put in work. It's not going to be just magically by me meditating and humming and coming. It's not going to work like that. You have to work to get these things. And it's not about working hard, but putting in your passion, your desire, your emotions into things, because everything is based off emotion. That's why it's easy to get involved in music and things that you do, because your emotions are there. So when you can put your emotions into things, then it manifests. So I think manifestation is a great way of setting goals, accomplish things, or even, meditating, but working towards that goal, whether you're doing it physically, emotionally, spiritually, doing it, it will come into fruition.
I love that. And I 100% agree with that. It isn't just one sector of it. It's many different things. And I would even go further to say, start small.
Yeah.
Start small. You may want to grade yourself because there may be a lot of things you might need to clear out or manifest or do things with. Start with a small thing and be okay with that small thing. It's a little step closer to that goal, I love that. I love imagery as well.
Yeah.
I find that imagery is quite profound with us as beings, as people. So we need to kind of visualize what it is that we want and actually be quite specific, in what it is that we're trying to get to. That would help. That would absolutely help.
Definitely. I think writing, because when you write something, it sticks more to your system than.
Greetings, Majestic.
Hello, Queen Majestic. How you?
I know, right, Queen?
Greetings, my sister. Greetings, everyone. Greetings. I'm listening in to sister. Yes.
Great. Yes, but I want you to give an introduction on the International Sister Circle and the forms of things that we've been talking about, so that so people can have a better understanding before we go back into the
Okay,
dialogue.
sorry. If you could just repeat that.
We can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear you.
I can
Okay,
hear
yeah.
you.
Sorry, can you just repeat that one more time? I apologize. You know, building of a nation is our children, and so my son, he was just bringing me something. So please share that again, Terry.
I said here to give the information about the International Sister Circle and what it's about, and the future forecast of what we're trying to do with the women.
Absolutely. So we just want to welcome everyone. Myself, I'm Majestic. I go by Majestic. My birth name is Jeanne. I'm out of Toronto, Canada, and that is a part of the ISC, the International Sister Circle. And so we are about, teaching, growing, empowering, inspiring the woman and sisterhood, creating sisterhood, unity. When we elevate the woman, we elevate our nation. We elevate our community. Because of course, the woman is the first teacher of the family. We are on the forefront of nurturing, of mothering, and whether we are a mother by birth, like we've given birth, we are mothers of our community. And so I'm proud and, with the ISC and what we're doing, because the unity is so important in the sisterhood. And I find that one of the best things, the culture, the ISC is creating a new culture and helping sisters to understand that this is a home. This and the home is the foundation for building, right? So when you come to the ISC, wherever you are in the world, we're here to embrace you. We're here to empower you. There are professionals that are part of the ISC. There are career-driven women. There are businesswomen. I myself, I've been an entrepreneur for 15 years and a businesswoman for 12 years, building from ground up. And so a part of the culture of the International Sister Circle is to allow sisters to locate and find, discover, and even if you're not discovering your gifts and your talents and what you're passionate about, we are helping you to be inspired to create that. Because sometimes we believe that, or some do believe that your gifts are given. There are some gifts that are given, but as divine beings, we create. We are co-creators. And so the culture of the ISC is to empower each and every sister, daughters, mothers. We honor our elders, the women, the wisdom. The International Sister Circle is not just, you see young sisters, you see our babies, our daughters, our great aunties, our grandmothers, our mothers. And so we also use and connect with the wisdom of the elders, and we use that. We value the wisdom of our elders, our grandmothers and our aunties, and we use that same wisdom to help sisters of my generation or younger to build them up. So one of the most powerful things of the ISC is the culture. When you come to the circle, you're embraced. You feel it on a call. If I'm in Toronto, Canada, and I speak to my sister, Sister Kaya, we had such a divine call. That was just so powerful. When we were speaking, I felt my sister all the way from Michigan. And she empowered me. She reminded me of my divinity, of my greatness. That is a powerful sister. We've got sisters from the UK, that I've never met physically, but the bond is so powerful. And you can hear it from me, but once you become a part of it, which I recommend as a mentor, a sacred woman, practitioner, a part of the Sacred Woman Village. We want to honor our elders. Thank you to Mother Queen Afua, my master teacher. That is one of my master teachers that has given life to me, that I can become a mentor and find a place and home within the ISC that found, Majestic, these are some of your qualities. How can we serve you? So when I first heard about the ISC, I was like, how can you serve me? Rather than what I can give. And so I felt at home. And so I would encourage you all to find a sister in your region. We're all over, and visit our website and support. We have an upcoming event that's where we're going live, and we will have a special honored guest. I won't say too much about it today, but we have a special honored guest that is going to be so resourceful for you all. So welcome to the International Sister Circle with sisters from everywhere. I am your sister only first because I'm my sister first. So I'm your sister because I had to be my sister first. So welcome.
Yeah, as you can hear that, family, as you know, we're pushing the bar, and we're asking everyone to donate as much as possible. Please hit that like button, please share, subscribe, get the information out there, because we are one big family on a global stage. We're unifying, we're becoming that one Voltron, and that one Voltron is going to accomplish the mission that we are here for. So in talking with the sisters, let's get back to the dialogue as Kaya was going into it, and then we will have Majestic talk about business values and business attributes.
Cool.
So proceed, Sister Kaya.
Okay, so what I missed it. Well, I didn't miss it, but what part you want me to talk about?
We're talking about manifestations.
Okay. Yeah, so I feel like when it comes to manifestations, that, like you said, visualization is one thing, having in your mind first. But more importantly, we need to start like sketching things out so we can actually see it come into fruition. The vision board is also one thing, but when you really sketch your own thing out, then you're really putting that in. And so I don't care if you have to, for 2 seconds, just imagine. When you're driving, just imagine. When you're talking, just imagine that you want these things to come to you, and that you think that you are having these things. Even if you plant the seed in your garden, think about how beautiful of a garden you want it to come, or want it to be. So you just keep watering those seeds, and you keep giving it love and shedding light, and then it will grow into what you want to do. So I think manifestation is one of the powerful things. And then we have Mars and Aries right now. So even though it brings about the war, the violence, but there's also a good part about Mars energy too, because it makes you more passionate. It makes you understand that we are all one. We are all struggling. We are all going through things, and we all been through things, so we can at least motivate and share our stories to help one another, whether we come from similar backgrounds or different backgrounds or not. But the manifestation part comes in when we can help and build one another up. And like even your spiritual, because I think Mars is more about a spiritual attribute as well too. On the spiritual level, it is on the spiritual plane. So have it when you're eating dinner with your children, invite your ancestors at your table, or think about them, or think about someone that you recently lost or love, and give them your blessings and pray. at the dinner table, or pray when you go to bed. So these are all forms of manifestation.
I love that. That's just, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Sister Majestic, what do you think in regards to manifestation, visualization, and how people can start if they've not been used to doing it?
Well, thank you so much for the question. As Sister Kai is speaking, my spirit's going to faith. I'm going to say this. Faith, a lot of people believe that faith is something that is given through religion, and that faith is religion. And so, as beings, we come into this realm. Faith is something that must be nurtured. So when I think of visualization, manifestation, faith is very important, because not only are you trying to visually see it here. Yes. Pardon me. 1 second, sir. Pardon me.
Yeah.
That's okay. They're the future, you know?
Yes, that's
They're
right.
the future.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. He doesn't have any juice. Thank you, sir. Yes. So faith is something that must be nurtured, and we must understand that we're not always going to be strong in the belief side of things. So you can manifest it here, but if you're not manifesting it here and here, it is different, because the mentality, the way we think, that's a whole nother ball game, the way we feel. And so being in alignment, and you want to manifest something, you can visually write it out, draw it out, so you can visually see it. But we are sensual beings. We have different senses. So what I would say on that is that it's important you can see it, but strengthen and nurture the belief in. You ever hear the term, you kind of fake it till you make it? There's some truth in that. So you could create the belief, even if you don't believe it from the beginning. You can say, I am. Affirmations helps with manifestation. And so strengthening the faith.
I love that. And you've said some wonderful points, all of it, you know, particularly that I am statement. I don't know, I want to home in on that a little bit. When you say I am, even in jest, you are manifesting whatever you say. Even if it's off the cuff, you know, I am a negative word, or whatever it is, we have to understand that definitely goes into our subconscious, and it sits there, or it can sit there if we're not careful and mindful about how word sounds, and word has power.
Yes. Definitely agree. Yes, and I love everything.
That is very true. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, even with the conversation with Majestic, when she said she felt empowered, I felt empowered too. You know, I was dreaming about it, sleeping about it, thinking about it. I just couldn't wait to meet her. You know, it was just like a good nurturing bond, like the sister circle have, and I love it.
I do too. And sorry, Kaya, what did you say?
I wanted to just share that information.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, because when I was writing when Majestic was talking, and yourself earlier, but what Majestic was saying about that kind of foundation, that connectivity, people across the world, women across the world are coming together, whether we're older, whether we're younger, we're here to build. And it reminds me of an African proverb. An African thing is Ubuntu or Bunu. It's about I am because you are. Mm-hmm. I am my sister's keeper. Each one is about teaching one. Forward ever, backward never. There's so many of them. So it's about us manifesting these ancient practices that kept us structured, kept us grounded, and building upon that. Absolutely. What else? I got some notes here. I'm so excited. Let me calm down. Yeah, so it takes a village. Oh, what we got there? I am
So I wanted to show something, if we can kind of see it, because as you shared, sis, you said a mirror, and something came to mind.
Mhm.
So where there's the I, there is the am, and in between there is a line.
Yeah.
And so I hope this can help people visually. The I can be experience. It can be what I've been through. It can be ethnogenetics from my ancestors, my
Yes.
grandparents. So
Yes.
the I is something that is created. Now, when there's the am, that is a mirror reflection. So when we say the I am peace, then the I must reflect in the mirror of peace. If the I is not peace, then the am is not the embodiment of the I. So
Come
if
on.
I am a negative word, then we will manifest that in a mirror reflection.
Yes.
So the unity of the I and the am will become one when we understand both sides. Okay? Hopefully that helps.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Right. Knowing where you came from and knowing where you're going. Yes.
Love that.
That was
Absolutely love that.
Thanks.
I love it.
Wow. 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 Wow.
I feel like, Sister Kaya, when you said know where you're coming from, the history is so important. And when you hear the term knowledge of self, I'm coming from a very strong background, Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam culture, very powerful. Unity, do for self, understand the history, right? And just as there is a his story, there is a her story, and there is a we story, and there will be the ISC story. Yes, right? So, as when I became Sacred Woman on that journey, I tapped into the ancient Egyptian history, her story, our story, right? And so that is also a part of the I am in creation. We really, and at the ISC, one of the things we do constantly is we feed the sisters the knowledge of her, our, right? So thank you, Sister Kaya, for bringing that very vintage wisdom.
Thank you, you guys, and we are helping each other right now. You know, I have sisters, you know, as well too, and I always try to uplift them spiritually, mentally, even physically, and hug them and love them. So it's, you know, and just to understand, if you hurting, I'm hurting, because I'm hurting just you hurting. You know, it hurts me just as bad. So we have to keep helping one another, right, until they can understand. You know, they may not get it the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, but when they do get it, they get it. It's gonna take a while. You know, we come from so many generational issues and curses, whatever you want to call it. We come from so many backgrounds that we hear now. We have to try to work on those healing and change those things within the home. And like you said, and I said it before too, it starts with the one, and we are first responders. The man comes to us for their problems, issues, and when they were kids, we are the first person that they turn to. Who they call? They're in trouble. I'm gonna call my mama. You know, I'm gonna call that daddy. My mama is the backbone of the family. So we had to keep that foundation strong.
100%. And there are women out there that aren't mothers, but they are mothers.
Yes, right.
Aunties, you know, you have friends that have children. We have to understand that what we do, you know, our behaviors are being watched by these wonderful young people. You know what I mean? So we got to be mindful about how we move and what we speak into existence and all these different types of things. And we need to work on not being critical of self.
Yeah.
Because like you said, Sister Kaya, we've been through so much intergenerationally as well as our physical playing. So we need to have that dialogue in our head where, you know, okay, so you need to identify what's the bully, what's the critical voice, what's the friend, what's the you know, we need to understand ourselves in its entirety, and it will take time, and we have to be patient with our process. We need to be okay with not being okay.
Yes, and we're not going to always have the things that we want, but to work towards things that we want. And I have learned, you know, during these times when people get upset, or right, if you notice that your adrenaline, you ready to fight, your adrenaline speaks up. It you know, it ravels up. So at that moment, you know, when that energy is present, you need to breathe it in, and but hold it still for a second and have that mental thought of what you want the outcome to be, and then let it out, and then you express how you feel instead of just want to be at back and forth, do argument, who's right and who's wrong. Because at the end, who's right and who's wrong? You know, so we have to realize that at the end, it's a bigger picture here. We're really fight. We going through a spiritual warfare right now.
Oh my goodness, 100%, 100%. Let's come out of the physical. Let's let go and kill the ego. Let's kill the fear, you know, and be more.
So,
sorry.
No, this is another thing I love about the ISC. I want to tell the world this, so everyone know, is the power of each and every individual sister in her own divinity in life. As I'm listening to you both go back and forth in reasoning, y'all are stimulating things in me. So I want to say, give thanks for sharing and being confident to share. So one of the things I want to share that you sparked, sister, is acceptance.
Yes.
And then you said, you know, kill the ego. Okay. We can look at it like that, which I'm not gonna say that that's not a good way of looking at it, but I feel like when we learn to identify the clarity, we can see the clarity in things, that you are an obstacle. So emotions are visitors. They're things that don't define us. If we're going through something, if you're going through something, and it is an obstacle in your pathway, accept that it is just what it is. It does not define me. So this relationship that I've been in for 3 years, it was negative. It was an obstacle that helped contribute to my growth.
Yeah.
So seeing it in a different light, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, the law of success. There is a statement in there that says, there is, to every negative circumstance, there is an equal and opposite positive equivalent benefit. So even though it looks negative, we want to be constructive today. So critically constructive, not destructive. So we can be critical of ourselves, which we should, because that's how we hold ourselves accountable for, I got to get to the next level. Right? And just like Sister said, we got to breathe through it in order to grow through it. People get stuck with the breath. They start to choke in the moment. And so the obstacle comes and we choke up so we don't flow, right? So there are techniques that in the ISC we do help sisters to learn to flow through it so we can grow through it.
Yeah, amen.
I love that, and very well said. And with my energy that I have, I'm very boom, 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 boom. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Criticism can be useful. It can be useful. We used to understand when we can use it to elevate ourselves. And any negative experience that we go through, I don't care how traumatic it is, we can grow from it.
And learn. Yes. Amen.
Learn.
I just wanted to share something that I had on my mind for a while, and I'm just want to bring it up because we are sisters on this show, and other people that are listening are our family as well too. So today I said, you know what? I'm not gonna put no makeup on today. Okay, y'all see me? You know. So I said this. When I meet a man or meet somebody in and in the streets or on my go abouts, whereabouts, do I want him to see me as a person who's wear and hide my true beauty and natural cause? So I just feel like when I meet a man, they ain't got no makeup on, so why should I have to hide myself and wear makeup or put things on? So today I just say, you know what? I'm just gonna wear no makeup, not that I wear makeup a lot. I just use the eyeliner, eyeshadow thing. But I just said today, let's just embrace our natural beauty from within, because when you do that from within, you're already beautiful. Everybody would just be kind of like magnetized to your beauty and want to listen when you speak and things like that, because they see you. When I step to you, I see the true, not Nakima. I see the true Majestic. I see the true Kai. I see the true Mr. Riggs and Brother Rich on here. They don't have no makeup on. They ain't trying to hide nothing, no wrinkles, no cracks, no nothing. So why are we ashamed to always to put our disguise ourselves, whether we have scars or not? But there are things like cocoa butter, shea butter, fenugreek powder, all these things that you can apply on your face to make your face more luscious and beautiful and pretty. We have all these natural things on the earth that we can use. So why do we want to hide our beautiful mask? And sometimes it's good to wear. I'm not saying you shouldn't wear it, but I want to challenge some women to go natural for at least 7 days straight.
So, sister, I just have to second you on this. I have to second you on this. It is one of the biggest challenges for us in a sisterhood is the beautifying of oneself without having to conform to false standards of society that have said that you need fillers. I'm gonna come to 2020 today. I'm a realist. That you need fillers in the face, injections in different parts of the body. I'm not going to knock sisters for doing it, because our sisters are heavily in the culture now.
Yes.
But what I will say to inspire her is what sister said. Challenge yourself to say, I'm going to learn a natural way to beautify myself, because some of our sisters don't know about the body butter, but they know about the weakened lotions with chemicals.
Yes.
Will help to, it ain't helping you. That is going to lighten your pigmentation, which is your strength, your glory. So I would second that, challenging yourself to an alternative that is better for you, if only you knew.
Yes. I love that. Yes. Yes.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that, Claire. Beautiful.
Yeah,
thank you, Majestic Queen. Beautiful. Absolutely.
And today, I mean, I normally don't, I wear a hat. I'm a businesswoman, and the kind of business that I'm in, I'm always wearing a hat. So today I challenged myself to slick it back just a little and add a little color to some earrings and say, you know what? I'm going to try to look as different, to challenge myself to what I'm really used to, that people are always seeing Majestic with the hat on, doing her thing, grinding, so meet yourself where you are. And if you're too much on dependency of the lashes, challenge yourself to wake up in the morning to the glorious sun and say, I got me a little. I got mine.
At the end result, if we keep on applying these things to ourselves and our body, that is going to rip away our beauty anyway. Later on, if not taking care. Now, there's some women who can put the lashes on, the makeup on, but you're not going home taking it off and scrubbing, exfoliating your face. Then it's still sticking in your skin, deteriorating your skin, and that's where it comes in. That so you have to take care of your skin. You can wear the beautiful makeup because it does make us look. It just enhances our beauty, So today I started not to wear no earrings today, because I'm like, you know what? I want to go all natural, which I love to be natural, period. But I wanted to take the earrings off and everything, just go and just be, just flawless of my own, and just be happy within myself of who I am and you know, and those kind of things. So I see women with these crazy lashes on. I'm like, whoo, girl,
But you know, some of them, like I have my sister-in-law, she rocks those lashes so pretty that I'm like, you know what? This is another thing about the ISC culture. I want everybody to remember and hear. If the sister feels to do that, and like sister said, I'm not going to go with earrings today, Sister Kaya, so I'm going to support her. I'm going to look and say, I am my sister's keeper. So even though I'm going to rock them, she said she's not. So I'm going to try to empower her to reach her goal.
Right. So I'm going to take them off.
Right. No.
My thing was today to really on the day, okay? So we got to be like, we're going to be
2 minutes. We've got 2 minutes left. We're trying to work on time.
Okay. Thanks. Go. We got 2 minutes, sisters. We can all share something with everyone before we go. Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to having been on the show today, being connected with the Sister Circles, International Sister Circle, and that just love yourself more and just be happy with yourself and know that if I'm struggling, somebody else struggling, we are struggling, we are going through something, but we can uplift one another during this time, especially during this global pandemic.
I love that. Thank you. I think I'm gonna definitely thank all of the hosts on here. Wonderful. Thank you for having me. I feel anyway, thank you for the people who's plugged in as well. Please subscribe, share, and donate. I also want to say this, patience, be a little bit more patient with ourselves, you know, look into ourselves with a loving heart, you know, with a loving perspective, you know, be kinder to ourselves, self-compassion, maybe even self-esteem, but reach out to those who are trustworthy, who can work with your emotions and how you're feeling.
Thank you for that, sis. And I want to thank everyone. Thank you, Brother Terry. New Beginnings, Black Family First, Black Ice TV. Grateful. Give thanks to all of the ancestors, those who have come before us to create this platform for us to actually be here. I'm honored. Thank you to the guests, everyone in the community. We are nation builders. Please don't forget, share, subscribe, connect with the ISC, International Sister Circle. Reach out to one of us. We are here to embrace and serve you. And one last thing to remember, there are many things that we can or cannot control. But if we remember efforts, at least efforts, we will be able to measure progress. Because if we put in the work, we can experience the results and success. So I am your sister only because I am my sister first. Thank you so much for having me and us, my beautiful sisters. I love you all. Thank you to the nation.
Thank you.
And don't forget, Sister Circle is back next week. So please tune in and make sure you subscribe. I think it's at, what time is it? Is it 3 o'clock UK time? 11 o'clock EST time. And we have our special guest next week, Sunday. So please tune in next week. It's going to be a fantastic day. So be aware and tune in. So please don't.
10 o'clock Eastern.
Oh, 10 o'clock Eastern time, yes. Okay, 10 o'clock Eastern time. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you log in because it's going to be a fantastic day next weekend. So, in saying so, thank you, sisters, for coming onto the platform, introducing yourselves. And there's many more sisters that couldn't make it, like Chef Amira, like Jaisha. There's many of them, but you will see them very soon. Peace, love, and harmony, sisters.
Peace, love.
Thank you.
don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. For my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Greetings, family. Once again, you saw the International Sisters Circle and you see the women next week, Sunday. Make sure you tune in. It was a fantastic build with the sisters. And, you know, it's this Black History Weekender. And we have a very special guest in the house. As before I pass over to the sister. Brother Rich, are you still there?
I'm here, live dives, ready to receive sister, y'all. I'm very happy to see her face again. So yeah, let's keep this segment moving. I'm happy to hear her voice. Let's go. Good sister.
What's good happening, sis? Introduce yourself and tell the public what you're about and who you are.
Greetings, brothers. How y'all doing today? Glad to see you both again as well. Hope y'all been doing good and staying safe.
Yep.
Good. Well, I am Tanya Safir Unkama Esquire, affectionately known to the brothers and sisters as Sister Ya. I'm the founder and CEO of the Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, which is an organization I created with the mission of providing the needed assistance that our people need to return back to the continent of Africa in a sustainable way. So we provide, well, the goal, right now we're still in our fundraising phase, but the goal is to provide our brothers and sisters with housing, a monthly stipend, and some startup capital to start a business on the continent of Africa. Because I created it because I see so many of our people struggling to make repatriating back to our mother continent a reality, because we don't have the financial resources to do so. Most of our people in the diaspora are just working jobs and living paycheck to paycheck. So I said, let us come together as a family and practice group economics and give our people the lift up they need to go back home. And that's what Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program is about.
Okay. So, you know, since this pandemic, have you, I had a friend that said that he was stranded in Ghana. But have you been hearing anything on that forms of that situation of people being stranded in either way?
Yeah. There are a lot of people who are not able to get back out, and you have to consider that these people have lives outside. They have jobs, they have cars, car notes, insurance, rent. You know, some of them, even their families, their children were over here when they went to Ghana to visit, and then they got stuck, couldn't get out. And so their whole, it's been a very traumatic experience. It's one thing to go, for a visit. It's a whole nother thing to go and you can't come back when everything that you have is on this side, your job, everything, and people have been stuck. And it's the same way. There are Ghanaians who came here to visit and they're stuck and their whole life is in Ghana. You know what I mean? And they're trying to get out and get back home. So it's been a mess. Yeah.
But, in forms of the building in and what you're doing in constructions of Ghana, because a lot of people want to know like what's happening and how I could, if I was looking to go over there and I wanted to go through your organization, give them a little brief of understanding through the organization.
You mean what services?
Yeah, what services you provide.
So what we want to, right now we're providing something we are doing to our donors is providing some language classes. So right now we're providing tree lessons to those who are interested in taking those before they end up going to Ghana. We're going to be bringing on Wolof lessons for those who are interested in Senegal. So that's something we can do. Everybody can do from their homes. And so that we've started. Now, we want to provide everyone with an adopted family that they will be attached to when they arrive on the continent that can help them with the social integration piece. Because we don't want people to feel isolated, or I am an advocate that you need to be socially integrated back into the fabric of the community and the culture. And part of what's going to help you do that is to have a family on that side. So that's one thing that we're going to be doing for people. We're going to put our people on this side through a social reintegration course before they even touch ground. And our brothers and sisters on that side who want to serve in the capacity of an adopted family, we put them through a sensitivity course, because a lot of them just honestly don't know what we've been through. So they have to know what has happened to us so that they know how to, deal with us too, right? So that's building the bridge. We all have to understand that we are the same people. We just had different experiences. So then once people arrive, we want to get them housing. We take care of housing for a period of time. We get them their residency so that they're in these countries legally. We provide the registration of help, get the business registered. Because a lot of people don't know, they don't even know about registering a business in the state that they live in. So to go to a whole nother country. So we walk through that, get that done for them. I've got a couple of organizations registered in Ghana. So I know and we're also Sankofa is also registered and legally recognized in Ghana. And our paperwork is in the process in Gambia. So we're going to be registered legally in the Gambia as well. And then I'll do Sierra Leone and Senegal. But so we'll get people through that process. Then we're going to provide the startup capital for them to start a business. They will have, with their application, they will have submitted a business proposal or business idea so that, we make sure it's something viable and something that we can, have the funding, because I'm capping that off at $45,000 per candidate that is selected. But $45,000 in Senegal and Gambia and Sierra Leone is a lot of money. It's not a small amount of money, you know what I'm saying? So you can do some really nice things in terms of business with that money. Your mic is off, brother. I can't hear you.
Sorry, you're muted.
Yeah, Rich, ask your question.
No, sorry. My son was just talking to me at the same time. Get distracted. I'm coming back. Give me 1 second.
Okay. All right. So yeah, in understanding that, right? I want people to hear your experiences of how you received Ghana itself, because
Ghana is an absolutely lovely country with lovely people, and they're very warm and welcoming. It's safe overall. I mean, any country has some crime, you know what I mean? But relatively, it's a safe country. When I was there full time, because I go back and forth, but full time, my daughter was attending, at that time she was 17. She was attending cosmetology school there, and she took public transportation with everybody else, and dropped down in one stop to catch the bus, to take her to the next one. And we never had any problems, even if she, in the beginning when she wasn't quite sure, people were very helpful. Okay, you need to go here, you need to get that. But I never had any concern. I allowed at that time, my son was 3, 4, 5 years old while we were there. I could let him go outside and rest, and he would play with children in the neighborhood. Everybody watch out for him. I could be doing something else in the house, cooking, cleaning, and I didn't concern myself because I knew he was safe. But here in the United States, even though he's older, I cannot. There's no way in the world I can rest inside the house while he's outside. I have to go outside with him, even though he's older than he was in Ghana. I feel that I need to be outside to watch everything, you know what I mean, and everybody, because it's just a safer environment for children in Ghana. So, and like I said, the people are exceptionally welcoming and warm and helpful. I don't see there's anything that anybody needs to be concerned about. And one of my directors is currently in Gambia, and it's basically the same. I think Africa is a better place for our people to not be harassed and stigmatized and abused. And there's a lot of economic opportunity for our people on the continent of Africa. Africa is where the top emerging markets are in the world. COVID-19 kind of shut things down, but I'm confident that as the world opens back up, it's going to be the same, that Africa is where the emerging markets are. And the reason that is because Africa has been so grossly underdeveloped under colonialism, and so now they're just now going through their industrialization, and they're just trying to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of infrastructure and everything. So this creates an opportunity for our people to get in on the ground level in just about every sector, and really create generational wealth. You can build an empire right now if you turn your eyes towards Africa and put something over there. It's going to do well. It's going to do well.
Okay, there was a question asked about they were interested in purchasing in Ghana. What do you feel about purchasing properties in Ghana, and does your organization offer help within that, helping people to purchase, or even, as I said to you, we spoke before about putting them with a family and helping them to do what they need to do?
Real estate in Africa, you cannot go wrong, but you have to be very careful. I own a lot of land in Ghana, and I'm going to be acquiring more. And the way that the price of land in Africa is escalating so quickly, I really recommend all of you that are listening to get you some parcels of land on the continent of Africa, because the price is increasing so fast. You know what I mean? So you can still get some in certain areas for relatively inexpensive, but I don't know how long that's going to last, because the price of real estate is just rising so quickly on the continent. So that's something everybody can do, but you need to do it with somebody you trust, because there's a lot of fraud. There's a lot of people out there that are waiting to take advantage of you. So you have to definitely get with somebody who's trustworthy and who knows what they're doing. Purchasing land is not something that Sankofa does. That's not one of our services. My husband has a company that will facilitate land purchase for people, and I do know other trustworthy brothers and sisters on the continent that are in the real estate market that can help with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back now from talking to my son, and that leads into my question, which is education. There's people that will be maybe traveling with children, family. So when it comes to schooling and that, will that be something as well that you factored in, local schools, acclimatizing children, stuff like that?
Now, there's some benefit to putting your children in the local schools, in that they will learn the language really quickly, as my son did, starting school, preschool at 3 years old. And he began to speak tree much quicker and faster and understand it than my daughter and I from being around the other children. And the socialization, making friends and things like that. However, the educational, what they teach is from a very colonial perspective. You know what I mean? It's not African centered. Okay. So I would, for that reason, I don't like it. You would have to supplement your child's education at home yourself with African centered information. And we need more people to go on the continent to open African centered schools. I know that there are some in Ghana, they're coming up all over, sprouting up, because people do see a need, and a lot of us don't want to put our children in schools to further the mission of our colonial master, with all these lies, you know what I'm saying? So, right. Then they have the private schools, which for the most part that they're very good schools. They cost money. If you're not prepared to pay that money, though, so homeschooling is an option. Homeschooling is an option. You can also hire, because it's very expensive. You can homeschool and hire a tutor to come in and teach, and then you supplement, the information that you want from the African perspective, the African-centered perspective. Make sure they get that in there, because I can tell you right now, the history and all that is going to be the same crap that we get in Europe and America.
Right.
Yeah. Right. The education is I'm a proponent of homeschooling. So I think that's the best avenue for our people when we don't have African-centered schools. Is you have to, as a parent, you have to be responsible and do it yourself. You can educate your children yourself.
Most definitely. And as you said, I think more teachers in general are needed, as the sister said, to help with starting again schooling institutions. I was going to ask for teenagers, older teenagers, because obviously there's the younger ones that easier to acclimatize into school. But if you have older teenagers, 16 and upwards, what's that system like? The colleges and higher learning. What are those options like from what
they
you
have
see?
university? One thing Africa does not lack is universities and colleges. They have them all over the place. I can tell you, in Ghana, you can't hardly turn a corner without hitting a college or university. They are educated people for the most part. You know what I mean? Those who, and the tuition compared to the United States is significantly lower. You can send your child to a really good college or university in Nigeria, Ghana, for a fraction of the cost that it would take to send them in Europe or the UK or anywhere else. So for acclimation, I had a conversation. Let me give you a little story. There was a sister that she contacted me, and she was talking about, she wanted to move to Ghana, and she wanted to go up in the mountains somewhere and get some land and build a house. And so I started talking to her about her children, because she had teenage children. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're thinking about what you want for you, but you're not thinking about it from your children's perspective. And what you're going to do is put them in a situation where they're not going to be happy, and they're not going to want to stay, and they're going to have internalized Africa as a place that they don't want to be. So when I was there, like I said, my daughter, she was a teen. I stayed in the pretty much the city. So there was still, could go to the malls, you know what I mean? And there's movie theaters, and you can order pizza, you know what I mean? You can do all those things. And so and have good internet, you know what I mean? Because she's used to having steady internet, you know what I mean? So that was a cost that I had to pay, but so that she didn't feel a big culture shock from coming from one place to the other. And I didn't want her to feel like, oh my God, I don't want to be here. You know what I'm saying? So I, even, keep in mind something as simple as, they're used to eating what they're used to eating. So you have to introduce them to, okay, these new foods, but you still have to let them eat, because sometimes food can provide comfort food. If you used to macaroni and cheese and now you can't ever have macaroni and cheese, you know what I'm saying? People don't think about these things for their children, but you have to. So even though I can tell you, for Ghana, cheese is expensive. I don't know why, but it is. But because my kids were used to eating macaroni and cheese, and I wanted to still give them some of the things that they like, so I would have to go spend that money and make that macaroni and cheese. You know what I'm saying? So, and they love pizza. So I had to really hunt down for a good pizza spot that, because most of the pizza places are horrible. It's not like what we used to. But there are some. You got to go find them. You got to try. But now the pizza is getting better, and I found some places where when they would eat the pizza, it was like eating pizza from here. You know what I mean? So I just asked the parents who are thinking about going with teenage children. The younger ones adapt, and they generally forget about over here very quickly because they're out playing with kids, and they're out at the park, they're playing soccer, they're doing whatever the other kids are doing. They don't really care. But the teenagers, you really have to be considerate of their ability to adjust, to a new culture.
Right, I'm back. Sorry, the signal just dropped and went a bit hanky. But yeah, definitely what you were saying makes perfect sense, because again, as adults, we're very a lot of adults who are into this repatriation are very clear on what they want. But as you said, if you have kids, it's something that you definitely have to think about them, because one will impact on your experience in what you're trying to do, but as you said also, you now culture shock them into now having this negative connotation with Africa. So now, future tense, they won't even want to come back. They won't even want to, explore themselves, what you've worked so hard probably to get over there and to try to show them. So, that's a definite one.
And I can tell you there's a lot of things to see. And I talk about Ghana mostly because Ghana is where my experience is, but we have elephant reserves. You have to take them out to see things. We have the monkey reserves where the monkeys will come up and let you, they'll crawl up on you. They're all over the place. We have waterfalls, we have so many natural parks and things. So there's a lot to see and explore. So I want to tell parents, don't go to Africa when you are basically going to be struggling and don't have a lot of money, whether your children are going to not get the full experience of Africa. Have something in place where you can show them things, you can explore, and then they will enjoy it. But if you don't have money and you're struggling and they can't really, just be, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to go to, they can't enjoy themselves, and then they're not going to like it, and then they're going to be telling you, well, send me back to grandma, or let me go back home to stay with my auntie or somebody. You know what I mean? So really, really be considerate of the children.
There's a quick question there from the same sister that was talking about buying a property. Are there any no-go areas that you know of?
In Ghana? No.
I'm going to assume that we're talking about Ghana.
Yeah. No.
There you go. Nice and simple.
Ghanaians are very friendly and nice people, and they're not going to do anything to you. There's no-go areas. No.
So, big up to Taylor. Hold up. Taylor Therapy. for the £20 donation. Big up to you. Remember, people, why we're doing this, why we're having this conversation, it is to support the Dr. Llaila Afrika International Rites of Passage Youth Exchange. That is the whole purpose of talking about our history, talking about repatriation, and talking about our inherent connection to one another, going right back to the continent. For people that don't know or haven't seen, this Sister Yah here, has blessed us on the platform before. She has come on before and had a good build with our brother Dean Okay, who will be coming on, and me and Mr. Riggs, where she was talking about, again, the same things that we're talking about today: repatriation, the pathway to it, the practical solutions to make that happen. So if you haven't seen that video, go back into the archives, look for the sister's beautiful face, and you will see her in all of her glory, talking about what's good. Just to remind me, you was doing a telethon yourself. Remind the brothers and sisters what that was for and what that was about.
We did it for Africa Day, Africa Day 2020, and basically it was myself along with 5 other organizations. We've come together under a charter called the Exodus Alliance. We believe that repatriation is a must at this point for our people, that we are in a state of emergency as Black African people in the diaspora, and that we need to start looking towards Africa, to return home to Africa, not only for our safety, but also for the upliftment of the continent of Africa. In the diaspora, we have so many skills, so much education, so many resources that we can use to help ourselves in Africa. And so our message is, let's go home. Let's stop begging these people to accept us. Let's stop begging them to treat us right. You know, here I am. I'll be 50 years old next month in September. And I have 5 children ranging from ages 30 to 10. And I have 3 grandchildren. And my grandchildren today are living in a world where Black people are still having the same issues and still fighting the same fight that my grandparents were fighting. And at what point do we say, you know what, screw it? You know what I mean? We're still police brutality, the prison industrial complex, which is just an extension of slavery. That's modern day slavery. We're being discriminated in every aspect of our being. All 9 areas of people activity, what Neely Fuller talked about, we're being discriminated against and oppressed in all 9 areas of human activity. And then, you know, we're still dealing with voter suppression, and these people still don't want to, you know, they're doing everything that they can to keep Black people from having their votes counted. You know, it's just the same thing. So you know, and now here I am. So this is what my grandparents were dealing with. This is what my parents were marching with Martin Luther King with. Now I'm turning 50. My son and his children are living in the same world. We're dealing with the same thing. So I come to the conclusion that I don't want to keep trying to people recognize our humanity. You know, they're never going to do it. And we don't control the resources to make them do it. Not here. So let's go home. But we have our own people, our own land. We can fortify ourselves, protect ourselves there as Black African people. And so the other organizations that come together with me under that alliance is called, it's the UNIA ACL, which is Marcus Garvey's former, well, it's still in effect. The UNIA ACL under the leadership of President General Cleo Miller. and Basani, which is the Black Star Action Network International in Sierra Leone. And then State of the African Diaspora. Are you familiar with them? ECHO 6. State of the African Diaspora, which is the borderless government that represents us as a people in the 6th region to the African Union. I don't know if a lot of people know that the African Union is made up of 6 regions, and we, the diaspora, is the 6th. So the African Union recognizes us in the diaspora as part of the African Union. And so the body that represents us within that is ECHO 6, State of the African Diaspora. Okay. So they are part of the Exodus Alliance, and they're working to get themselves set up to act as embassies for us in each of these countries on the African continent, so that we have our own representation as diaspora in these countries. Working to get us citizenship, working to get us the African passport that everybody else will be getting. So we do have some representation on our behalf. So they are also a part of the Exodus Alliance. And then we have Brother R.J. Mahdi's, his organization, which is Made in Africa. And hi, Dinaz.
Hey, can you hear me?
How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought it was 11:30, so I apologize. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I thought it was 11:30, so I'm here.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. We see you here, your live dives, your running support. So that's the most important thing. We're going to come to you. The last question I saw someone put up there, they were asking you, sister, just on a quick one, was how long did it take for your children to appreciate the change they experienced?
Well, like I said, the youngest one, you know, when he got there, he was 3, and he loves Ghana. Let me just say, he loves it. Absolutely loves it, and he'll tell anybody he loves Ghana more than America. You know, so, and my daughter, you know, you got to keep in mind every child's. My daughter, she's already an introvert. She's kind of shy anyway, you know. But she is ready to go back, and she's looking forward to it. She knows that there's, you know, she's a young lady now, so she's looking at it from, I got to get over there and get me some business set up. You know, so she's looking at it from a business opportunity. You know what I mean? She knows that she can have a lot of opportunities on the continent of Africa. So she's thinking about, you know, opening her boutique and these type of things now. Like, what does she want to do back over there? So she's ready to go back and stay as well. So, and the thing is, which I never thought I would live to see this day, my father, who is 71 years old, when I first started talking about Africa and leaving and going to Africa, he was not, you know, this is a man who's a veteran. He was in the Vietnam War, served 2 terms, and he was in Desert Storm. And so he's a, you know, traveled person. But when I started talking about going to live in Africa, he was adamant that that's not something he wanted me to do. And he was like, what, you know, because he sat around and watched too much Fox News and CNN, you know.
Right.
But over the course of the years, with me showing him and exposing him to all the positives and how beautiful it is and how calm it is, and you know, he has totally changed. And now I was telling my dad, I was showing my dad my house that's being constructed, you know, and showing him my land and all this stuff. And so now my dad is sitting over there in Mississippi, like, I think I need to come up.
Yeah, he knows now. He knows what's really good now, don't he?
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah, just completely changed. So now he's like, I have to come over there. I'm gonna have to come. I said, yes, you're gonna have to come. So yeah, these people have done such a job on us in terms of our perception of Africa. And it's up to us who love Africa, who visit and travel and go there and who live and who are doing things on the continent it's our responsibility to change this negative perception of our, of our motherland, because it's a lot of beauty in Africa. Do we have poverty? Yes, but
Poverty here.
We got poverty here. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I got people there. I'm from Mississippi. There are people in certain parts of Mississippi that don't have running water and still have outhouses. This is real today in 21st century. Certain parts of Tennessee, up in them Appalachian Mountains and Kentucky and stuff, there are people who are living. You would rather be in a village in Africa than to live like these people are living. So I'm telling you. So, but a lot of people just want to focus on the poverty. They don't want to look. Some of the richest Black people I've ever met in my life live in Africa. They are African people. I've been in some neighborhoods that will put Beverly Hills to shame in Africa. You understand what I'm saying? So,
we gotta understand the true perspective. As you said, they have done a number on us. Most definitely. What's going on, Prince?
What's good?
It's a pleasure to finally have you. Me and you have kind of missed each other. I know you've spoken to Riggsy a couple times. I was meant to come on the show when you was doing some discussions in the past, but it never actually happened. So I'm really happy that you've come to support the cause and you're joining us on Black Eyes TV. Tell the people who you are, a bit about you, and we can kind of bring you into this discussion.
And before we even say anything, we have to say, as he's joined the clan. Hey, Carosa.
Hey, Caro. Baolio. Baoni.
Baoni, yeah, Moa.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, I am Prince Dynast Befe Adewale Amir. Born and raised Sacramento, California. Heart and spirit and soul is in Africa. Let's see here. I operate an initiative called Search for Uhuru, and what we're doing, we're connecting the diaspora back with Africa via cultural exchange. So what I do unfortunately this year that got put on hold as far as the tours, but what we do, we offer cultural excursions throughout Africa, specifically Nigeria. Now excursions throughout Africa, specifically Nigeria. Now we are going to also open up in Sierra Leone. So that's what I do. That's who I am. I am a bridge builder. And by all means, people, if you're going to Nigeria, please visit my kingdom of Odoruo in Osun State. You are more than welcome. We would love to host you all. So,
yeah, my kingdoms. I've got two kingdoms next to yours. One side is Abeokuta, and the other side is Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State.
Okay. I've been to Abeokuta. I actually have land in Abeokuta.
Yeah. So you went to the Olumo Rock.
So you see what the brother said? He has land. So he's got land in Nigeria. I've got land in Ghana. Y'all better get some land. I'm telling you. Get you some land. Dynast, tell them, since you got your land, the price has increased. Has it not?
This is what I tell people. Real estate values in Africa, no matter where you at, you could be in the so-called bush. It doesn't matter where you're at, it's going up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the way the system's rigged here in America, if you're in a predominantly Black community, your real estate values go down. Doesn't matter. Sister Ya's a lawyer. I'm college educated. We can have the greenest manicured lawns, no crime, but the way the system is, your property values go down. So you are exactly right. You have to have an Africa plan. There you go. You have to have an Africa plan. A part of the Africa plan is acquiring some land. So there you go.
Now I see you do a lot of shows with people, again, like Sister Ya, who want to do businesses, who want to set up different links. How in the region of Nigeria, which is where you hail from, and I know you deal with a lot of people from there, how easy is it for you to acclimatize back into that economic structure out there, businesses set up? How maneuverable is that? What would be your advice, and what's your take on that?
I mean, I would say this. So, number one, before you engage Nigeria or in any African country on a business level, I would try to connect with people over here in America or in the country where you're currently at, because they could be able to guide you more in regards to the direction to go in as far as how to properly set up. So when you get over there, you're not taken advantage of. People over there are hungry, and they sometimes see, even though we got the same skin color, they sometimes see us as dollar signs. So, you definitely want to have your connections over here in America or in the UK or wherever you're at, and then have them help you. Because I mean, when you tell them, like, look, I'm interested in buying land in your country or investing in your country, they get excited because especially here in America, the majority of Black Americans aren't interested in Africa. They're not. So when you approach, somebody to kind of say, hey, you're from Nigeria, you're from Ghana, I'm interested in acquiring land or doing this or doing that, they'll be more than happy to help you. So I would go that route, get referrals from them, and then once you set foot on the continent, those referrals will be more than happy to guide you and make sure you're not taken advantage of.
So, in forms, a lot of people are saying that, how did you get your Prince status? And what did you have to go through? I know there's some secrets, but give them a kind of an idea.
No, so basically it was revealed that my ancestry came from Odoruo, or from Nigeria. So they said your ancestors, left as royalty. So now we're going to receive you back as royalty. So that's how that happened.
Mm-hmm. Did they make you do a little rites of passage?
Yeah. I mean, I got my name. So Abefe Adewale. Abefe means deeply loved. Adewale means the crown has returned home. So I got my name, had my my coronation. So yeah.
And then I want to ask you, in forms of business, because a lot of people say, oh no, the Nigerians is not business, it's hard to do business out there and whatsoever. But if you have the right people around you, do you feel that the business can be very successful?
Oh yeah, especially in a place like Nigeria. We gotta understand, number one, Nigeria has the largest Black population on the planet, over 200 million people. Number two, Nigeria has the largest Black diaspora on the planet. I mean, there's a Nigerian everywhere. Antarctica, Poland. I mean, everywhere you will find. I mean, seriously, everywhere you will find a Nigerian.
And to be quite frankly, most of us are Nigerian.
Right. There you go. So there was an article I posted that basically the majority of Black Americans were Nigerian. So yeah. So as far as the ease, I mean, and another thing too, Nigerians got money. Like, Nigerians have money. Now, a lot of times you see these articles in regards to Black America has the largest spending power. But if you take away access to credit, if you take away, I worked in corporate America, white corporate America, the majority of my life. So basically access to cash. Okay, when you talk about access to cash, I would say Nigerians by far have to be number one, because Nigerians got money. So, I just think we can't. I know a lot of people have these negative stereotypes and connotations about Nigeria, but if you're talking about doing big business as just a Black man, you can't leave out Nigeria. I mean, you can't. Right. So, right. But at the same time, you have to go where you think is a good fit for you.
I had an Indian from India. Well, he was Indian descent, but grew up in UK. He went to Nigeria, and within less than 3 years, he had become a millionaire. He went to Nigeria. He told me, he said, "Listen, if you're not looking at Nigeria to do business, you're not serious."
Yeah, you're not serious. I didn't want to say it like that because I don't want to offend
people. He said you're not serious.
Yeah. I don't want to offend people. I don't want to say it like that. But it just me being going to Nigeria, and the Nigerians I know here, knowing that there's a Nigeria. I mean, there might be a Nigerian in Mars somewhere, or on the moon somewhere. Like, Nigerians are everywhere. In fact, somebody told me the saying is, if you don't see an Igbo man in a specific country, that country, you don't want to be in that country. So,
Nah, ain't got enough for that country.
yeah. So Nigerians are everywhere. So, that's just, again, you have to really capture, if you're serious about business, you can't ignore Nigeria.
But I want to ask you this, right? Because we have a massive influx of people saying, screaming poverty and leaving Nigeria and going into European countries because they feel that going to America because they feel that it's paved with gold.
Right.
But do you feel that some of these people are just lazy to not push the narrative forward?
I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna call them lazy, but I'm gonna tell you a true story. So, when I go to Nigeria, I stay at the Kalakuta in Ikeja, right? And so I was headed back to Benin Republic, and this time, for some reason, I wanted to catch the bus. So I called my Uber, and he was gonna take me to the bus station. So while we're driving, he's just, we suffer in Nigeria, we suffer. And then he just started talking about his friend who's in America. And this is what he said. He said, my friend, America, I want to go to America. I want to go so bad. This is what he said. My friend makes $12 an hour. And I had to stop him. I said, if he's making $12 an hour, he's like in a studio apartment with 6 other people. Like you can't survive in America at $12 an hour. He's literally, but he just couldn't get over $12 an hour. And I had to tell him, like, look, if he's making $12 an hour, like where we're at now because of inflation, that's poverty.
Yeah.
Like $12 an hour.
Oh, that's been poverty for a long time.
Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, but he couldn't get over $12 an hour. And I had to tell him, look, man, listen, I had to calm him down. Listen, $12 an hour. He's in a studio apartment with probably 4 or 5 other people sleeping on the floor. Now, I'm not leaving Nigeria. Because the thing about Africans, at least a lot of Africans have their own family home in their own family land. I haven't met not one African that doesn't have a family home or their own family.
Exactly.
Not one. But you want to leave that to chase $12 an hour and stay in a studio apartment and sleep on the floor with 5 other people. So I think a lot of them, they think the grass is greener on the other side. Then when they get there, they realize it's not. So.
Okay, so
I've had those conversations with Ghanaians and had to explain to them what things cost.
Right.
You're looking at this person making this, and you think you converting that to Ghana cedis, but you're not looking at the fact that you can pay your rent up for the whole year for 700 Ghana cedis. Nobody's going to be bothering you every 4 weeks about rent.
Right.
You know what I mean? Here, people have to come up with sometimes thousands of dollars every month for rent. You understand? And then on top of that, they still have to eat and they have their utility. At least in Africa, if you don't have, you would not be hungry. Because guess what? If there's no food in your house, you go to your auntie house and eat.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? You gotta, even you can go to your friend's mom's house and eat. Somebody's gonna feed you. You know what I'm saying? So it's just different, but they have in their mind that, and I keep saying you have to try to build up something here to make Africa better. Stop looking outside, because why do you think we are all trying to come home? There's a reason that we are trying to come. You know what I mean? But some of them just don't get it. So they don't understand that we're living paycheck to paycheck. A lot of our people, they don't understand that these bills are going to be hitting you every 4 weeks. You're going to get your money. What they don't leave you after taxes, because the taxes is coming out first off rip. That hit you every 4. And that's one of the things that my husband, who is Ghanaian, was like, what the hell? Yeah. He couldn't understand, like, they're taking, and then when he works overtime, they take more. You know what I mean? So But these things they don't do to you in your African country. Your money is your money. You know
Right.
what I mean? So it's better to try to manage yourself well at home, to build something, create something there. You far better than, trying to come over here and be just a plug into the system, and then you working just to continue to, pay bills, get more money so that you can pay the bill the next month, so you can get enough money to pay the bill the next month. This is why I had to create Senko for Repatriation Assistance Program, because people don't have what they need to break away from that. They don't have anything that says, okay, step away from that, and I got you until you get okay. You know what I'm saying? And so I said, we the people have to do it for ourselves. Even though we are making this reparation argument,
I don't think.
I personally, and I said it, Dinaz, I don't believe these people. If they give it to us, then the day they give it to us, know that this money is not worth anything anymore. That that day they give it to you, the dollar will be worth Zimbabwe money.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
and
it's a
that
fact.
too, I have to explain to my African, some of my African friends how, for example, like especially here in Atlanta, back in like around 2008, and even to today, it's not as bad. Literally, you have Black people who paid off their homes, but because their values went up, their taxes went up, they couldn't pay their taxes, they got kicked out their homes, foreclosed on their homes. And like they couldn't get it. Like they couldn't understand. Like, huh? I was like, yeah, you own your home, pay it off. Your taxes go up on your home from like $300 a year to some cases $3,000 or $4,000. You have these seniors who are on these fixed incomes with Social Security. They might be getting a little bit of retirement, and just unfortunately in the Black community, depending, where sometimes these senior citizens, they're also taking care of their family with their limited Social Security check, their limited retirement. They also got to take care of Junebug who don't want to get a job, who just want to sleep on the couch, so they don't pay the taxes, they lose the house.
Yeah.
Right. I was recently in Texas a lot last year, and a lot of people were suffering from that. House price, those taxes just going through the roof, and suddenly, as you said, they're losing the yard. I wanted to ask you this, though, as Americans, because us in the UK and across Europe, because we're in a smaller landmass. Remember, UK is only the size smaller than New York State. I always tell Americans that just to give them a perspective of how small the whole of UK
as far as landmass.
Yeah, smaller.
I didn't know
than
that.
Than
You're just stupid. You go off of maps. They make it seem bigger. So
of importance when there is no importance. So I mean, for us, we inherently travel more and always have done, and kept our inherent connections to the continent a lot more. But for you Americans, how?
I know where you're going with this. I'm interjecting. I'm sorry.
So, come to you, brother.
I was in Gambia with Juliet at Blacksit. I'm sorry, Blacksit with Juliet. And so I asked her, because so here in America, we've been so disconnected from Africa and our roots. We got Black people saying they indigenous, they Hebrew Israelites, they Native Americans, they ain't African. The Mississippi River is the Nile River. They the Olmecs, like, and it's simply because we're so disconnected. So I remember in the UK, they had this, is it Cheddar Man?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Cheddar Man was dark skinned. Yeah. So I asked, because you gotta understand, there's a Cheddar Man in America. Black people will be pointing to it, say, "Oh, see, we from here. We're not African. We from here because of Cheddar Man, because Cheddar Man had dark skin." Yeah. So I asked my UK family, I'm like, "Are there any like Black people from the UK claiming that they descendants of Cheddar Man and that they're indigenous to the UK?" And they were like, "No, because we know we're from Jamaica, we know we're from the Caribbean, we know we're from Nigeria, or where we're from." So simply because we're so disconnected from Africa, all this other insurgents, Choctaw Indians and all this other stuff is just seeped in.
Wait, do you know what I say to them dynamics when they say that? I say, listen, okay, so where did those people come from? Those people you're talking about, they came here from somewhere. They didn't just spring up, separate from race of people from the original African. Where did they come from? That's where you get them stuck, because at the end of the day, even if you say you were here first, or what pisses me off is the ones who deny that the slave trade ever happened. That one, I will not tolerate that disrespect for what happened, what my ancestors went through. But if you want to say that your people were over here prior to, because Africans traveled over here, okay, but they came here from Africa, so you're still African. You understand?
Right.
Yeah.
Self-hate. That's what's being taught.
Well, you have to understand where it came from. I understand where it came from, but in this day, in the 21st century, there's too much information available for people to be saying this type of silliness,
But Sister Yah, they're doubling down on it, though, in the 21st century. They're doubling down.
Well, that's how you keep a society subjugated, because just on the economic platform, people love to talk about black economics. We need jobs, we need money, this and that. But again, if you don't understand that your whole Western society experience is built off of every African material, including the first material, which is us, we're the first materials of Africa. You don't understand that, then don't talk to me about politics. Don't talk about revolution. Don't talk about, nation building. None of these things are going to be relevant if you don't even understand how the white boy himself is building and pumping life into his limp society. You understand? It's predicated on Africa and those resources and that trade that is inherently happening. So,
which brother, and they will not leave Africa alone. This is why I say, even to this day, they have not. So this is why I'm saying it's imperative that those of us who understand, we have to go back home. We have to, because this thing is never going to stop for us as Black people if we who know better don't go back home and we help talk to our people, educate our people, and fortify ourselves on the continent of Africa. I will not start saying when people start talking about we gotta stay here and fight. I'm like, come on now, come on. Let's
fight how.
Let's be real, because I was in the military. My father was in the military. My mother's in. I come from an Army family, United States Army. The way that they have Black communities set up, at any moment in time, they can cut you out from all resources. Most of our neighborhoods are already food deserts anyway. Okay, you have to leave out of Black neighborhoods to go to the grocery store. Okay, so all they have to do, they have you basically cut off, and then they can stop water from coming in. Flint. Let's talk about Flint. Okay. And I tell people, brothers and sisters, all the time, they talk about this stay here and fight thing. Listen, let's be realistic.
Right.
You can only live so many days without water.
Right.
You can go a long time without food, but you can only live so many days without water. And when your children are crying and hungry and thirsty, what are you going to do? You don't have the resources to do this fight that you're talking about. And you cannot vote yourself. I don't care what anybody says. I do not know anywhere in the world where people voted themselves out into liberation or voted themselves out of oppression. So I'm not going to sit here and talk down on people who want to vote. Go vote, particularly on your local level if that's what you want to do. But I am convinced that everything on the federal level is rigged and your vote doesn't count. And nobody can convince me that it does. These people are selected, they are chosen, they have an agenda, and they're not going to let you and your little puny Black vote stop their agenda. And you don't have the resources to put up a real fight against these people. You really don't. So when this is why I don't understand Black people who be fighting each other over talking about my street, my hood. It's not your hood. You don't own anything over there. You know what I'm saying? It's more of the Asians and the Arab hood than it is yours, because they're the one that own all the businesses.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So we have to stop talking like children. We're the oldest people on the planet. Okay? We're the oldest people on the planet, but sometimes we talk and think like children. It's frustrating to me.
No.
Yes, introducing our sister Charmaine in the house from Black History Studies. She does a lot of history stuff, and it's someone that you lot can connect, as we're always bridging the gap. As the man says, yeah, he's always bridging that gap, you know. So it's bridging the gap from what she does. She does financial for a lot of people, as well as she does the Black History Studies, and they do a lot of tours around the globe. And Prince, as I said, I think you said you do tours yourself.
Yes.
Hold on, one second. Hold on.
Okay.
No, whoa, hold on. What's that? Hold on. No. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
It's all good. You know the routine while we're waiting, people. Like, share, subscribe. Hit that button if you haven't already. If you've been enjoying the day, share this out. We're just about to bring in Sister Charmaine, one of our homegrown favorites. How are you, my day? Looking well. How's your husband? Is he cool?
He's good. Yeah, he's well. He's very well.
That's all. For those that do know, their organization is always doing big works. You get me? From stalls, economics to teaching classes, husbands on the radio. There's a few different ventures, but yeah, Dennis is sorting himself out. So rather than me talk, Charmaine, why don't you introduce yourself officially? Tell the people a bit about yourself while he's sorting himself out.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
We're hearing you clear. Perfect.
Okay, cool. So, greetings. My name is Charmaine Simpson. I'm one half of a superpower team called Black History Studies. We are a family business that I ran with my husband, Mark Simpson, and we've been teaching and educating the community about Black history and Black studies for the past 13 years. We're located in London, but that doesn't mean our reach is global. So through coronavirus and the Rona and everything that's going on now, we've ramped up our online program, and we're reaching and speaking to people all around the world. So a lot of the different talks, the conversation, especially with Sister Yah, is echoed in some of the things that we're trying to do. We're trying to educate the people why we should be going back to Africa and investing in Africa and giving back, as opposed to staying in this hostile environment in London and wondering why we're dying early, we getting all of these major illnesses because we're not meant to be here. And I don't know if anybody's experienced this heat recently. We've had it's been very hot over here, but that heat is very oppressive. It's a different type of heat compared to when you're in Africa or the Caribbean. And I've said it's because we're in the devil's hit, because England, and I've known for a very long time, even though I was born here, that England is not the place for me. And when Sister Yah was talking, me and my husband have these conversations all the time, and this is why we encourage people to travel. I don't believe the hype that Africa is not the place for us. We're not welcome there. Somebody asked about no-go zones. There's no-go zones for us in England. Even in London, there's no-go zone for us.
Right.
So
in America,
can't go, especially in America, because why shouldn't we be traveling all over the world? And this is what I love doing, is traveling all around the world and making links with people all around the world. Marcus Garvey didn't have StreamYard and Zoom and WhatsApp and Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. We have these resources. Why are we not using this to reach out and make links with people all around the world? This is why I say big thanks to Mr. Riggs and Richie for doing this weekender, because this is what we need to be doing and making links with people all around the world. And maybe we can work together, because we do tours over here from London, going to places like Kemet. We do European tours as well, because there are African people in Europe that they even know that we exist in London, and we can support them in Europe. So we've done tours to Lisbon, Amsterdam, Paris. We're going to be doing tours to Germany, all these different places, and making links with people. And I think this is the time where we need to make in links. And I often joke with people saying that we need to have our underground railroad from Europe, from London, because we don't know. things can get even hostile over here. We have to have our brothers and sisters that we can stop off in Paris, maybe go over to Spain, and then go over to somewhere else. So we need to be educating people about the importance of coming together. And Brother Terry said that the theme of today is looking at the Black family and coming together. So my presentation is looking at why Black is beautiful, why we should love our Blackness, our Africanness, and then looking at some of the neglected people in our history as the women, because we have amazing women that we need to be sharing and telling about their stories. But oftentimes when I'm doing my presentations, we overlook the contributions of women to world history. So this is what my presentation is going to be mainly focused on. I'm looking at the many leaders from the past and present that are contributing to our world history as we speak. Yeah.
Oh,
So
I'm Banis. I'm Prince Banis Samir, by the way. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Very well.
Good.
Yeah. So yeah, when you were talking about Nigeria, I was very interested because my mom's best friend when I was growing up was Nigerian. So I had Jamaican and Nigerian upbringing. So I knew about the food and the culture and stuff. And I didn't get to go to Nigeria when my mom went, but that's on my place. Yeah, I'm looking at the artwork beside you as well, because one of my favorite arts in the world is bending bronzes and the bending arts.
Oh yeah, here we go. Bam,
so, yeah,
here we go.
I know, don't know. Hide it.
You know what's funny? So when Europeans came to Benin, Edo State with Benin City, you know, and they saw these bronzes. Yeah, they were like, "There's no way that Black men, inferior Black men, can make this. No way." So they try to say that space aliens made it.
Oh yeah, everything's aliens. Everything's aliens.
Yeah, they try to say that space aliens.
The same way about the pyramids.
Yeah.
Aliens came down and built.
Yeah. All of that.
Don't mind that these people kept meticulous records and they literally told you they built it. You know, everything. Yeah, but no, that can't be true. There's no way Black people could have done that.
Right.
Yeah, we taught you how to do certain things, and you're like, really? Yeah. So yeah, this is one of the things that we do is educating, especially the adults, especially and the young people as well. Because if the adults don't know, we can't expect the young people to know. So this is what we do. We go through the adults to teach the young people, or I just go straight to the young people with the support of the parents, and it's very important. Over here, we're complaining and campaigning for the government of this country to teach Black history in schools. Well, we've been campaigning since the 1940s. Why are we waiting for the government to teach it? So, like what Black History Studies did 13 years ago, we said we're not waiting on nobody to do something that we're capable of doing. We just set up our organization, worked with other people, and got this done. So you heard from people like Andrew Mohammed, who we support. You had people like Avril Nanton, who was one of our students, and we work closely together as well. So we're all in this game trying to educate and awaken people to the fact that we are great. We have always been great. We just have to realize our greatness and put actions in place so that we can change the narrative of what was happening in the past and look at how we can inspire ourselves using our great history. And that's what we've been doing and we do that every day. And yeah, just keep doing that. But yeah, thank you for your contributions. I was making some notes. So I have to get your details from Mr. Riggs and continue the conversation.
We cannot keep begging other people. I don't know why we even think these. Let's think about it.
Yeah.
If you were the person in power, in charge, would you empower other people to take power from you? You would not do it.
No.
You understand? You would not do it.
Not happening.
It's not happening.
And the curriculum that they want to teach is not not coming from the perspective that we're coming across. So we're not talking about Black economics, becoming business owners and giving back to and investing in your community. No, they're going to teach you to be workers of them and keep their system going. Whereas we don't want to be teaching that. We want to be teaching us that you can go and work for them, but have your own business as well. And then support your Black businesses and do all of that. And
Sister
travel.
Charmaine, I'm getting a lot of people contacting me because this is the mindset. Oh, how do I find a job in Africa? How do I find a job? I'm not like, why are you asking me about a job? You understand? Get this job thing out of your mind.
Yeah.
So start thinking like a entrepreneur, a business, but this is how they have trained us to think, not to own our own thing, not to create our own thing, but to get a job. And I'm like, okay, we have brothers and sisters on the continent who are educated, who are intelligent, who are able-bodied, and a lot of them don't have jobs. They are trying. Why do you want to go and compete with people for jobs? Go over there and create jobs for them. You
So,
understand? We have to get out of this thing of working for somebody.
Yep, and it's so true, because this is one of the reasons why, even though we teach history, I have a first class degree in economics, so I do both economics and the history. It's very linked. We can't talk about the history and not talk about the economics. We can't talk about history and not mention Black Wall Street and Mansa Musa, all of these people, the gold and basically the blood, sweat of African people built this country that I'm sitting in now, and they will deny that. So, for example, when we take groups up to Liverpool and do our Black History tour of Liverpool and go to the museum, they will turn around and tell you that the majority of the wealth that they got in Liverpool came from the cotton trade. And we have to look at them like, really? Really? No? Let's talk about enslavement. Let's talk about all the mayors of that area being slave traders and still benefiting from that money and transgenerational wealth to this day. Yeah. And these are the conversations that we can have, because, like you said, there are very wealthy and rich, affluent people in Africa, in England, but we have to be able to, we all have to realize that we can do that. So if you don't want to work for somebody else, support somebody else in their business, share their information. You may not want to live in Africa, but go and visit and tell your family about Africa, and go and have like a little piece of land, or donate to a school, or you might have resources and different things that you can have. So it's all about the education. And because we follow the teachings of Marcus Garvey, if Marcus Garvey can do it back in the 40s, we have nothing stopping us from doing it now.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm not a person that just talks about Garvey. I'm trying to be Garvey and try to do what Garvey was doing. So can't be talking about going back to Africa if you haven't got skills that can be beneficial of Africa. Can't be talking about history if we're not developing our own nation at home. I can't be talking about nationhood and I don't have a nationhood in my home.
Yeah.
Hence the reason why we have to have strong Black families, which leads on to strong Black nations and communities. And that's a lot of things that we have to look at that, and we have to go back and not just focus on the problems, look at the solutions, where you both are providing those solutions. So somebody wants listening and think, you know what, I want to go to Nigeria. You know what, make links with Prince, make links with yourself, and just go. And I guarantee you probably won't even want to come back. Knowing that, then my husband's been to Ghana, he's like, Charmaine, you won't come back.
I want to speak on that. And people don't, I'm telling you, once you go, it's like an addiction.
Right, exactly. And
I have to give that warning to people every time. Once you go, once you arrive, once you land, it's gonna be an addiction. First of all, you're not gonna want to leave. That's first and foremost. And then when you do, you leave, all you're gonna be thinking about is how to get back when you're going back.
Yeah, my husband, same thing. He was plotting and planning how to get back, and I'm like, yeah, don't worry, we will get back. And these are some of the conversations that I have with people that you may not have, like, my family's not born in Africa. My family's from Jamaica, but we're still African blood, African people. Like I said, my mom's best friend was from Nigeria, so I grew up with eating Nigerian food. So I had the best of both worlds. So there's no reason why we can't go back. And I educate my children to say that we're global African children. We don't have to stay here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. When we travel, we take them with us. And this is what we have to do, and encourage people to do that. It may cost a lot of money, and you might not get a holiday every 2 years or 1 year. But when you take your children and they experience Africa and traveling abroad where people look like you in the mass numbers, that will change their perspective. Because then, and it links to what I'll be talking about in the presentation as well. Why we need to be doing that. Andrew Muhammad said it. Why it's so important that our young people know our history. Very important.
Yeah. For me, my son, I've been homeschooling him for that very purpose, because I wanted him to be strong and solid on his African identity foundation before he goes out into the world. So there's nothing, I'm telling you, this little boy, there's nothing you can say to him to make him feel inferior about who he is. Well, that was something I had to do in the house first. Before he goes out into the world. So now I'm okay if he wants to go, send him out to school, because he's strong in his identity as an African. You understand what I'm saying? He's proud of it. He knows his history. You can't make him feel inferior about nothing. He knows everything that we done. He'll tell you in a minute, Black people invented everything. You understand what I'm saying? So we have to do that for our children. But before we send them out into this cruel world, man.
Right. Yeah. And I've got 3 daughters under the age of 12. So I have to make sure that they know themselves before they even leave out the house. Even if you go nursery, go to second primary school, they know themselves.
Yeah.
They know they're surrounded by amazing people in the community. And this is why we have to do these things. And turn off the TV if we have to. My TV blew up about 2 years ago. We haven't replaced it. Today they woke up and was doing coding. And then they were watching, my youngest, who's 5 now, is watching a wildlife program about Africa in the room. Now, these are things that they can do, teaching them skills that can go on. They can be doing these things in various places of the world. So I'm not going to put my children in front of Peppa Pig and nonsense, because how is that going to help them in life? Yeah, we need to train up the next generation of leaders.
Let's get ready to rumble. We're gonna let Sister Charmaine, if we can have our last words from our special guest. Give the public your infos and how to find you and what you're up to in the future, so we can start the second program. Sister Ya.
Yes, you can find the Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program at www.sankofarepat.com, which was on the screen earlier. We have a YouTube channel, which is Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program, the Facebook page under the same name, Sankofa Repatriation Assistance Program. We're also on Twitter and Instagram. Please consider becoming a donor for as little as $1 a month. Our goal is to get a minimum of 1 million brothers and sisters in the diaspora to commit to $1 single a month. And that will give us the resources we need to implement and start getting our people back on the continent and setting them up in businesses. And like Sister Charmaine said, Marcus Garvey was able to get millions of brothers and sisters to donate on a monthly basis, and he did not have the internet. He did not have YouTube and all this stuff. So surely we should be able to do this for our people. Thank you very much, Brother Terry and Brother Richie, for having me on again. It was a pleasure. Good seeing you, Dynas. You stay safe. I'll be in touch. Nice meeting you, Sister Charmaine.
And you too. And you too.
And greetings to everyone who's watching.
Yeah.
Prince, where can the people find you?
Yeah, everybody. Thank you yes, sir. Everyone, thank you so much for having me on. You can find me. Go to dynastamir.com. Again, just go to dynastamir.com. Also, to my YouTube page is search for Uhuru. Again, search for Uhuru, SEARCHFORUHURU. Search for Uhuru here on YouTube. And everyone, I'm building that bridge. So
so we're gonna have a deeper show where we can have a proper discussion.
Let me know when. Let me know when. I'm here. I'm all for it. So everyone, thank you for joining. Charmaine, nice meeting you. Brothers, thanks for having me on. And until next time, y'all. Peace.
Peace and love.
Peace, bro.
Yes.
Sister Charmaine. What's good? We're ready. We're poised for more information and gems.
Yeah.
Are you ready to drop it and go in? When you're ready, sister, we're ready. The family's ready. You know what time it is. Hit that like button, share it out. Let's go.
Okay. And I've got till 6, yeah?
Yeah, we could go a bit further out because we've been killing time. I just have to push the time a bit.
Okay, let me know what time then, so I can time watch.
Yeah, I'm watching time. Don't worry. Just go.
Okay,
Go.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Share screen. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Share audio.
While sister's doing that, don't forget, people, while we're doing this, while we're coming together, Dr. Llaila Afrika's International Youth Exchange Program. Donate. When you're ready, sister.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
We can see it.
Presentation. Black is beautiful.
Black is beautiful.
Excellent. So, greetings, everybody. My name is Charmaine Simpson. I Let me put up the next page. So today I'm going to be talking about Black is Beautiful. And I'm going to talk about reason why I've selected this presentation today, because I've often been hearing a lot of anti-Blackness in the news and the media at the moment. I thought, you know what, let's do a presentation just to highlight why we're beautiful and why we're so amazing and why we should be looking at our greatness and using that as a motivation for us to go into greatness as well. Okay, so my name is Charmaine Simpson. I'm the CEO of Black History Studies. And the gentleman there is Mark Simpson, who is the Director of Operations. And we are Black History Studies. And we have been operating for about 13 years now, teaching Black history and Black studies in the community. We do various different activities, which I explain to you in a moment, under the banner of Black History Studies. We also run a sister company called Black History Study Tours, which is our sister company, which we do our international tours to. And I'll speak about that in a moment. So our mission is to inform and inspire and empower people through Black history and Black studies by educating the community to educate themselves, thus creating a self-sustaining circle. Okay, so what we want to do is give people enough information for them to go and do their own research. Yeah, I don't like spoon feeding people. I want you to go out and do your own research. Go and find more information from yourself and bring that back to us, because we can't say that we're Black history experts, because no one is a Black history expert, because we're uncovering information every day. And this is one of the reasons why I love Black history studies. I'm very passionate about the work that we do, because this history is very important. And Black history is the missing pages of world history, and Black history should be taught to everybody, not just Black people, everybody, because there are people in the world that have been miseducated about our story and our contributions to world history, and we need to be sharing our great story to people so they can know about what we did. Okay, and history is a collective record of a people shaping the world around them in their interests and images. Okay, and what I want to be doing is sharing all the amazing stories of what we've done in the past and what we're doing in the present, because every day we're making history. As we sit down watching this live stream today, we are making history. Okay, so some of the services that we offer at Black History Studies, we do regular Black History and Black Studies presentations. We have our webinar program that we do. We run regular short courses on Black History and Black Studies. This is moving so fast. So we do short courses on Black History and Black Studies, and I'll be talking about a course that we're running in a moment. We have beginners and advanced Black Studies course, which is a 30-week program that we run. We've been doing that for a number of years now, and we've educated so many people on that course. And we do our international study tours through our company called Black History Study Tours, and we take groups to Kemet. We have taken groups to Europe, so we've done Amsterdam, we've done Paris, we've been in Lisbon. We was meant to do in April the Black History tour of Brussels, and looking at the history and linking it to people, the great leaders such as Patrice Lumumba and also the Congolese people as well. We also have our own community cinema, and we educate people using film. And we are part of Film London, and we work with various different organizations. I used to be the chair of the New Black Film Collective, which is a umbrella organization of a lot of Black exhibitors around the UK. I have to big them up because they're doing some amazing work. We also do museum tours. So we do a Black History tour of the British Museum, and we also do a Ma'arthur Liverpool tour, which is a walking tour and a tour of the International Slavery Museum, just to educate people using these resources in these museums and telling our story. We also self-publish our own books, and we have published many books, and we are publishing books as we speak. We've got a new book coming out shortly. And we also involved in film distribution. So Black History Studies was the organization that launched Hidden Colors series in this country, and we've supported many other films telling our story in this country, and we do quite a lot. We have our own radio show on Colourful Radio, which Mark Simpson delivers, called Messaging and Music, using music as a way of sharing messages of upliftment as well. And in my introduction, I talk about how I'm also an economist, but let's talk about how I've incorporated that into Black History Studies. So for a long time, Black History Studies has been supporting Black businesses. Now, we have this new Black Pound Day, but Black History Studies has been doing it since October 2012 actively. So even the people that we have in our organization doing our flyers, our printing, our clothing, anything that we can, we try and get it from a black supplier. Okay, so we can share that black pound. Since October of 2012, we've organized this event called the Black Market and Film Festival, which is to support black businesses in the UK. So we'll have it in a central location where people come from all over the UK and abroad to exhibit their items. We also combine it with a film festival, so we're supporting independent filmmakers to give them a platform to show their films, and we've been doing that. And also we use that event to raise awareness of financial education and financial literacy. Okay? And like I said earlier, I'm a first-class degree graduate in economics. I'm also a passionate personal finance coach and financial educator. So we can't talk about history and not talk about economics. So I sit down with families in the community and help them with their finances, helping them to their money grow. If anybody's listening out there got any needs, they've got goals and dreams that require a substantial amount of money. They may have debts they want to clear. They may have saving goals they want to work towards. They may want to pay off their mortgage much sooner. I sit down with families and help them. And I also teach them financial literacy and help them with their finances. And my website where I do my work through my financial education work is charmainesimpson.com. Okay. So we're talking about that. Oftentimes when we set up Black History Studies, people used to say, why are we using the word black instead of African? Yeah. And people was telling us to change our name and all kind of stuff when we started. But we said, you know what, we're going to use the word black. Okay. Because our history is not just to do with Africa. Our history is doing with melanated people. And the political term that we use is black. Okay. And the reason why we use the word black is because unfortunately there are some African people who don't see themselves as black and some black people who don't see themselves as African. And we know that Africa is the origin of humanity is coming out of Africa, but not everybody sees them as Africa. So I found this picture here which talks about what is black, and you can see the various depictions of black people all around the world. Yeah. So if you go to somebody in Australia and ask them if they're black or African, they're more likely to say themselves as black than African. Okay. And we have a global African presence, a global black presence, and we need to highlight those stories as well. Okay. So let's talk about cultural identity. Culture refers to the customs, practices, languages, and values and worldviews that define social groups, such as those based on nationality, religion, or nationality, region, or common interests. Cultural identity is important for people's sense of self and how they relate to others. And a strong cultural identity can contribute to people's overall well-being. And that's one of the reasons why I love doing our presentations and our events, because we bring in African people and black people together so they can actually enjoy and express themselves in a way where they don't have to feel suppressed. And this is one of the reasons why we how can I say it? We tried to discuss, we didn't want to go on to our online process because we wanted to use our Black history and Black studies to bring communities together. Because I used to be a youth worker for many years in Brent, and one of the ways I wanted to see our business grow is to actually bring communities together and bring the Black family together. So different families can interact and talk to each other. Our children can play in a safe space. And these are one of the reasons why we love doing our community events. And the desired outcomes recognize the importance of a shared national identity and a sense of belonging, the value of cultural and social and group diversity. And we are very diverse people. We are very diverse. And cultural identity is important to a person's well-being. Now, there's things that when we come together as a group, we can understand each other. Sometimes we come together and we do that big belly laugh. We don't have nobody telling us to be quiet. We could just interact with people and people just understand what we're going through. And that also helps our well-being. And I'm very hot on mental health or mental well-being. And sometimes we need to just immerse ourselves with our people. So when we do our events, we might have some food, everybody comes together, have a patty and sit down and reason and talk to each other. We are very hot on, when we do our event, encouraging people to speak to each other. We always do our events with a meet and greet. Turn around and say hello to somebody that's next to you, because we're living in a very hostile environment, and we've taken on the hostile mentality where we've got people that will sit down in an event for 2 hours and not even greet the person sitting down next to them. We need to stop that. So within our events that we do, we're trying to encourage people to talk to each other. And we have encouraged people to talk to each other until we've had weddings. marriages. We've had at least 2 weddings and 4 babies, and 2 of them were twins, from people that have met at our events, come together, people that have set up businesses and bought property in Atlanta. We've had people that have gone on to set up businesses and had a link with Africa and bringing over goods and selling them. So these are, and people have gone on to create different organizations and groups and events in the community. So this is what we can do when we come together as Black African people. So identifying with a particular culture helps people feel they belong and give them a sense of security. Okay. So an established cultural identity has also been linked to positive outcomes in areas such as health, education, access to social networks, which provide support, shared values, and aspirations. And we have seen how this has benefited me in my life, coming together, speaking to each other. We can talk about any challenges that we're having in our life. We can educate our children in a African-centric curriculum and mindset. This is why I love people like Andrew Mohammed and the West Side Young Leaders Academy, because they're doing some amazing works in the community. People like Julian Hall of Ultra Education that are doing some amazing work, Manhood Academy, all of these people out there doing works with our young people. And we're seeing the benefits of them coming together, using our history and culture to educate and empower and motivate our young people to greatness. Okay. So a person's understanding of their own and others' cultural identity develops on birth and is shaped by the values and attitudes prevalent at home and in the surrounding community. So like I said earlier, it starts in the home. Nation building starts in the home. Yeah. So you can't be out there talking about nation building if you ain't got a stable home environment. What are you doing with your partner, your king or your queen? What are you doing with your children? What are you doing with your extended family? And then that trickles out into the community, that trickles out into the nations. And it's very important. We need to have strong family networks and use these for our benefits. Okay. So why is it important to know our history? So according to Melanin Karenga, history is a collective record of a people shaping the world around them in their interests and images. And there is a need to study our history to develop self-knowledge and an identity through history. Now, I didn't learn history in the school system that we should have. I didn't learn a lot of Black history in the school system. I was one of those children that loved history, used to debate with Mr. Dell of Preston Manor High School and say, how come you're not teaching this and how come you're not teaching that? It's because my father encouraged me to learn. He used to take me to Ealing Road Library. We got 5 books and we learned. And we read those 5 books every day of that week, and then we changed those books. And I was very interested in Rastafari and the impact that had on Jamaica. And that caused me to go into my learning and learn about our history. And it's very important that we do these things. Okay. And we must value our contribution to world history. And we contributed back then and we continue to contribute to this day. And allowing Black people to understand that their culture is something to be valued and worth celebrating is vital to their self and racial esteem and their sense of identity. Yeah, you can have high self-esteem and low racial identity. And what we want to show people, and young people in particular, that we have amazing self, we are brilliant and amazing. We need to keep sharing this. Okay. So to illustrate the richness of our history as a result of contributions from different cultures and community of people. So we are very diverse. If you go from the South Africa right up to North of Africa, East and West, we have various different contributions in different communities, and where we've been taken out of the Africas and taken out to the Americas, into Europe. We have different contributions to our history. Yeah, and also to challenge the ignorance and stereotypical views of the wider community regarding the histories of Black communities worldwide. Like Brother Andrew said, our history did not start with slavery. And oftentimes in this country, they want to start with enslavement. Yeah, and I often get invited to go into schools to talk about Black history, and they come and tell me to come in and speak about slavery. And when I come in and speak about slavery, they're not going in to talk about Wilberforce and how Wilberforce freed us from enslavement. I will talk about Samuel Sharp and the Queen Nzingas and the amazing people in our history that contributed to our history. Okay. So as citizens of the 21st century, we have to have the right to be enlightened about the world in which we live in and be taught a balanced view of history. Yeah. So like one of the courses that I've revised and going to be delivering in September is a course looking at great Black women in history, which is an online course. Okay. It's a 6 weeks online course starting on Wednesday, the 2nd of September to the 7th of October, starting at 7. If you want to know about this course in more detail, go to our website. And I believe it's very important that we talk about the legacy and history and achievements of African women. Now, when we started up Black History Studies and people came to our events, they were saying that it was good to see a woman standing up at the front and talking and speaking about our history and sharing the history in the way that we do. Like, it inspires other young women as well, that there's somebody out there doing this and sharing the history unapologetically. And we have to inspire our young generation coming up. And also talk about our contributions, because we have been in history. We've always been beside our Black men and supported our Black men, but oftentimes our history and our stories have been overlooked. So what I want you to do is talk about the historical achievements and legacy of Black women in our history. So we're going to look at the Black heroes in the Hall of Fame. Okay, and because we've got limited time, I'm going to run through them. There's so much women that I could have put in this presentation. I had to keep it short. Okay, so let's look at the Black heroes in the Hall of Fame. Okay, so we can look at our oldest human ancestor. Okay, so on the 24th of November 1974, a nearly complete skeleton of our oldest human ancestor was found in Hadar in Ethiopia. And Professor Donald Johanson of the United States Institute of Human Origin suggested the name Lucy. Yeah. But having been discovered in Ethiopia, she was given the name Dinkinesh, which means thou art wonderful in the Ethiopian language. Now, why would they name her Lucy? To give the notion that this person or this body or this person had European stuff. But if you found in Ethiopia, why don't you give them an African name? But the Ethiopians thought, you know what, we're not having that. We need to be having a name that's reflective of the place where she's coming from. And I've put here, the Black woman is the mother of the universe, humanity and civilization. She's a living creator on this physical plane. She is a root from which all hue comes from. Human life has sprung. And we've got to look at the origin of humanity. And that's where Black history starts. So when we do our introduction to Black studies course, we start at the origin of humanity. We know enslavement is like lesson 11 and 12. And so this is why I say to people, when we talk about our history, we can go back to the origin of humanity, and we should start there. Okay. And this is a picture of the fossilized remains of this Australopithecus afarensis, nicknamed Lucy, but we call her Dinkinesh, and she's found in the National Museum of Ethiopia in Addis Ababa, and she's the common ancestor of all human beings. So, and I encourage people, when you're going on your travels, take your children and your family and go to Ethiopia and go to the museum and see the remains yourself. Okay, so let's look at another person in history, and let's go to ancient Egypt now and look at a representation of a female deity. And we're going to look at Ta'ut. Yeah, she's the first known image of the deity. And she's known as the Great Mother Earth. And it's the first known image of a deity, which is also known as a goddess. And Mother Earth is known as the sustainer of life and the creator of life. She is depicted as a pregnant hippopotamus with human breasts, the hind legs of a lioness, and a tail of a crocodile. Yeah, and you can see in ancient Kemet, you had different depictions of African people or mother goddess and people of that area. And this is why we should go back to ancient Egypt, but not just stop in ancient Egypt, all different African civilizations as well. Okay, but we can look at great builders that we had in our history. So we had people such as Queen Hatshepsut, and she was the first female pharaoh of ancient Egypt. So she was female, but she reigned as a male. Yeah, and she wanted to take the name and the title as pharaoh. And she was the longest reigning female pharaoh in Kemet, ruling for more than 20 years. And you can go to her monuments, and we do our Best of Egypt tour, which is a 10-day tour that we take people, and you can actually go to her monuments in Egypt and Nubia. And she built 2 obelisks and also the Bari temple as well. So you need to go to see these things. Go to these places. Go to Egypt. Go to Kemet and see the remnants of our great sisters and queens and these monuments that they built back then that still exist to this day. Okay. And Queen Hatshepsut is an amazing woman. If you go on our website, there's a whole 30 facts about Queen Hatshepsut, which I put on our website. So let's look at military sisters. Oftentimes that we don't look at the women that fought in wars and led campaigns against invaders. And some of the people that we can look at, which are two particular sisters that I want to speak about in this presentation, is Queen Nzinga, who lived between 1582 and died in 1663. And she dispels the notion that we didn't resist our enslavement. Okay, so when you look at Hollywood depictions of an enslavement period, they will think that we were happy to go lucky on the plantations, playing with the banjo, and we didn't resist. We resisted at every stage of enslavement. And one of the great sisters who led the female resistance against enslavement in Africa was this queen here, Queen Nzinga. Okay, and she led the resistance against the Portuguese slave trade in Southwest Africa. Okay, so we know that what we know about Queen Nzinga, she resisted. She negotiated a peace treaty against the Portuguese, which they didn't hold. Anybody that came to her kingdom was declared free, and she was basically preventing the Portuguese encroachment into North Africa, and enslaving our brothers and sisters. And when she passed away, that just opened up the floodgates for Portuguese and other people to go into Africa and enslave us. Okay, so let's look at another military woman, and the woman that we're going to be talking about is Queen Nana Asantewa, and she lived between 1863 and 1923, and she was famous for leading the Ashanti rebellion against British colonialism with an army of 5,000. Okay, we know that she demanded, and we know that the British, as they do in their goal for colonization and exploitation and of all world resources, they demanded the golden stool of the Ashanti, which was a symbol of the Ashanti nation. The Queen Baba Asantewa said no, and she was one of the gatekeepers of the golden stool, and this stool was an emblem of the Ashanti kingdom, a cultural system and power. And she was also elected to be the mother of the reigning king, and she presented candidates for when the occupants of the store became vacant, in turning protecting establishment of authority. And we know that she led the war. She was the last woman to lead a major war in Africa. Okay, so you had great women, especially in the Ghana region, fighting against Britain colonialism and British exploitation. And this is Queen Asantewa. Yes, we need to learn about these sisters, these amazing sisters. Teach our young people about these people. Okay, so another freedom fighters. So we're going to move on to freedom fighters away from military women. And we're going to look at some of the freedom fighters. Okay, and one of the ladies that I want to speak about was involved in the Haitian Revolution. And the Haitian Revolution was in 1804 to 1807 was a turning point in the enslavement of African people, where African people fought for their liberation and got it. Okay, so one of the sisters that we need to talk about is the wife and the queen of the great Emperor Dessalines. Yeah, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, I should say, and she was his wife. So her name was Empress Marie Claire Huris Felicity Bonheur Dessalines, and she lived between 1758 and died in 1868. And we know that she was the first lady of Haiti, and she was one of the first empresses to rule a country in the Western Hemisphere. And we know that she contributed to a lot of things in the Haitian Revolution. We know that she was on the front line along with her husband Jean-Jacques Dessalines during the War of Independence in 1804. We know that she took care of the sick soldiers and the prisoners of war of the Revolutionary War. She also provided care to the sick soldiers, and she's known to be the first Red Cross of Haiti. And she also marched to the front line alongside her husband for this War of Independence. And oftentimes there's this notion that black men and black women can't come together. We're always fighting each other. No, that's a lie. We have been and have always fought together for our liberation. Okay. Then we've got to look at another freedom fighter, which is Harriet Tubman. And she lived between 1819 and died in 1913. And she's probably one of the best well-known freedom fighters in organizing the Underground Railroad. Okay, so she was a conductor on the Underground Railroad, and she's an amazing lady to learn about. And we know that on the plantation, she freed Africans and took enslaved Africans and brought them to the north where they were free. Okay, and during the 10-year span, she made 19 trips into the south and escorted over 300 enslaved Africans to freedom in the north. Okay, we know that she was a lady that had disabilities. She suffered from narcolepsy due to an enslaver throwing a metal weight and it hit her. So she would have blackout and have visions, and that kind of motivated her to go forward. So when you're speaking to young people with various disabilities, they can be inspired by this amazing lady. Even though she had disabilities that would stop her from doing what she needed to do, she kept going. And this is what part of our history, when we learn about our history, that we never stopped and we never gave up, and we wanted freedom and we sought freedom. And she was one of the conductors of the Underground Railroad, which is a series of safe houses that you would smuggle people into until you got to the north where they were considered to be free. Yeah. And we know that during the American Civil War, Tubman became a soldier, a spy, and also a nurse. So that's looking at freedom fighters. So let's look at some of the great queens in our history. So we have Empress Menen. Can't not talk about this queen. And we know that she was the great wife of Haile Selassie, and she was married to him for 47 years. Yeah. I've been married for 13 years, so I've got some years to go. So for the first time in Ethiopian history, Empress Menen was crowned Queen of Queens alongside Emperor Haile Selassie I, Kings of Kings, on the 2nd of November 1930 at St. George's Church in Addis Ababa. And we know that Empress Menen was active in promoting women issues in Ethiopia, and she founded the Empress Menen School for Girls. And we know that during the Ethiopian Holocaust of 1935 to 1941, she mobilized Ethiopian women for war and prepared statistical military reports, advised and encouraged the Ethiopian people to persevere, and contributed funds to the families of Ethiopian patriots of war. Yeah, so she wasn't just a queen that sat on the throne and didn't do anything. She was active in her community at that time. Okay, the next person we're going to look at, which and we often neglect our history in this country, is Queen Charlotte Sophia. And she lived between 1744 and died in 1818. And she's one of the well-known examples of a member of the British royal family or British royalty with African heritage. And Queen Charlotte Sophia married King George III of England on the 8th of September 1761 at the age of 17 to become the Queen of England and Ireland. We know that she had 15 children, and her fourth eldest son was Edward Augustus, Duke of Kent, who later fathered the Queen Victoria, who was the longest reigning monarch in British history. So you're probably wondering, what did Queen Charlotte Sophia contribute to Britain? So we know that she was an amateur botanist, and she helped establish Kew Gardens. So when you go to Kew Gardens, it's because of this African queen, okay, or this queen with African heritage. This is why we have Kew Gardens. And she also introduced this plant from South Africa into the UK, okay. And we know that she also introduced the Christmas tree to England, and she did this in December of 1800s, and she had the first Christmas tree at Queen's Lodge in Windsor. Okay, and we know that she decorated the Christmas tree with sweetmeats and various different sweets. And we know that she also contributed to the Queen Charlotte Maternity Hospital. And we know that if you're having 15 children, you're going to need some maternity help. So she had the Queen Charlotte Maternity Hospital in London, and that has been established since 1739. Set up as a charitable institution, it is the oldest maternity care institution in England. Okay, then we're going to talk about another great wives, and then let's move away from royalty and let's look at great wives. Okay, so the first lady I'm going to speak about is Amy Jakes Garvey, and she lived between 1895 and died in 1973. And she was the second wife of Marcus Garvey, who devoted himself to national liberation struggles of African people. On Monday, it's his 133rd birthday, and we're going to be doing a Marcus Garvey quiz. So if you want to join that, it's free. Go onto our website, sign up to that, and we can do a nice interactive quiz and have fun. We know that Amy Jakes Garvey was the Secretary General of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, and she became the first lady of the interim provisional government of Africa, which was the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, ACL, that was incorporated in August of 1920. And we know that she was best known as the publicist of Garveyism. A lot of the reason why we know of his books and his literature is because of this super sister here. She was one of the editors of the Negro World newspaper, which was one of the newspapers that Marcus Garvey created. So when Brother Minister was talking earlier about Marcus Garvey, she was also by his side. Okay. And we know that in 1923, she edited and published the volume 1 of the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. And also between 1968 and 1973, she had written and published Garvey and Garveyism in 1963, and her collection of essays on Black power in America and the impact of Garvey in Africa and in Jamaica. Okay. But then keeping on the theme of great wives, we got to talk about this lady here, Greta Scott King. We know that she lived between 1927 and died in 2006. And we know that she was the wife of the late, great Dr. Martin Luther King. And she continued the work of Martin after his assassination, while also raising their 4 children. And in 1968, she founded the Martin Luther King Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta as a living memorial to her husband's death, life and death, and his dream. Yeah, and Martin Luther King was not just a dreamer; he wanted change. Okay, and in 1986, she was successful in getting her husband's birthday observed as a national holiday, and that was observed on Monday, the 10th of January. Okay, and this was first observed in 1986. She guided the creation and housing of the largest archives of documents from the civil rights movement. And this is very key in our history. We need to document our history, archive our history, archive our documents for future reference, and use these archives as well. Okay. Also, going away from Americas, we got to big up this amazing queen who's an ancestor now, Jessica Huntley. She lived between 1927 and died in 2013. And we know that Jessica Huntley was born in Guyana, came to Britain in 1958 to join her husband, Eric Huntley. And in 1969, Erica and Jessica founded the groundbreaking publishing house Bogle Overture Limited, and later opened a bookshop under the same name. And we know that that bookshop was influential in introducing books and publications and stories and introducing people in this country to the works of people like Walter Rodney. And she was a pioneer of the Black supplementary school movements of the 60s and 70s. So when they were miseducating our children in the school system, parents got together and thought, you know, we're going to teach our own children. And that led rise to the supplementary school movement. And she also organized a legal defense for Black and Asian people arrested during the Southall riots of 1979. And in 1981, you had the New Cross massacre where 13 young people were killed in a fire in New Cross, and she was also part of the New Cross Massacre Action Committee, and she was organizer of the 1981 Black People's Day of Action March, where hundreds of Black people took to the streets and marched through London in order to highlight the lack of action and a lack of empathy shown to people and the community that were mourning the loss of these 13 young people who died, and later 14 young people that died in the New Cross fire in 1981. Yeah. And then we move on to some of the women that were activists. Okay. Can't talk about activists and not big up the this empress here, Winnie Mandela, who died in 2018. And we know that she was married to Nelson Mandela for 38 years, including the 27 years in which he was imprisoned. And she continued to fight for freedom while he was in prison. Now, I often say to people, when you look at the European media, they often speak negatively about this woman. But I love Winnie Mandela because she continued to fight. Yeah, she continued to fight, and she was at war with people that in the apartheid system of that time. She was under house arrest. She got treated appallingly. Her children separated from her children. All kind of manners of disgusting behaviors which were dished out on this woman, but we don't know. She wrote in her books all the treatment that she had. We need to teach our children about this great sister here that fought for liberation of African people in South Africa, and also influenced movements all around the world. We know that she was South Africa's first Black professional social worker, and during the 1976 youth uprising, she established the Black Women's Federation and the Black Parents Association. And we know that she was banished to Brantford in the Orange Free State, and there she helped set up a creche and a clinic with Dr. Abu Baker Asfat. Yeah. So, and she also devoted and was very devoted to Nelson Mandela throughout much of his 27-year prison sentence. But the couple separated in 1992, 2 years before Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa. And I think that was the reason why they separated, because I don't think they would have let this lady be beside Nelson Mandela becoming president of South Africa. And we can talk about that. Okay. Then we also talk about revolutionary sisters in our history. And we've had many revolutionary sisters from the past and to the present. So we can't not talk about revolutionary sisters and talk about the Black Panther Party for self-defense. And oftentimes people think that the Black Panther Party was just in America. There's Black Panther parties all over the world. You have Black Panther Party in Australia. You have Black Panther Party in India with the Dalit community. You had Black Panther parties in UK. You have people like Olive Morris and various other women, which we're going to be talking about tomorrow in my presentation and workshop for young people. But you had the Black Panther Party for self-defense. And the Black Panther Party was a militant and revolutionary group that fought for the empowerment of the Black community. And in 1970, approximately between 40 to 70 of party members were women. And it also held several chapters that were headed by women as well. And you've got the great Kathleen there in the picture with her beautiful afro. Okay. And so you had women fighting revolutionary groups and fighting for change in their community. And we can't talk about America and not bring in some of the ladies that are still alive and kicking today who are fighting for our rights and highlighting issues affecting us. So you've got sister on the left, Janet Older, who has led a relentless campaign against her killing of her brother Christopher Older, who basically died in police custody, where he was left on the ground, face down on the ground, left to die with police officers making monkey sounds around him. And she fought for the liberation of her brother. Even in his death, they took liberties, because she buried her brother, and later years found out that her brother was still in the morgue, and the person that she buried was a Nigerian woman. So you can see how this country don't look after us. And Black lives have mattered for many years in this country. And what I'm showing to people, that Black Lives Matter and the campaigns has been going on for a long time in this country. This is not just something recent. Then you've got the amazing Marcia Rigg, who fought against another police brutality and another death in custody of her brother Sean Rigg in Brixton. And I was there on the march. I took my children and we went to outside Brixton police station. And she also sought for justice for people that have died in police custody, not just her brother, other people. And then you've got the young Temi Morley, who is also part of the Forefront Project, who is campaigning against youth violence as well. And she was in Collindale recently and was campaigning with other people. And a lot of them got arrested and treated appallingly by the police of Collindale Police Station. And these are some of the activists in our community today. And I don't like to big up people just when they pass away. We have to let our sisters know that we're there and we appreciate and we love what you're doing, and we're there to support them. So if you don't know these ladies, write their names down and go and support them. Okay. And then there's two other super sisters that I need to speak about. You've got the amazing Esther Stanford on the left, who is, if anybody wants to know about reparations and in this country, she's the leading person to go to. Yeah. And she has been campaigning for years, speaking about reparation on a legal basis, speaking out and talking about reparations and going from a legal. She's part of various different groups. And also you've got Sister Jendai Serwa, who's doing some amazing works. She's been part of the reparation movement in this country. She's been part of the African Reparation Day that we have on the 1st of August. And she's also been doing amazing works down in Bristol. So these are some super sisters in the community doing work. So I'd like to big them up and put them into this presentation as well. Then we got to look at some women in business. So let's look at some of the women in business. So can't not talk about this lady. So oftentimes people think about Madam C.J. Walker as the first female Black millionaire, but she wasn't. That distinction belongs to her boss, Annie Malone. And there was a recent film that talked about her, which I'm not even going to talk about because there was lots of misinformation in that film. But Annie Malone was one of the first Black female millionaires in America. And she built a very successful business creating hair care products for African American women beginning in 1889. And Madam C.J. Walker was one of her employees. And in 1918, Malone established a Power College in North St. Louis, a trade school to train other beauticians and barbers, as well as secretaries and bookkeepers to work on the marketing side of the business. And by 1920, she totaled $40 million in assets. Okay. And Power was so successful that by the 1930s, Malone was one of the wealthiest African-American women in the world. Okay. So I just gave an example of some of the women that may be part of the military, part of activists, they could be business owners. But let's look at the reason why I called the presentation Black is Beautiful. Okay. So why is Black beautiful? Okay. We are a very diverse group of people. Yeah. We are one of the oldest people on the planet. we have all shades of skin tone that can go from blue, black to albino. Yeah. And we have broad noses down to straight noses, afro hair, curly hair, straight hair. We are so diverse. We have them all. Okay. What I'm saying here is we need to love ourselves. Yeah. And there's a notion that's come out of the enslavement period called colorism, where people of a lighter skin are more favorable than those of a darker skin. Yeah. And what I'm saying here is that we can be any skin tone in between and still be black and beautiful. And don't believe the negative racist media and beauty industry that are telling us that our blackness is not beautiful. Okay. And beauty is a combination of qualities such as shape, color, or form that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. And ideas of what is beautiful vary across cultures and change over time. Yeah. And we know that beauty ideals are created and maintained by society's elites. And media is a powerful tool used to promote this ideal. And we know that racism is reflected in current beauty standards, where they're trying to tell you that darker skinned women are not beautiful and all kind of nonsense. Well, I tell my sisters, you know what? Bun them. We need to love ourselves. Even if you're short, you're tall, you're big, you're broad, all of this, we need to love ourselves. Yeah. And blackness becomes synonymous with ugliness, evil, inferiority, and anything undesirable, while that which is approached in whiteness in values, manners, taste, and aesthetics is considered to be superior. Yeah. This has resulted in the feelings of guilt, shame, anger, and resentment about our skin color, hair texture, facial feature, body size, and also shape as well. And what I say to people, self-love is key. Yeah. And like I said, we come in all shapes and sizes. Okay. And self-love, it doesn't mean that everyone will treat you the way you deserve to be treated. It means that you won't let them change the way you see yourself, nor you'll stick around for them to destroy you. Yeah. And this is very important. Yeah. We've got to love ourselves. Yeah. Not everybody can be tall and slim. Sometimes you're going to be fluffy. That's all good. You love the skin you're in. Yeah. We need to share that and love ourselves, and also share that with our children so they can love themselves. Okay. So what can we do to promote a positive cultural identity? So we can do things like creating a solid basis of African pride and Black pride. So this is where you gain knowledge of your history and where you come from. Because when you understand your history and know your story, know your greatness, and know what you've contributed to world history, that will give you racial esteem. Yeah, that will also will transfer into self-esteem. Okay, so read books, watch films, come to courses, presentations, go listen to lot of make links with the people that have contributed to this webinar, this stream so far, and make links with them and teach your children. Stress that the beauty of all people, regardless of shade, hair texture, and race, etc., we are all beautiful in our own way, and there's no real hierarchy of beauty, nor should there be. And since no one's beauty is inherently better than another, okay, and we need to show and teach our children that we come in various shades and we must love ourselves. Okay. And I found this image here where I say, I love every shade, complexion of hair, texture of my people. Yeah. We have people, indigenous to us, that have blue eyes, green eyes, brown eyes, long hair, short hair, tall and short, blonde hair. All of these things, we have a greatness of variety. And this is one of the things that we need to be sharing with our people in our community on an unapologetic basis, and not just in Black History Month. We share our history throughout the whole year, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Okay. So in conclusion, we believe that Black is beautiful and beauty is appreciating and loving what you have and what you are. Okay. And we have an amazing history to share with the world. So embrace, love, and be proud of your culture and heritage. And I say to people that you must love yourself, love your culture, and love your heritage. And when people are talking negative about you, learn your history and be able to challenge them in their nonsense as well. Okay. And also make Black history every day. We're making history as we speak, and be proud of our culture and history every day of the year, not just in Black History Month. And remember too that you're making history today. Okay. So I've gone to the end of the presentation. So I've put here, you can follow us on the social media, go to our website, blackhistorystudies.com. You can go to my financial education website, which is charmaineSimpson.com. You can follow us, you can phone us. We like the personal, having conversation and talk to people. So all our details are on our website. Please go and find out the information. Okay.
Okay. Good
so where are you? Yeah, right now. So hope you enjoyed that presentation. Yeah, and learn and took down some notes as well. I often say to people, when people are presenting, come with your notepad and pen. Yeah, and make note of people and go and do your independent research. It's very important. Yeah, very important. Okay. Cool.
All right, we've got the next man in the house.
Yes.
Before we do that, let's just do a quick advertisement break.
So people know why we're here.
Let me just get this in. We've got our Uncle Michael in the house.
Hey, Michael.
Hold up, you're muted, Mike. You're muted. We're gonna unmute in a second. Wait.
Okay, guys, are we live?
We are live, Mike.
We're on air.
We're just playing a quick advert, and then we're gonna come into the conversation with you, brother.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs. For my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I still standing here strong. Against all the
Oh man, we're now in the house again. Once again, thank you very much, Charmaine. That was a fantastic presentation. We will be seeing you again tomorrow, as we've got our beautiful, the one and only, the art man himself, the tour guide. He's always running into these gallery museums, and he's always got his radio talks on the radio. Mr. Michael himself. But yes. Rick, is there anything you need to say to the public before we start to go into the next sector?
The usual people, hit that like button if you haven't hit it. I know you people are enjoying these presentations. Queen Diambia herself said she loved that presentation from Sister Charmaine Simpson. So big up to you again, sister, for that. Much appreciated. But yeah, it's all about slipping and sliding into the next timeline. As
you know, I love work, you guys. I love the edginess about it. It's so real and immediate. You know, I've no idea what's going on, but I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. Now, my big problem is my slides. How do I show my slides? It says here, share my screen. Is it as simple as that?
That's the one.
Okay, so if I go share my screen.
I'm controlling it. Go on.
Share screen. Look, oh God, so I've not got 2 monitors. What's it? Share screen.
No,
I don't know what that. Open system preferences.
Just press share. And
application window. Oh, Chrome tab. It's a Chrome tab. Here you go. That's it. Share Chrome tab.
Okay.
This is it. And then you got this. This is really embarrassing for doing it real live time. That's my slide now. Yeah. Hello.
We can see it. We can see you. We can see this.
Okay. Oh, that's it. So okay. So okay. That's good. Okay. That's. And this is.
Come on, Michael.
Are we live? Are we good to go?
Yeah, we're live. We're live from long time. Waiting on you, don't get stage fright on me.
Don't get stage fright. Just
you're confident. So let's put that down, man.
No. This, as I say, you guys are on the edge here. I love this edginess. You've thrown me overboard, but I'm happy to be here. Look, this is a real thrill, a privilege to be another weekend with Black Ice TV. And I love that kind of the edginess about it. The fact it's a bit disorganized, but we love it. We love you guys. We love you guys. And following Charmaine, that list of powerful black women, it's a bit frightening, that, isn't it, guys? Those powerful black women. You know what I mean? No, it's fantastic, Charmaine. Very, very uplifting. I'm loving him. And I love the bit at the end when you talk about beauty. We'll be talking about beauty and how our ideas of beauty have been manipulated and how now we can take them back. We can own our ideas of beauty, not give them to them. Okay. What I'm going to do the next 40 minutes or so is give you a kind of introduction to my online tours of the galleries. I do tours of Wallace Collection, Tate Britain, National Collection to show the black presence to be found on the walls there. Because this is important. Let me tell you this is important because who a nation is, who a people are, is found in their art. So how people think about themselves, not just today, but over the ages, could be found in our art. So when we look at the art in the galleries of these three guys, we can find a bit more about Britain and more about Black Britain, about us and how we fit in or not fit in or otherwise. So that's what I'm going to share with you over the next, say, 40 minutes or so. Let me see if it's all working. I'm going to click here. Is that working? No, that's not working. That doesn't work. So I have to go here, just a second. There. Okay. I can't see myself, but you can see me. Yeah. Okay. What we're going to do, I'm going to give you a brief introduction. We're going to have and then I'm going to take you through, give you a sample of Tate Britain, National Gallery, finishing off the Wallace Collection. And what we're going to do, these tours, my tours back in the day when we were in the galleries were 2 hours. We'd look at about 15, 20 works. I'd take about 10, 15 people around, and it was a conversation, interaction. We'd have a chat about the works, but we can't do that now online. Well, we can't do it in the galleries. So they're now online, and the 2 hours, each 2 hours now, each 2 hour gallery tour is a 1 hour webinar. So there's 2 webinars for each gallery. So what you're going to get here is a sample of kind of 6 hours of webinars across those 3 galleries. And what's frustrating for me is I can't see myself. I can't see you, and I find that very frustrating. I'm going to have a quick look at myself.
We will guide you. We'll guide you.
So, if my headphones drop off or something, let me know.
All right.
The first thing, this is really important, guys and girls. So, I want you to relax your mind. What do I mean by relax your mind? Well, we're going to go and look at art that goes back centuries, 200, 300, 400, 500 years, a very different time. So the people who commissioned these paintings, the patrons, the guys who wanted these paintings, and it was mainly guys, the people who painted them, and it was mainly men who painted them, were very different from us. And the people who saw them were very different from us. So they weren't made for us. So we're going to look at them with our eye. Like this picture here, I'm showing you, this is the cover of a magazine, a German magazine. Now, I'm perhaps not all of you speak German, but you know what's going on the screen here. You know, this is the Mirror, that's the magazine, Der Spiegel, and it's the true face of Donald Trump. And this was 2017. And here we are, 2020, and it hasn't changed because we know we've got a 21st century sensibility to what's going on. So what I want you to do is relax that now. We're going to go back to a different time and put that, just open your mind and relax your mind. The first thing that's really important before we go forward, we're going to look at 3 galleries. And what they have in common is that the nucleus, the kernel, the start of these collections were the collections of white property owning men. Okay, hold that thought for a second. Let me go forward a bit. The art on display here, the headline would be, this is canonical Western art, great art of Western European culture, art that speaks about Europe across the ages. But what we need to understand when we look at that art, it's made for a special, by predominantly male artists. I'll give you some figures in a moment to put them in perspective. And it was owned by white property owning men, rich affluent white men. So they saw the world as they brought art that reflected themselves in much the same way that you buy paintings and stuff on your walls that reflect who you are and how you see the world. These guys were no different. They collected art that reflected themselves. And at the start of this journey, well, one thing you got to think about this: women do not get the vote. until the mid 20th century across Europe. So at the time, throughout the time I'm looking at, women are property. They're owned by men. So when they're in the paintings, the drawings, they're there how men perceive them to be. Their image is being mediated and often sexualized. They're there for a specific reason. And to put women in perspective, and I know some people don't like this stat, and they get, it's not in perspective, but I'll give it to you. The National Gallery has got 2,300 paintings, 2,300 paintings. Less than 20 are by women. Now, the argument goes, well, women were artists in those days. Well, women weren't allowed to be artists because it was a male world. It was a man's world. So when we see those paintings, when we go in there, we have to keep that in mind. So the female presence is mediated through the male gaze, how men wanted to see women. So when you go look for the black presence, it's even more mediated. It's even more constricted because the paintings aren't about us, aren't about black people. It's about white guys and their view of the world. And women are peripheral and black people are even more marginal. But we're there. Just as the women are there, we're there. And what I try and do through my tours is to kind of tease us out and show us who we're there and why we're there. So please keep that in mind. And I take two ways into finding the black presence. The first is a kind of a physical thing. I look at the explicit and implicit, the open and the hidden black presence. I'll give you two examples we're going to look at this afternoon, or this evening rather. One, there we've got Ira Aldridge. Bang, he's in your face. You can see clear it's a black man, and you want to ask questions. Who is he? What's that all about? But this painting here, there's no black presence here, but there's an implicit, a hidden black presence in that painting, and I'll reveal that to you in the next 15 minutes or so, hopefully. And then having looked at the physical presence, explicit, implicit, open, closed, open, hidden. There's a kind of a time journey we go on, which we go on at the start of this journey. Back in the day, the 12th, 13th century and forward, black folk are often objects of economic capital. What do I mean by that? They're either slaves, servants. That's principally their position. Not always, that's important to realize, but they start off as that. And over time, we move through to creators of cultural capital. And let me give you a specific example of what I mean. This is the two extremes. On the left, you've got the painting by Titian. And the black presence is there. It's on the edge. It's marginal. It's peripheral. It's not what the painting's about. And then on the right, we've got the black presence, Chris Ophelie's No Woman, No Cry, front and center. But talking about Titian, there's a small advert. There's an exhibition right now on at the National Gallery. And it's called Titian, Love, Desire and Death. It's a fantastic exhibition. It's brought together paintings that have not been in the same room for over 500 years, almost 500 years. These are paintings that Titian did for Philip II, the King of Spain. Well, I take a slightly different view on this. This is my view. This is Titian, sex, race, and murder. And we talk, there's black people there, there's sex there, there's murder. And I'm going to talk tomorrow, in fact, at 5 o'clock. I'll be doing a talk. I'll take you through and I'll expose the other side of Titian. Not the love, desire, and death that the National Gallery talks about, but sex, race, and murder. And on this, and also later on, next month, there's an exhibition on in Amsterdam, Rembrandt's blacks. There's a black presence in Rembrandt's time. Rembrandt lived with blacks. He lived in the street with blacks, and we'll talk about this and the art that he produced. Now, sadly, I'm not going to go to this exhibition because it finishes. I think they've extended it now. It's in Amsterdam. It was going to finish in September, and now they're talking about November. But I think with what's happening now, you see what's happening in France. It's just happening in the Netherlands. They've cut it off. But I'll be doing a talk on that Rembrandt's blanks. So if you're interested in black representation and art, I'd love to see you on that webinar. That's going to be the 16th. You can book it on Eventbrite. Okay, the advertisement over. Let's get back to Titian. What we're looking at here, Titian, this is one of the pieces that you'll see in the National Gallery. And it's called Diana and Action. what's happening here? Diana, goddess is hunting. There's Diana, goddess of hunting, with their nymphs, they're bathing. And she's been caught by Action, half man, half god. And even if you're half man, half god, you don't stumble on a goddess unannounced. So what she does, she gets mad at him, she turns him into a stag, a deer rather, and he's hunted to death by his own hounds. And supporting Diana here, there's a black presence, a black maid, a black attendant. And she's trying to protect her mistress, covering her face so that the Action doesn't see him. Now, that black presence is Titian kind of signifying that Diana is an elite. She's an important person. Because it would have been normal for the elites in 16th century Florence, 16th century Venice, to have a black assistant. That was a symbol of their wealth and their status. And Diana, as a goddess, would have had one. And what's fascinating about that particular woman there, she could well have been a person that Titian knew, or at least Diana, the model for Diana, because Titian was really unusual, exceptional, that he actually used models. They didn't use models in terms of female models. They often use male models, would you believe? But here, he actually used models. By all accounts, Titian was a bit of a player, but that's another story. This black presence could have been the model, would have been a courtesan, which is a kind of a fancy way of saying a prostitute, a courtesan, and she would have been a high class one, and she would have naturally had a black assistant, so that could have been her assistant. Or equally, Titian himself could have a black assistant. Would have been well known because he too was a very rich and successful artist in his time. So he would have the money and the status to support such a presence. So there we have the black presence to support the white elites. And the positioning or the composition is very, very typical. It's marginal, on the edge, and supporting the white presence. There, but supporting the white presence. And when on my tour, I talk about this nakedness, because there's a lot of nakedness in Titian. And we'll talk about naked and nude and what's going on there. What's Titian trying to do and his use of sex? But come on the tour. Talk tomorrow. We'll talk more about that nakedness. But there we have clearly a black presence. Moving forward 400 years, this painting by Chrysophilia is 100% about blackness, and it portrays a dreadful piece of British history, the death of Stephen Lawrence. And that the almost 30-year fight for his family to get justice. And even today, they haven't got justice. We've just seen recently they want to close the case, and yet Stephen Lawrence's dad wants to keep it open. And to actually there's five white boys, only 2 of them were actually successfully prosecuted. And they had to change the law to get those 2 prosecuted. And the case changed British law. The double jeopardy law was changed so they could bring those two to justice. And this is Chris recognizing that the hurt, the pain that the family has been on. And you can see here in the tears, there's little icons of Stephen. And I'd love to know this. I've not tried it, but it's supposed to be Stephen Lawrence, which you can only see written in there, which you can only see under an ultraviolet light. So here's an artist of color, a black artist, creating a work of art that speaks not just to black people, but to the nation, because this is an iconic piece now in the National Gallery's in Tate's collection, speaking to not just black people, but to the nation. He's using his art to talk about his times. He's creating cultural capital for the ages. And that's the important thing about cultural capital. It speaks to today, but also it'll speak to generations to come. Just as Titian speaks to us, now we look back at Titian and understand what's going on in that painting in terms of what Titian is trying to achieve. So that's the journey that we're going to look at as we go through my tours. Now we're going to start off with Tate, but before we talk about Tate, we've got to talk about Black Lives Matter, because Black Lives Matter has affected Tate and has affected other people as well, as I'll share with you. Because back in August last year, they made a very empty statement about, I'm being horrible, and a big statement about slavery in the gallery. And I'll quote a little bit from you here. They're talking about the slavery presence on within the work in the gallery itself, Tate. It talks about facing these histories honestly may be difficult, but we are seeking ways to acknowledge their significance in more direct and explicit ways through research, interpretation, and debate. We are seeking ways, no commitment. They're kind of looking for how they're going to do things. And maybe we'll look at research, bit of debate, bit of interpretation, but there's no commitment. This is over a year ago. A year later, they're making a commitment now. This is in response to Black Lives Matter. And the quote I'm going to give you here is there are now, these are not new aims. We're talking about the aims of Black Lives Matter. We have stated objective to become a more inclusive institution that reflects the world we live in now. But progress has not been fast or significant enough. So we're taking a number of actions. Now, what's changed in that year, almost year now, is that word, we are taking a number of actions in response. They're doing something. Rather than these empty words, these we're seeking ways, they're now looking at actions. And respect to them, because they've actually done that. They've actually done that. Because I know that one of the organizations I'm involved with, they reached out to us, just a museum detox, and they're looking for people to get involved, to help them understand. And what's really important about this, and those who follow me online and will be aware of this as it happens, they have said in 6 months' time, they will report. So every 6 months, they will report on progress. So rather than just seeking ways, they're actually doing something. In 6 months' time, they'll have some action. So we'll see what they've done in 6 months. And I thought that was fantastic. But then, this happened. Some of you may see that. This is the restaurant in Tate Britain. Now, I've eaten here. And shame on me, I'd never noticed the mural. I was at a dinner to do with Frank Bowling, a black artist. We had a dinner in here to celebrate his exhibition. And I'd not noticed this mural. Rex Whistler's called, it's called Expedition, let me just get that, in Search of Rare Meats. Expedition in Pursuit of Rare Meats. And you know what those rare meats were? Now, I was shocked when I saw that. Because come on. This is, I study art from this period. This is probably one of my, you see these pictures in photographs, but I don't see artists painting this kind of brutality. The nearest I've got is some paintings by, an artist escapes me, but he made them specifically to talk about abolition, making the point this is wrong. It was they were quite brutal paintings, but he was doing them for a specific reason, and he told you. But this is an artist, a 20th century artist, having a bit of fun, having the dog's running behind the black boy who's being dragged on a cart here, and he's been led like a dog, a naked child being led like a dog. This is not good. This is not good. And what's so annoying about this is happening now. We have the white pew. These are the people who expose this. This is on Instagram, and what they exposed this picture. They said this is not right, and they were sent this report from the ethics committee, from Tate's ethics committee, and look what it says. This is a redacted report. The public version of this wasn't shown. This is the redact. This is they were sent this. This was leaked to them. And if we look what it says in this report, in the light of the increasing prominence of issues around race and identity and Tate's renewed commitment to diversity and inclusion, reconsideration was necessary. Tate's renewed commitment, okay? 2018, come on, man. This is, I just can't get my head around this. And it gets worse because 2013, they knew about they renovated, they restored it, and they knew it was going on. 2018, the ethics committee was talking about these things, and look at that statement here. What was it? Tate's renewed commitment. Well, they were making that statement in 2020, in 2019, the following year, another renewed commitment. How often do you have to renew these commitments to actually do something? So this is where I think now Tate have lost it for me. I was going to cut them some slack with that statement from the Black Lives Matter and every 6 months. But look, you've got, Tate, you've got to do something. You've got to do something about this. And this is my view. Your view may be different. I know a lot of people are angry and they want to destroy it, but I'm not for that. I'm not for destroying things. I'm not for taking statues down. This is my view. By the way, we can talk about this at the end. There's a Q&A. Hopefully we can come back to it if you want. But I'm not for taking statues down. You know, we talk about that was then, this is now. Okay, I'll buy that. That was then. This is 1926. Imperialist Britain was at its height. When I went in 2020, this is now. So now we've got young black people on the streets, young black and white people protesting or demanding that Black lives should matter. So let's get one of them, a young artist, to do a work in response to reflect who we are now. So we have that displayed prominently, just as we have this displayed prominently, having that displayed prominently. So they can talk to each other, they can reference each other. People can see how that was then. Yeah, we used to paint pictures of naked black kids being dragged behind the cart or treated like dogs. That was then, but we don't do that now. We're different people now, and this is why we're different. We can show that work. Because if we destroy it, you've lost that past. You know, because you can't. And I'm not for rewriting history. History is what it is. Let's expose it and let's respond to it. Let's have some pieces that react to it. So that's my view on that. That we shouldn't destroy it, but we should put a piece of equivalent size, of equivalent permanency, if you can have equivalent permanency, to show who we are today, how we think about black people today. That's my view on that. I'd welcome yours. If you don't want to respond to me now, you look at my blog, my website, my blog site on Twitter. Let's keep the dialogue going. Let's keep Tate's feet to the fire. Let's get them to do something about this. Okay, moving on. Let's go back into Tate. Now, when I first start, when I do this too, we start by looking at this man, Henry Tate. We stand around a bust of Henry Tate, and people get angry at me. Tate, sugar, slavery. It's not as easy as that, because Tate was economically active in 1860, and by that time, slavery had been abolished. The trade in 1807, and slavery itself was abolished in the colonies in 1833, when they were given the £20 million compensation. So he was not active, but he clearly benefited from slavery. He clearly benefited from slavery because there were tax advantages to install from sugar from the colonies. So he himself, he was wealthy enough to donate this gallery, and his collection of Pre-Raphaelite art to the Tate, along with the gallery. He made enough to do that. He made his fortune out of sugar, and he made his fortune. He didn't own plantations, but indirectly, he benefited from slavery. You know, for instance, in the Caribbean, they had indentured slavery, which was little more than chattel slavery. So, in terms of him and slavery, I used to, at the start of these tours, as I talked about that, I used to cut him a little bit of slack, but now, no, clearly he's benefiting from the tax advantages of importing cane sugar. And just as an aside, Tate today, although not owned by the Tate family, they're owned by some American conglomerate, those importing cane sugar will get advantages now with Brexit. They'll get a tax advantage for importing cane sugar. So that cane sugar legacy is still with us today. The people profited from it. But there are works that can be directly associated with slavery. This is a work donated by Sir Charles Long family. And Sir Charles Long was a trustee of the National Gallery. He was a trustee of the British Museum, a man at the cultural centre of London's life. But his family owned property in Barbados. And we can see this in the slave compensation database, that he was given money because he owned slaves, and some of that money allowed them to give this painting to their National Gallery. This to the National Gallery at the time. Now it's in Tate, but this is a painting by Sir Joshua Reynolds, one of the great artists of the day, one of the leading portrait artists of the day. So this was a man, a wealthy man, a successful white man whose money came from slavery. So, but in Britain, then over here, he's seen as a benefactor. Benevolence, giving to the community, a cultured man. Yeah, in the Caribbean, he was involved in the most heinous trade, most heinous business of slavery. So you have the dichotomy here. And you see it in this that Coulston statue in Bristol, where he is seen as in Bristol, he was a lovely man. He did well for the city. You know, but what about the 50,000 plus slaves enslaved that he transported across the Atlantic on the Middle Passage? How did they fare? Where that money came from? So this is where we have to understand. It's not as simple as just the benefactor in England and a slaver in the Caribbean. The two are one. You can't have one without the other, and we see it in this piece on the wall here. We're going to look at this work. This is in Tate's work. This is Tate's collection. This is a head of a man. It's actually a portrait of Ira Aldridge. He was a great actor of the day. Came over in 1824. As a young man, because he couldn't handle the racism, hatred that he found in America. He came here and he built a fantastic career. He was celebrated not just in Britain but across Europe and particularly in Russia. And anyway, if you come on the tour, we talk more about him on the tour. What I want to talk about now is about an implicit presence, about this man, William Wells Brown. William Wells Brown was an escaped slave who freed himself and was toured Britain, Europe, speaking out about slavery. And he wrote a book. He wrote a book about his tours. I'm going to get my notes here. He wrote a book about his tours. He wrote his book. This is his book there. He wrote many books, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But he talks about this book in particular. He talks about the black man, his antecedents, his genius, and his achievements. And this was at a time when the black man, and you're going to say, well, what happened to the black woman? Again, we talk about that on the tour, what happened to black women. But this is William Wells Brown wanting to big up black men. Because black men were seen less than human, not quite one of us, literally. You know, even the abolitionists, they wanted to free the slaves, but you weren't quite, equal of us. You're not quite equal. You're a bit different. You're not quite a different form of humanity, but you saw even the abolitionists saw them as different. So he wanted the black man to be seen as the equal, to have the same intelligence, the same ambition, capable of the same levels of achievement. And he writes about Ira Aldridge in this book here, and he writes about seeing Ira Aldridge. Now, I'll share it with what he says. He says, Ira Aldridge sweeps the audience with him and brings down deserved applause. The fervent soul and restless imagination, which are ever staring at the bottom of the fountain, sending bright bubbles to the top, find a glowing reflection in the animated surface of Mr. Aldridge's colored face. I thought Hamlet one of his best characters, though I saw him afterwards in several others. This was a cultured man. This is William Wells Brown. He saw Ira Aldridge not just in Hamlet, but in other parts, and he was able to comment on it. And he commented on other things on his tours across Europe. So this is a cultural tourist, a man of some intellect, a man speaking up for the black man, speaking up for himself. He made his business from selling books. When I say he made his business, he toured Europe, as I say, in Britain, speaking out about slavery and selling books and selling his books, talking about slavery. And you can see the icon on one of his books is Wedgwood's "Am I Not Your Brother?" And I have this idea that Ira Aldridge would speak out about slavery at the end of every performance. He would speak out about slavery. So here you've got an actor speaking out about slavery, and then you've got William Wells Brown, who was an abolitionist. The two have met, two African brothers, American African brothers speaking out against slavery. And I would love to believe they would met. I'm sure they did. I've yet to find any proof that they did, but it seems natural they would have met because they share that same abolitionist, that anti-slavery ambition. So there we have it. This kind of, there's an explicit presence as a black man, the black actor there, Ira Aldridge, but there's also the implicit presence of the hidden presence of William Wells Brown, the black abolitionist who spoke out about slavery there in Tate. And on a tour at Tate, we do about 15 and 20 paintings, as I say, about 2 hours. This you sampled here, just two of them in two paintings that we look at. Okay, we're going to go look at the the National Gallery in Trafalgar Square. And the kernel of that collection, the heart of that collection, came from this man, Sir John Julius Angerstein. Excuse me a second. Sir John Julius Angerstein. His fortune came from slavery. What do I mean by that? He created the instruments that helped fund the slave trade. And the triangular trade took goods from Britain, textiles, rum, manufactured goods to Africa, where they were exchanged for the enslaved or bartered. And then on the Middle Passage, they took and enslaved to the Americas or the Caribbean, where they were sold in exchange for slave economy goods, sugar, tobacco, mahogany, and brought back to Europe and sold. That triangular trade took time, 6 to 18 months. It needed to be funded. He created the economic instruments that helped make that possible, so-called Julians. And we celebrated for that, and we formed Lloyd's of London. We'll talk about that in a moment. And he had interest in the Caribbean and in slave plantation, and he made his money, as I say, from slavery. And his collection of art was one of the greatest in the world at his time. And it was sold to the National Gallery, some 38 works for £58,000. And as I say, he founded Lloyd's Insurance Company. And for many years, people were angry about because they knew, people have spoken out about that the Lloyd's was rooted in slavery. That's where the money came from. And you can see, if you go to their website, you'll see used to go to their website. Things have changed. I'll tell you why. They used to say he was the gifted philanthropist. The gifted philanthropist. And that goes back to what we talked about Tate and Coulson and others. They were benefactors. They're people who gave to society. And on the one hand, in England, they clearly gave to society here. In fact, Sir John Julius Angerstein was a member of the League of Black Poor. He wanted to help get black people off the streets of London and take them to Sierra Leone. Very much the same ambition that Lincoln had when he went at the end of the Civil War. He wanted the slaves to go back, but Frederick Douglass and others said, no, this is where we are. But so here was Angerstein, on the one hand, wanted to help people, black people, but then to get back out of England, he wants to clean the streets of London of black folk. And for many years, people wanted the roots of the money, or the source of the money for Lloyd's to be recognized. But sadly, it wasn't. Not until Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter's gone on and actually changed things. We've got them making statements now. Our full statement on Lloyd's market's role in the slave trade, actually being up front. And look what they say. Lloyd's has a long and rich history dating back to the 330s. We've been around a long time. However, but there are some aspects of our history that we are not proud of. Some aspects of our history we're not proud of. It's taken Black Lives Matter, those young people on the streets protesting, to make Lloyd say, something not quite right here. And they're responding to it now. They're actually doing something. So just want to finish off on National Gallery with this, one of the pieces from that came from Sir John Julius Angerstein collection. Keep in mind, we bought those works. Unlike Tate, Tate gave his works to the National Gallery to create Tate Britain. We had to buy these from Sir John Julius Angerstein. And the center of his collection was this work by Sebastian Piombo and Michelangelo Buonarroti. It's The Rising of Lazarus. It's a huge piece, 2 meters by 3 meters. It's big, it's in your face, almost life-size. And it's The Rising of Lazarus. Jesus telling Lazarus, come forth, come back from the dead, literally. When he does, comes back from the dead. In its day, it was the most expensive painting in the world. The Louvre wants to pay £10,000 for it in the 1830s. The Britain got it at £8,000, and it's part of the collection. And the one thing I want you to take away from this is its accession number. And the accession number is that number that each piece that comes into the gallery is given an accession number. And the accession number for this piece is NG1, National Gallery 1. Reflecting in the time's most expensive work. It's a big work. It's in your face. It was the nucleus collection that started the National Collection. NG1, the source of the funding, the money that came to NG1, came from Sir John Julius Angerstein, and his wealth and fortune came from slavery, from the profits of slavery, from the profits of black people, of the black people, enslaved black people. NG1, National Gallery 1. Going inside the National Gallery, we're going to look at this painting. This is another big painting. It's an altarpiece for the Pucci family. And I often ask people to say, can you find the black presence in this painting? And it's very difficult. Very few people do. Only 2 haven't in the 3 years I've been doing these tours. It's there. Now, you probably can't see that because it's a very small screen. Let me go a bit closer. Let's go a bit closer. Whoops. There it is. It's 2 Madonna. It's a Moor's head in profile. This is an altarpiece for the Pucci family. And the Pucci family had an ancestor called Saraceni. And here we're having a play on the word Saraceni, Moor's head. It's as simple as that. There's no record of them fighting in the Crusades or meeting Moors and defeating them in battle. It's just a play on words, the Moor's head. And it's there in the Pucci altarpiece. So when people came to this work, they would know who it is. They would be reminded that it's for the Pucci family. And here we have a piece, a Jolica piece. This is in the V&A's collection. And this is for, we know this is for a Pucci cardinal, because there's the cardinal hat and there's the Pucci symbol. And you've got the Medici logo. The Medicis were the #1 family in Republican Florence. And they were in partnership. They were part in the lines with the Puccis. So this is the Puccis just saying, we're allied to the Medicis. And using their symbol, because of those 5 balls or 6 balls or pills, because Medicis wanted associating with doctors and pills. But there we have the Moor's head, and we can see it. This is on the Pucci Palace just outside Florence here, and you can see the crests for several Puccis over the years. They've got it there. You can see them on the outside of the palace, and it's on. This is a gateway to. I think this is in Rome. It's in Rome. I'm not quite sure, but you can see the Moor's head there, showing the symbol of the Pucci family. So there we have it. There's an explicit presence on that triumphal arch there, the Moor's head, and it's a play on words at National Gallery. And similarly to Tate, we do about probably even a little bit more in the National Gallery. Probably there's more black presences, but we do about, I say, between 15 and 20 on a tour. And we just go into the different aspects of the black presence to be found in the National Gallery's art. We're going to finish off with the Wallace collection. Now, the Wallace collection is just a brilliant place, absolutely wonderful. It's a little country home, little, because small, it's in central London, Soho, Manchester Square. But the quality of the piece on play is of the highest quality, the very best. And you look at the collections of essentially 3 generations of white men. They collected it. And if you come on the tour, we talk more about the Marquess of Harford and Sir Richard Wallace and how they're related and how the collection came about. But it's a wonderful place. This is the Grand Gallery there. Any of you who've been to the Louvre would be familiar with this place, because it's like the Louvre, but a mini version of the Louvre, because you've got great art. There's Titian, Velázquez, Murillo, Lawrence, Howe. It's all there, beautiful. The work we're going to look at is at the end here, is this work here by Velázquez. This is a Woman with a Fan. Velázquez was a 17th century Spanish artist, one of the great portrait painters of his day, and even today, because you can see from this page, the intensity that this woman's gaze holds us. In 1650, he was called to Rome to paint the Pope. And here's his painting of the Pope. And while he was there, he painted this picture. This is Juan de Barraca. Juan de Barraca was his assistant. He was his servant, because many of the artists of the day, or Spanish artists of the day, had assistants. What makes this exceptional? Wonder it survived, because there's so few paintings of black people from this period. Even though Spain had, well, some people say up to 2 million black people. That's all the black people came into Spain, came into Europe as slaves through Spain, because Spain had access to Africa and brought these slaves and traded them across Europe. But they never found their way into the paintings, unlike in other parts in Germany, in France, and Italy, Netherlands. You'd find the black presence in art. Germany and Spain, not the case. This is exceptional. And he's not just painting him as a black man, he's painting him as a nobleman, a man of some distinction, some fineries. He sits there looking at us with a confidence, not arrogance. He's a self-assured. He's every bit as sure as the Pope. And in the painting when he did that was celebrated when he did it. But other artists were just amazed at how lifelike it was. And I say, what makes it exceptional when he's sitting there with his silk collar and he's got his hand on his sword. He looks every bit a black nobleman, a truly exceptional image. But what it was, he was Velázquez's slave, and he actually manumitted him that year. He made him free. 1650 was a jubilee year. And what's exciting about it is that he was more than a slave. They were like almost like brothers, because at the end he signed documents on behalf of Velázquez, his master. They were very, very close. And there's 5 versions of this painting, 5 versions of it. And some people believe that Juan de Puerca himself would have done one of those paintings, such as his skill as an artist. Here's an example of Juan's work, the Calling of St. Matthew. So it's quite a big piece. It's in the Prado. And you can see here, we know it's by him because there's a self-portrait of him in the painting there. And it says, Juan de Puerca made this piece. Juan de Puerca. So there he was, an assistant who he made free and became an artist in his own right, creating many works. And hopefully we're an exhibition of this shortly, because a friend of mine has just written a book, Carmen Fashisha, about the black presence in art in this period. I've written about it. Generally, check my website out. You can read about the black presence in this book, and that'll be a fantastic catalogue to an exhibition of Juan de Puerca's work, because I put him down as one of the first artists of color in Europe, if not the first artist of color in Europe. So then we have an implicit presence, because we have the portrait of Woman with a Fan by Velázquez. And we have the implicit presence of Juan de Puerca, who was Velázquez's assistant. So there we have it. We looked at the 3 galleries. We looked at the 3 works. We had a quick tour to the 3 galleries. We've looked at explicit and implicit presences. I've showed you here the Aya Aldridge and the Pucci family altarpiece, and implied in Velázquez's work, and the piece by Michelangelo and Sebastiano is an implied black presence. So look, I'd love if you guys could come on my webinars. You can check them out on Eventbrite. £7.50 book early, £10 standard, and as a little thank you, if you use this discount code INTRO20, you get a 20% discount. I just want to finish off my talk before we go to questions. It's this man, John Blank, my John Blank player. That's my big opus. If you want to check out John Blank was the first person of African descent we know about, we have a record of, we got an image and a record of. He was Henry VIII's trumpeter. And I work with artists, poets, rappers, and others to celebrate, to reimagine John Blank, because too many people cannot imagine John Blank. I encourage you to check out johnblank.com and leave me some comments and social media what you think of him. John Blank, the first person of African descent in British history. I celebrate him in my John Blank project. So look, I'm going to finish there. I leave some time for questions. I'll go to the main page now and see if there are any questions. Okay. What's happening? Are there any questions? I'm happy to take them. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, Michael. Fantastic work as usual.
What are the people saying? What are the people saying? I like to see what any feedback, any
I realized artwork, but you know what? Even when he was talking about the last museum he was talking about,
the Wallace collection.
I don't want to get in your second presentation, but when we were talking about the African stuff in there.
Okay, you've lost me. I'm not clear what the question. Sorry.
In the Wallace Museum, the African stuff that they have in there.
Yeah.
If you're doing that in the second presentation.
Oh, yeah, you come on there's lots of pieces. As I say, each gallery has about 20 to 30 pieces. I can't do them all in half an hour. So you just get your sample. The Wallace collection.
Listen to me carefully. I'm asking if you're doing it on your second presentation. I don't want to spoil your surprise.
On my second presentation, no. Well, I was going. Okay, let me be upfront. I was just going to do this same presentation again. So are we going to get the same people? Or you want me to do something different? You want me to put some other thing that I can do? Well,
we want something different.
You want something? You don't want much, do you?
That's it.
Okay, I'll mix it up. I'll put some other works in there. You know, you guys don't ask for much. You guys are so look. Come on, I can't believe it's just you. I can't see it on YouTube. What are people saying?
They're not
People
saying
have enjoyed the breakdown. Someone's asking, do you do tours?
Yeah, I do tours in the National Gallery. I can see them now.
Excellent. 1 minute, Michael.
No, I want to see some questions. There's some questions.
We respect knowledge when the record is set.
Okay.
You got I'm congratulating you.
Okay. No, I'm loving that. No, I appreciate that. No, thank you for. Thank you. I really love the feedback, and but also love the because at the end of the day, let's be upfront, guys. This is my interpretation from my studies, my research, and it's a work in progress. Your views are important. Why does Brother Michael think that there's such a lack of black paintings from Spain in the period? Great question. There's no one simple answer. One of the things I like to believe, because of the history of the Moors, they don't like the black presence. They've always been uncomfortable about it. Because one of the pieces I talk a lot about is the adoration piece, the black presence and the adoration, the black magus. The black magus was a strong figure across Europe, but it never made it to Spain. They couldn't bring themselves to do it. There are one or two, but it wasn't mainstream. So, and in some ways, the black presence in Spain is kind of denied. But on the other hand, it's interesting because they have a strong literary tradition. You know, in the writing, in the plays, there are black plays, poems written by black people. And it goes further. Some of the white Spanish poets stole ideas from black people. You know, so Spain's got a very complex history of black people. And even today, they're in denial. They're in denial about their black history. You know, so no, it's a complex subject. And a lot to do with Spain's own denial of its history. Okay, listen. What made you do this research? Let me tell you. Sorry? Can I answer this question?
I said, what made you do that?
Well, look, let me tell you. My mum used to say, it's good to see your face. And when I saw a black king in 16th century Devon, 1507, can you imagine a black man in early 16th century Devon? It was a WTF moment for me. I want to know what's going on there. And that really inspired me to the point where I rant about the black presence. Were there any paintings I love this. Were there any paintings of the Moors in Spain? Now look, you got to realize when Spain defeated the Moors or kicked on, they were just so happy. But if you want to see the Moors are all over Spain, from Andalusia, from Alhambra, any alcohol. In Spain, they are there in the very fabric of Spanish society, you know, so they're everywhere. And not when you say paintings, remember this is an Islamic society, paintings were not so important, but their symbols, the Islamic symbols and their names are to be found throughout Spain. And Spain likes to deny it, but you know, they should get over it. There's a strong Moorish presence that runs throughout Spain. What's it? There were lots of blacks taken as hands by whites. Were most were tools to be used against us. Do we celebrate? I don't understand the question. I don't understand it. What did the Moors from Hype? I don't understand the question. Very interesting. Makes me want to. Well, I'm glad you find it interesting. There's a couple of questions that I didn't quite understand. What did the Moors from Happy? I don't know. Hapiti, I believe. I don't understand that question. Do you do tours of the National Portrait Gallery? Okay, no. Let me tell you why. In some ways, it's too easy. It's too easy because they're there. There's black presence. And you can make your own way. You can get the catalogue and read what it says there. I'm more interested in the cultural significance, what these people meant to us as a society, how we think about ourselves today, how they thought about them then and now. Because I argue that how people think about themselves, not just black, white people, how they think about themselves is in their art. Artists reflect who we are. So I like to talk to artists to kind of understand. My question was valid. Ask it. What's the question? Whose question was that? Everything is everything. Answered. My question is valid. What is your question? Everything is everything.
I'm trying to read it and work it out, and I think they're asking, because of the history of the checkered history of certain Moors being involved in maybe slavery or whatever, should we celebrate them?
Oh my goodness!
Okay. I think that's what the question is trying to say. I could be wrong. Tell me if I'm getting it wrong. Everything. But yeah, I think that's the premise of the question, Mike.
Okay. Let me tell you. Okay, the Moors are not my specialist subject. My specialist subject is the black presence in Renaissance Europe. What I do know about the Moors and their black presence, it was very influential in Europe. There's two specific instances I give you that of the Moorish, the Moorish influence in Europe. The first in music, the black trumpeter John Blanc can be clearly dated to the black trumpeters at the courts in the Islamic courts in 12th century Spain. The European courts copied them. The second thing, in terms of medicine, the Moors kept the medicine from the Greeks and the Romans alive. And keep in mind that Greek and Roman medicine also was informed by Egyptian, Babylonian, Phoenician. So it's not just Greek. The Greeks who invented, who wrote about medicines, they catalogued other civilizations. But it was the Moors or the Arabs who kept it alive or wrote it down during the so-called Dark Ages, that when my period cuts in the Renaissance, we're talking about the 15th century onwards, they then took these Moor documents and learned about medicine. So the Moors were clearly involved. And you can see a little element of that in Germany now, the so-called Moor-apotheke, the Moor chemist, the Moorish chemist. It's a kind of it's a play. It's a reference to where where their prescriptions, where their remedies came from. Now it's a contested image today, the more, because it's been abused by some people, by some chemists, by some people, the more, but in its original form in the 13th, 12th, 13th century, it was a reference to their ability to get prescriptions, or remedies, not just locally, but internationally. That was the Moors' presence. So those are two clear influences that the Moors had in the rest of Europe, one in music and one in medicine. Okay, I hope that answered your question.
No, that did. You know what? There's another question here that I want you to kind of clarify, where people are asking, are there only pictures of blacks as servants? Now, again, this, we've toured the museum with you, where you've had to point out the subtle differences between knowing a servant, somebody who's a professional in a field, like as you talked about, seeing a Moor and realizing they're a physician or doctor, as opposed to a servant, or someone selling their wares as opposed to a servant. So yeah, speak to that.
Okay, the short answer is yes. There's not a lot. But there are paintings of black people in positions of power, of status, as elites. And the one I'll share with you now, is because it's got a title, is Alexander de Medici. He was the Duke of Florence. He was his mother was a slave, and because you have the slave code in Europe, we had no slave code in Britain. You couldn't be a slave in Britain, so you had no code. You took your it was a blood relationship. If your father was an Italian, was a local, you were a free local. So if your father was free, so you were free. And that's why chattel slavery was so exceptional, where the progeny of slaves were slaves. This was not in, it's not in Europe. So Alexander Medici was believed to be, he was a Medici. The trouble is they didn't know which one. There was two possible candidates for it to be his father. One of them went on to be a pope, but they needed an heir, and he was the one in line. So he became the let's say the Duke of Florence, 5 years, and he wasn't killed because he was black. He was killed because these guys were always fighting for power. I don't know if you ever watched the Borgias in Rome. The same kind of thing you had in Florence. There's this battle for power. So there were clearly elites. As I say, there was Antonio Medici. There are other figures, other figures. There's none on the walls of the National Gallery in London. None on the walls. If you want to see those, if you go to my blog, if you go to my blog, you'll see the black presidents across Europe. But there's no elites in the galleries here in Britain. Having said that, I'm really getting them to bring on one, and that's St. Maurice, the black St. Maurice. But that's for another day. The fact that they should get one, they need to have a black St. Maurice. Okay. So look, are there any more questions?
No, there's no more.
All right.
We've got else waiting in the back room.
Okay, so let me go. Yeah.
I loved the information. We will see you again tomorrow. As we always do.
Okay, guys, it'd been great. Thank you for your time. I love the questions. And obviously,
we want something new.
Tomorrow, you're not asking much. I'll see what I can slip in. Okay. Take care now, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
If your dad struggle, your dad wins. If your dad has to struggle, goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, for my leaders ass gone. All my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong.
Greetings. Our elder brother Lloyd is in the house. How are you,
Fine,
brother
Terry.
Lloyd?
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good.
How you doing, Elder? How you doing, Elder? What's good?
My man. What's up, Rich? My man.
Pleased to see that smiling face. That's all we need. That energy to uplift us and take us into a new zone of history and culture. I love it.
Yep, me too.
I'm feeling that piece that you got around your neck there. I'm liking that.
Yeah, this is created by Hank Rising's son, one of the giants on this side of the pond. Okay, and he comes up with magnetic bracelets, and these are some of the things he's done. The guy's just a genius, you know. So anyway, though, Brother Michael was very, very interesting, deep in his knowledge. And actually, when he talked about the king in the 16th century, we've walked this earth before anybody else, okay? Whether it's back in Egypt or whatever the case is. So, you know, so it doesn't surprise me to find a king back then and before then. When I went to Hawaii, for example, and I visited one of the volcanoes, they had pictures of the original Hawaiians that look just as dark as you and I. So again, it's just a tribute to how long we've been here. We are the first persons on the planet, and it doesn't take away from anybody. And I think it's interesting that when we say these things, people get the impression that we don't like other people. It has nothing to do with that. It's just historical facts that we of African descent are the original man. That the oldest human relic is found in Kenya called a Kenyapithecus, which is the bones of a woman, an African woman. Cleopatra definitely wasn't Elizabeth Taylor, but those are some of the things that are projected in this world. Anyway, for those that are just catching me for the first time, Brother Rich and Terry, I am an astronumerologist. I deal in the metaphysical science of numbers. Numbers, no matter what you do, invade your life. You cannot do a complete day from beginning to end without a number. So, for example, I had a challenge. So when everybody was in lockdown here in the States and really around the country, I had the $100 challenge. I would show a $100 bill on the screen, and I would say, "This is yours, absolutely free. However, you must tell me how you're going to start, begin, and end your day without using numbers." I defy anyone to try to use or go throughout a normal day without using numbers. So, for example, Rich, let's say you get a call. Well, that's coming by way of a number. Suppose you got to dial somebody. You got to use numbers. Terry, let's say you want to, when you're waking up, you want to see what time it is. That's numbers. If a person goes to a doctor, they measure their blood pressure, their cholesterol level, their weight. And in fact, one of the things that have bothered people here in the United States is how sports has been because of this pandemic. How is an athlete or how's a spectator going to know the score if numbers aren't shown? But numbers are an ancient African science. So if one understands that, then they don't have a problem. Now, there are certain religious bodies that feel that what I do goes against the laws of God, but it's not. Religion, gentlemen, is a belief system. This is why man goes to war against each other. So in Ireland, there's the Protestant and the Catholic. In India, there's the Muslims and the Hindus. You know what I'm saying? But name me a war, Richie, found in the sign since man has walked this planet. Name me a war fought in the sign of Virgo, your zodiac sign. Or Terry, name me a war fought in the sign of Scorpio. Or in your case, Rich, the number 7. Or in your case, Terry, the number 3. At least what I do don't create any war, doesn't have a desire to take people off the planet. Here it is you have in this country where the defense budget is worth trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. For what? Okay? So for those that do have problems with me, believe me, it is not. I do refer to the Bible as a numerology book because if you go to the Old Testament is called the Book of Numbers, or the Book of Moses, which is the Book of Numbers, where Moses is instructed by God on the second day of the second month to name the armies by their name and their poll. You cannot go to any Bible, Talmud, Quran, without having some chapter by number, some passage by number to guide you as to where to go to get that lesson for the day, that moral thought or compass for the day. Everything is ruled by numbers, everything. And for anybody who think they can give and start a day without numbers from beginning to end, please reach out to me. I want to know how you did it. But even if you reach out to me, you got to reach out to me by computer. And this program with 0 X's and 0 X's. So, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know how you're going to do it. I really, really don't. You know? So what happens is this. This year, 2020, is the year of the 4. How? For those that may be new to this, is simply the addition of the numbers of 2020. So 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 0 equals 4. This is called the universal year. Then there's the personal year. So if you took your personal year, Richie, like if I took September 7th, I believe it is, right? So if I took September the 7th, added it to 2020, your personal year is a 2 or master number 11. If I took Terry's numbers, who is November 12th, if I took his, he is in a 9 personal year. So for Terry, it is about endings, making dreams come true, avoiding any friction, any static away from people. As for you, Brother Richie, this is a year to partner with people. So I wouldn't be surprised if people don't ask you to join in with them, to come on board with them, to let's teamwork with them. And since two, your cycle that you're in moves the female principle, it tells me that women will play an even stronger part in your life, whether it's your lady, your mom, your grandmother, an auntie, a daughter, any female is likely to play it. Now, it's not that you are a player, as they say here in the United States, you know, a ladies' man, but women will just be drawn to you. This year, for example, since if you look at a 2, it's shaped like the intestines of the stomach, which means it wouldn't surprise me if since late last year through now, you've really done a overhaul of your diet. So for example, yes, you may have been a vegetarian, but now you might decide to go more plant-based or get more into the next step of raw vegan. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature that gets to you. As for Brother Terry, this is a year of dreams come true. Things that he's been finally wanting to do is now coming to pass. It means he's in a cycle that's global, universal, international. For those who happen to call in today, they will find out. So for example, let's take Majestic that was on earlier today. She's January the 3rd. So she happens to be in an 8th cycle year. So not only is Majestic in a business cycle, she's also in a pregnancy cycle too. It's interesting when I say that to a woman, all of a sudden they don't know how to spell the word pregnancy. Like we men don't know how to spell the word commitment. Is it 1 T, 2 T's? How many M's up in that joint? You know what I'm saying? So, but this is a year for her to rocket her career, rocket it and take it to the next level. For you, my friend, Richie, it is about being patient, take your time, be persuasive, be receptive, be more listening. This is why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. So this year it would be more for listening and giving advice based upon things of jumping to conclusions. As for Terry, this year just says for you not to rush, not to push anything or force anything, but let things happen more organically. So what I want to do for those who are new to numerology, let me tell you about the esoteric side starting from 1 to 9. Persons will say, well, what about 10? Well, in numerology, there's a method called the Fadic system, F-A-D-I-C. The Fadic system is if there are 2 or more numbers, you add it till you get to 1. So for Terry born on the 12th, he's a 3. Why? Because 1 + 2 is 3. So if you got Quincy Jones, the famous musician here in the United States, composer, he's born on the 14th day. 1 + 4 is 5. So the numbers only go from 1 to 9. So if they say, what about 10? Well, 1 + 0 is 1. If they say 11, 1 + 1 is 2. If they say 12, 1 + 2 is 3, and so on down the line. So let's start with the number 1, which is the number of creation, the number of beginning, the number of direction. Number 1 indicates people, especially if you are born on the 1st, the 10th, the 19th, or the 28th, or come under the sign of Leo. That means that your job, your destiny is to break new ground. Number 1s are winners, and they always say, what? A winner comes in what number? They don't say 2, 3, 4, 5. They say a winner comes in number 1. And so therefore, they are groundbreakers. They go where, shall we say, no man goes before. They're daring, innovative, pioneering, inventive. They like to take charge rather than be bossed around by other people. Number 1's best day is always on a Sunday and a Tuesday. Number 1's best time of the year is always around in February, followed by August. So for any number 1 person out there listening, or anybody under the sign of a Leo, they would find that this particular month should be very dynamic for them. The next number is the number 2. Now, oh, by the way, the number 1 is ruled by the sun, because the relationship between astrology and numerology are the planets. So thus, me, I'm an astronumerologist. Kaya French, that was on earlier this morning, she is an astronumerologist too, which means we happen to blend the best of both worlds, which is astrology and numerology. And so this is why every Scorpio is the same. You know what's interesting, Terry? I met a woman one time, she said, man, I've dated this Scorpio, I'll never date a Scorpio again, another Scorpio. But we tend to generalize, which is the nature of it, not understanding that not all Scorpios are the same based upon the fact of the numbers that guide them. So now let's go to the number 2. The number 2 is just the opposite of the number 1, where the number 1 is masculine, forceful, determined, assertive, The number 2 is passive, receptive, gentle, kind, understanding. The number 2's gift is the gift of persuasion. So if you take the analogy of the number 1, let's say Samson in the Bible was the number 1. He beat back all the soldiers that came after him. But the Pope switched up the strategy and said, little old Delilah up in that piece. She didn't have no gun. She didn't have no knife. She was just looking good, smelling good, and seduced his butt. Thus, the nature of women. So I try to explain to women, this is why it's easy to seduce us. I mean, y'all are charming. They smell good. They look good. They feel good. You know, all the things that make us. So we got to use a little self-control, but that's the nature of a 2. And so 2 people are receptive and gentle. They're kind, sensitive, artistic, romantic. And in fact, if you look at the number 2 and how it's written, it's almost shaped like the intestines of the stomach. Thus, the cycle you're in, Richie, which is 11 or 1 + 1 is 2, would indicate a change of diet, more attention to the stomach, or things of that nature. The best day for number 2 is always on a Monday. Their best time of the year is always in May, but especially the month of July. Okay? And the number 2 also governs the zodiac sign of Cancer. Now, next is the number 3. That is anyone born on the 3rd, the 12th, like Terry, the 21st, or the 30th of the month. Or if they're under Pisces or Sagittarius, because astrologically, these numbers rule these particular signs in the zodiac. Well, number 3s are very creative. Number 3s are very imaginative. Number 3s are very innovative in the things they do. The thing I like about number 3s is when you tell them they can't do this and they can't do that. Let's say I'm talking to Terry, right? And I'm giving Terry a reading, and I know he's born on the 12th. I said, you know, Terry, looking at this, man, you're going to be a complete failure. Well, all I simply did unknowingly is set the seed for his success. When you talk to a number 3 person, be clear for those that's listening. If y'all got 3 mates, don't tell your mate you ain't going to do it, because y'all will do just the opposite and rise to the occasion. All right. Thursday is the best day for number 3s. Their best times of the year is always in March and December. And 3s have a gift with children, young people. 3 is international, global, universal. So they will find that in relationships, 3s will have either long distance relationships or deal with a mate from a different culture or different ethnicity or different cultural background. And 3s should always learn a second language if they can. This would explain why when they go to other countries, they never have a problem with the locals. So I'm sure Terry has traveled here to the States. He may have traveled elsewhere, but I bet you wherever this brother has traveled, he's never, ever had a problem with the locals at all. Next is the number 4. That means anyone born on the 4th, the 13th, because 1 + 3 is 4, the 22nd, 2 + 2 is 4, or the 31st of the month, because 3 + 1 = 4. Or if you're under the sign of Aquarius or Leo. Well, this 4s are the people that love to be different. If you tell a 4 person to do it this way, I swear they want to do it that way. So sometimes you got to think in reverse order, which is why 4s are known to be the number of secret enemies. Jealousy, envy, insecurity. 4 people are very sensitive. They like to think outside the box, but they're very much ahead of their time. But the price they pay in the present is accusations of being accused of this, that, and the other, being a maverick or whatever. Yet 4s are very sensitive. The best day for all number 4 people are always on a Sunday, and especially in the months of February and August. Number 5 people, that is anyone born on the 5th, the 14th of the month, because 1 + 4 is 5, or the 23rd of the month, because 2 + 3 is 5, or if they're coming to the sign like you, Richie, Virgo, or Gemini, which I think is the young lady that was on the last 2 sessions, okay? Not to get in your business, but, you know, I'm just trying to point out some examples here, you know?
Oh, wow.
Anyway, you know, ain't none of my business, Richie. So anyway, but 5 people are very clever. 5 people work well under stress. 5 people are multi-talented, multi-dimensional, So if you look at your zodiac sign, Richard, what you did, yes, they see you here on Black TV 7. But away from that, you've done a little of this, you dabble in a little of that. You can also do this, that, and the other. So they wear a lot of hats. They almost say it's a master, jack of all trade and a master of none. But it's okay, because in the Renaissance period that Michael was talking about, different periods in history, that Renaissance period was where man expressed himself in all levels, expressed his musical talents, his creative talents, his inventive talents, his legal talents. So, you know, like Coca-Cola, you think all they do is sell Coca-Cola, they own Lay's potato chips, okay? And a couple of other things. So most of these global companies are multi-diversified in not only the main product that you think you buy, but some of the side products that you would never give an association to that. So that's how fives are. Fives are quick in action. Fives are quick in thought. Five, it rules the written word. Most of the giants are literary, from Shakespeare to Michael Crichton to a couple of others have been number 5 people. So if you were to write a book, Richie, you would do well. I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't written something already. Or since you are a Virgo with a number 7, both these numbers are literary numbers. So I know that if I was invited to your home, your flat there in London, I would probably be amazed at the number of books, magazines, newspapers stacked on the floor, stacked on the bookshelves, whatever the case is, all right? And so it tells me a man of reasoning. So 5s do well also under pressure. Their best day is always on Wednesday, and their best months or times of the year is always in June and then the month of September, which is your birth number, okay? Next is 6. That is anyone born on the 6th of the month, the 15th, like today, 1 + 5 is 6, or the 24th of the month because 2 + 4 is 6. 6 represents perfection. The way it goes in the Bible, day 1, God said, let there be light. And then along the days of the week, he was creating the world and stuff. And on day 6, he found that the world to his creation was to his perfection. So 6 people have this thing about perfection. This is why they're very hard on themselves. But 6s are very loving, caring. They have a great personality. 6s are always a work in progress. They always like to learn and go to school. They have good taste. And let me tell you guys, if you're dating a number 6 woman, you know, you're going to have to step it up with the monies, because they almost, if you take a 6 into a store, a 6 lady into the store, almost everything she see on that rack never matches what's in her pocketbook or on her debit or credit card, okay? So if you think you're going to be doing a cheapie on the number 6, don't embarrass yourself. I'm telling you that right now. And this goes for the men too. The men got, you know, so if you guys out there, a woman will tell you, if she's dating a guy on the 6th, the 15th, or the 24th, he's a natty dresser, which means the best of clothing, the best of colognes, cars, home, things of that nature. 6s do well in anything of service. They do well in the arts, and they do well in the business world, from real estate to banking to working for the government and law. 6's best day is always on a Friday, and you will find that their best times of the year is always in the months of May and October. The number 7, that's those that are born on the 7th, like Richie, the 16th, like yours truly, or the 25th of the month, because 2 + 5 is 7. Now, 7 is the strong, silent type. We don't say much, but I would suggest you don't mess with us. Not Richie and I, because we're nice guys. But the point is, 7 people are very, very individualistic. They got a mind of their own. They like to think for themselves. And in fact, if you look at the famous statue, I think it's in France. It's the statue by Rodin called The Thinker. Well, that's how we 7s are, all right? And we always do it like that. We're always thinking and, you know, trying to analyze things. And we like to be our own best company too, all righty? And, you know, if you rub us the wrong way, we will go there. Like, okay, you need to take a long walk off a short bridge and keep walking. And they're trying to figure out, that we just insult them or whatever the case is. So we're kind of laid back. I noticed one thing, though, different with the 7 women versus the 7 men, because 7 is very sophisticated, analytical, discreet. 7 women are often accused of being snooty, stuck up, or, hey, who do you think you are? And it's not that at all, but 7's gonna put all their business out there. And that includes us guys too. So people think that we're all trying to get in everybody's business. That's because we used to asking questions more so than giving answers. So, I mean, we will talk to you, but it all depends on who we share our information with. 7s is a worry number. 7 is the number of perfection. And 7 is God's number. I'm just going to expand on the 7 because I'm a 7. For example, if you look at the days of the week, 7 days, the number of week, 52, the number of continents on the earth, there's 7 continents. And I teach my kids, you always start with Africa, because if you don't start with Africa as the first continent, we got some problems in here, because that is the original source of all things for which life has sprung, okay? So they're divisions of 7. And in fact, if you look at the founders of great religious movements, from Christ, whose birthday is on the 25th, 2 plus 5 is 7. If you look at Bishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa, he's born on the 7th of October. If you look at Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, he was born on the 7th of October. Billy Graham was born on the 7th of November. If you look at Buddha, he was born on the 7th of February. If you look at Mary Baker Edie, she was born on the 7th month on the 16th day. 1 plus 6 is 7. If you look at Jehovah's Witnesses that sometimes have a problem with me, I remind them that Charles Russell, who was the founder of Jehovah's Witness, was born on the 16th of the month, and 1 plus 6 is 7. So for some reasons, people who are influenced by the 7th become founders of great religious movements in the world, okay? Buddha was born on the 7th, as I mentioned before, too. So, I mean, I don't want to belabor it, but if a Muslim goes to Mecca and makes his Hajj, he got to circle the Kaaba stone 7 times. When you circle the Kaaba stone 7 times, it is good. Then there's the 7 wonders of the world, the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the 7 deadly sins, the 7, I mean, I could do the rest of the show just on this. But 7 rules Monday, and it also rules the month of July. Now, the number 8, that is those who are born on the 8th of the month, the 17th, 1 plus 7 is 8, or the 26th of the month, 2 plus 6 is 7, okay? Or if they're under the sign of Capricorn or Aquarius, because that number is ruled by the planet Saturn that governs Capricorn and Aquarius respectively, as well as those numbers of the 8, the 17th, and the 26th. 8 is considered the number of fate or destiny. If you talk to a number 8 person, in fact, Richie, what's interesting about our number 7, almost always we attract H people to us. So your mom or dad could have been born on the 8th, the 17th, the 26th, like my mother was born on the 26th of 8. Or they come under the sign of Capricorn or Aquarius or something like that. But you always find that H will be drawn to 7s and 7s will be drawn to H. But 8 is a number of fate or destiny. So for example, if you talk to an 8 person, let's say they're hooked up with somebody. They'll say, well, yes, I married the person, but that wasn't the person I really planned to marry. But as fate or destiny would happen, I wound up marrying this person instead. I was going to go to this part of the world, but as fate or destiny happens, I wound up being in that part of the world. So this is why 8 people look to the heavens for divine justice, because they tend to be misunderstood on this planet. They tend to be misinterpreted incorrectly at first as being cold, distant, detached, lacking in feelings and affections and things like that. But the irony is they're just the reverse. They're warm, they're loyal, they're faithful, and they will stick with you through thick and thin. And when they feel they have God on their side, they don't budge. If you talk to a rabbi, they will tell you that the compound number 26 of 2 plus 6 equals 8 is called the number of Jehovah or God. All right. So all these numbers have so many meanings, which is explained in my 400-page book, Numbers in You, and other books I've written on the subject that's available on Amazon.com. So anyway, so 8 rules Saturday, and it rules the month of January and February primarily. And saving the best for last, there's the number 9. That is those born on the 9th, the 18th, or the 27th of any month, and especially if they come under the signs of Aries and Scorpio. Well, I have this standard joke saying 9s think they are the greatest thing since ice cream. That includes you too, Terry, okay? In other words, they don't, you know, I could say something, they said, listen, man, Lloyd, what that brother know about? He don't know nothing about me. You know, 9s are universal, they're global, they're international. They like to be the masters of their fate. They like to determine their own destiny, thank you. You do not dictate to a 9 and expect to get over. 9s are often drawn to areas connected to military, law enforcement, or handling tools, machines, or instruments of some kind. 9s are very inspirational and motivational. They tend to bring out the best in other people. And if I miss the 9, that means anybody also born on the 9th of the month, the 18th of the month, because 1 plus 8 is 9, or the 27th of the month, because 2 plus 7 is 9. They will find that their best days are always on a Tuesday, and their best months are always in the months of April and November. Now, I want to get back to 2020. Here in the States, as you know, this is an election year. And so it's interesting on the Democratic side, there's now been Joe Biden, who is a Democrat, who decided to select a woman, which is Kamala Harris. And what is interesting is this: Joe Biden is born on the 20th of the month, and Kamala Harris is also born on the 20th of the month. When they made the announcement, it was on the 11th of the month, and 1 + 1 is 2. So this year, 2020, you have on the Democratic side of the presidential ticket, both the president and potential vice president, both born on the 20th day of the month. And the compound number 20 means raising the consciousness, raising the awareness, bringing, the pulling a person's coat, leading a horse to water whether they drink or not, telling them what they feel is for their own best interest. So in this case, since Brother Rich, you're in a 11 or 2 cycle year, it means take your time. Don't rush for anything. Don't let anybody sweat you. And if you and Terry from time to time are on a different page this year, I wouldn't take it personal, because 2 is ruled by water. The cycle that Terry's in is ruled by fire. So therefore, he might want to rush where you want to take your time, and he might think you too slow, and we need to speed this puppy up. So it's kind of like that, So this is some of the things that is expressed in numbers. I can talk about numbers all day. Some fascinations, for example, in history. World War I was fought in 1914. If you flip it around to 1941, that was World War II. There was a very popular book in the United States called 1984, The Year of the Big Brother. Well, that book was actually written in 1948 in just the reverse. In Egypt, Anwar Sadat was born in 1918, but was assassinated at the Egyptian airport in 1981. Martin Luther King was assassinated in 1968, but when you flip it around to 1986, his name became a national holiday here in the United States. So, you can talk numbers all day long. It is so fascinating. And everybody has an individual number. So in your case, Richie, you're not just a 7. You are composed of several numbers, which is the 7, the 2, and the 5. So that means not only is Monday one of your best days, but Wednesday and Friday as well. And it doesn't mean that just July is one of your best months, but May and June, July, September, and October. If you look at Terry's born on the 12th of the month. 1 + 2 is 3. But because he comes under the constellation of the sign of Scorpio, his numbers are the 3, 9, and 6. So he not only has Thursday as one of his best days, he also has Friday in addition to Tuesday. So since both of you as partners share Friday is a common day, your best days again, Rich, are Monday, Wednesday, Friday. As for Brother Terry, his days are Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So if you guys want to be on the same page, and this is how you hook partners up, this is how you hook couples up. You try to find out what is the common glue between the two. So since Friday is one of your best days, these are the days when you guys should get together to make your plans, strategize your next move, what you're going to do about the next event that is coming up for Black TV 7. Little things like that. So now if anybody got questions, I ask them to please join us. I'll give them their numbers. I don't want to think we just hogging everything and I'm just talking about all for myself and you two guys. You know what I'm saying? Because this is a big world out here. But for anybody who wants to know about themselves, please share it with us. Gentlemen, do y'all have any birthdays in mind that I can get in their business?
There's my guy, 30th of the month. Wait, let me just backtrack. So there was somebody who had their birthday today.
Okay.
Yeah, their birthday.
Then they're born the
today.
same day as the famous General Napoleon. Napoleon was born on the 15th of August, and other great people. Is this a male or female? Are you able to discern that? Because a male energy is totally different than a female.
I'm just trying to find them now. Where they at? Was it Betty? I think it's a woman.
If it's a woman born on this day and today's her birthday, it tells me she's...
Oh, Vilma. Yeah, all right. This looks like a female.
Okay. If it is a female and she's born on this day, it tells me she's a strikingly attractive woman. She can't help it, okay? In the sense that the number 6 is ruled by the planet Venus, which is the planet of beauty and balance. So either her figure, her face, her demeanor will always give an attractive air to it. It also indicates she would always be a work in progress, wanting to go to school, always wanting to be in learning mode. Her tastes are exquisite, whether it's dining, food. And I tell a person who's, let's say you're dating a number 6 person, right? And you want to take her out on a dinner date, you don't take her out to McDonald's on the first date, because trust me, that's the last date. But if you take her out to a nice restaurant with nice atmosphere and things like that, you have a second chance. 6 people have a way of reading through people, which they refer to as the 6th sense. Being able to pick up on things, not because somebody told her or because she saw it, but because of the fact that she has this inner knowing. And if she follows her first mind, she should do well. Health-wise, it also indicates she may have some concerns with allergies, the nose, the throat, the upper part of the lungs, sensitivities with the mammary gland. So if she goes to the doctor, they will tell her, girl, go home. There's nothing wrong with you. You're good to go. And 6s can be very stubborn. So guys, if you're dating a number 6 woman, especially this one, it indicates don't get on the wrong side. Also, money, gifts, and favors will also come to her in some way. She also has a pleasant voice where she can make a singer. Some of the greatest singers from Bob Marley are 6. These are the persons, because it rules the vocal cords. And so therefore, she would have a pleasant voice, a pleasant demeanor in her vocal expressions and whatnot like that. And blue is her lucky color, from the lightest to the darkest. And happy birthday today.
That's all. All right. June the 30th.
Okay, that's the same day as Mike Tyson and a couple other famous people, Lena Horne.
This is a man, George Macon, friend of mine from Philadelphia.
Okay, well, he's born the same day as Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson busts him out. You know, when Mike Tyson was fighting, the rule was don't even get up to go to the bathroom, because when you get back, the fight might be over. So this gentleman is a fighter too, but in his own way. Fighter by his determination, fighter by his will and need to succeed. And the compound number 30 denotes mental superiority, which means this guy's always in thinking mode. And almost always, if you've been around it, like if you grew up as a kid, almost always everybody kind of, yeah, man, we'll go with you, George. You said his first name is George? Did you say his first name is George?
Sorry.
I think
sorry.
Yeah, no. But if his first name is George, it tells me he also adds a lot of analytical skills to his projection. He's very popular, very well liked. He does well with women from different cultures, although he knows who he is and he knows about Black Lives Matter and red, black, and green. But at the same time, he's kind of a universal guy, okay? And he'll also get into long distance relationship where he's over here and his boo is over there. He's in Essex and she's somewhere over in another part of the UK. It'll be like that. But he's very, very determined. The only thing that bothers him is overstrain of the nerves, emotional upsets, and some concerns with the hip, thighs, or feet, especially more to his right side, as against some stomach concerns too. Now, his lucky numbers are the 3, 2, and 7, while Thursday, Monday, and Fridays are his best days. So anytime you want to get with your man George, you should make it on a Friday.
You know what was my mistake? Was that it's the 30th of July.
Then that makes it even more so, because he becomes a fire sign with a fire number, which means he's passionate, driven, and this is a man that you can't tell no to. You cannot do this. It would only make him more determined to succeed despite whatever you say. Okay, that makes him determined. That's if he looks at some of the things he's accomplished as a kid coming up now into his adulthood, it's probably because somebody says, George, you can't do this. George, you'll never do that. And what he did was step to the plate and proved everybody wrong. That's his thing. And by the way, since he is July the 30th, that tells me he's in a cycle of change this year. He wants to turn his life around for the better. There's also opportunities coming his way too. And right now, for this month of August going into the month of September. He's kind of laying low, structuring and getting his act together, laying a foundation for his next move that's coming up next month.
4th of June.
The 4th of June,
Yes.
male or female?
That's male, so I'm going to assume it's a woman.
Okay. If it's the 4th of June, it tells me this is a very sensitive young lady, or lady who is often misunderstood initially, where over time, as you get to know her, you begin to really admire or love her. She would have, I guess, although the sign of Gemini is a very friendly sign, yet her birthday suggests she has very, very few friends. And in fact, she's got 5 fingers on one hand, and she can count the number of friends with a couple of fingers left over. It's that like that. And what's interesting, so if I had to hang a motto over her door, I would say to know me is to love me in that sense. But she does like to think outside the box. She would do well along mechanical, mathematical sciences, computers, technology, communications of all kinds. She's got a knack with numbers or gadgets and gizmos and things of that nature too. And she always attracts odd and unusual relationships. So even when she was dating, probably the first date she brought home my mother and say, honey, what's that about? Or her girlfriends would say, you know, like kind of weird. But she tends to attract people who are outside the norm by way of doing things or whatever the case is. And very sensitive, high-strung, easily wounded in her feelings too. Oh, and by the way, her numbers are the 4, the 1, and the 5. And Sunday, Monday, and Wednesdays are her best days, while her best months are February, June, July, August, and September.
All right, 30th of the 7th, and this is a female. I'm
The
not
30th
sure.
of September, okay. Same day as
30th of the 7th.
30th of September.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
She
no.
would-
30th of the 7th month.
Oh, we just read a person born on July 30th or the 30th. Okay. But this is a female this time.
This is a female.
Okay. Well, she, like her male counterpart born on July 30th, would have a similar energy because she is a fire number with a fire sign. And fire number and fire sign people, which is a combination of both, are normally go-getters. They are very action-oriented, very result-oriented. So if there's a guy listening and wanting to talk to her, and yeah, I got this and that, do that, be prepared to show what you can do rather than just say what you can do. Because that number indicates that she is very, very determined to succeed. And by the way, her birthday suggests she doesn't do bums either. In other words, let's say she's dating this guy, right? And she's getting ready for work. Well, that guy better have some place to go than getting up in his underwear, turning on her TV and opening up her refrigerator. She don't play that. I can tell you right now, she don't do bums. She likes a man with ambition. She likes a man that's going places. And even if he doesn't, her attitude is, if you hang with me, I'll get you to where the next step you need to be. So in that way, it's good. And she attracts younger and older men from different cultures and long distance relationships too.
Okay. 19th of the 2nd, 19th of February, 86.
Okay, this is the 19th of February. They would be in the last stages of Aquarius or the first stage of Pisces, all depending on what time of day they were born and what region of the world. So, for example, it's like you guys are 5 hours ahead. So it tells me that they would be more like going toward the 22nd of the month, the 22nd of the month, in this case, born on the 21st. But be that as it may, this is a person with ambition, drive, get up and go. Very well liked, as most number 3 people are. A person who can express themselves through the written word or the spoken word. And people that, and normally 3s, they like pets or animals. And born on the 19th, you said too, they're very strong-willed. And so, by the way, this person also may wear glasses because they have sensitive eyes and bright sunlight too. But they love to determine their own destiny more than anything else. And since they're February the 19th, that tells me they're in a spiritual cycle year. And then next year or next month, or I should say, the month after September going into October, that's when she enters a phase where from there, sky's the moon, sky's the limits. So anyway, anybody that knows this person, they should hook their wagon to their star because they're going to do very, very well.
All right. Peter, and this is the 28th of September.
The 28th of September. So their lucky numbers are the 1, 4, and 9. But because they are born on the 28th, they have to be very careful who they put their trust in, who they trust themselves with, period, and how they seek and counsel themselves. Because their numbers indicate that they're very determined, very, honest, but they find that people are always honest with them. And they also have to be careful how they put their name on the dotted line too. They shouldn't let nobody rush and say, here, just sign this document right here. Not unless they go and pass their lawyer or look it over themselves. Because the person's birthday suggests they could be a lawyer, thinking like a lawyer, making their own decisions for that nature. And because they're born in the Euclid number of the number 1 and the Euclid sign of Pisces, without question, they don't look their age.
All right, the 4th of the 12th, 79. This is a female. She's on the screen.
Yes. This person is a fire sign with a fire number. So that means they're passionate, they're driven, they're fired up. So if a guy's coming into her mix and thinking she's just a cutie and you get over with it, that does not impress her as much as by your actions and by your deeds, okay? It also indicates that in the earlier part of her life, Richie, she attracted much older men. As she's gotten older, they become decidedly younger too. And to a degree, still have to show her ID when she goes into a club or on her way to another event where ID is required. And she's determined to make a name for herself and very popular, which is why it would be hard for her to sneak around because she always knows somebody who knows somebody. And she needs to learn a second language too. Her most important numbers are the 3, 9, and 6, which means Thursday, Friday, and Tuesdays are her best days. And she's got 6 months, which is March, April, May, and October, November, December. She's rare. July 30th, but female would the same apply. To the female born July 30th, yes. Except the female will put more of a feminine charm, but nonetheless be just as passionate about getting things done and making her way through life too. Yes. March 8th, this is Loretta. Now this person is a earth sign with a water sign with a earth number. So this is a nice combination. Anytime you grow in things on God's green earth, you take the seed and plant it in rich soil. That's her number. And then the seeds can stay in there in the soil for years until you magically come along and water it. So that tells me this is a nurturing kind of woman, Loretta. So if one needed someone to care for them, share with them, this is the person to have in your corner. If you need somebody who's very business-minded, who won't waste a penny of their money, nor yours, this is the person for you, okay? Do y'all know any of these persons that calls to verify what I'm talking about?
Some of them are verifying and saying very true. There are responses here, so they're right now. You're on point. You're on point. Nobody said what the hell is he talking about. We've had none of them do. You're good.
Okay. As long as I'm on point and helping them, that's the point of helping them so much as showing you how the accuracy of numbers work. Now you got Sharon is born May the 31st. Okay, so it tells me right there she's under the sign of Gemini. And her key numbers be the 4, the 1, and the 5. Not only that, she would do well in any area with the mechanical, mathematical sciences, computers, engineering, technology. And if she does work around gadgets and gizmos, that wouldn't surprise me at all. And yet very high strung with things, but her birth month told me that she walked at an early age. So she would be what is called a late bloomer. That is the last to get married, the last to have children, but I guarantee you, without question, she'll have the last laugh over everybody. And her numbers, by the way, again, are 4, 1, and 5. So that means Sunday, Monday, and Wednesdays are her best days. And this would include anyone born in February, June, July, August, and September. That would be it. Professor Koshan, am I pronouncing his name correctly?
Oh, Konsu, Professor Konsu.
Okay. You know, he's a professor, but they don't say what subject, but I'll say this. Most number 8 people are professors of history. So if he's a history professor, historian, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Do you know what his forte is?
Well, not an actual professor, but he does deal with historical subjects and young people.
Mm-hmm.
He's a counselor.
Well, his birthday suggests he's very mature, very misunderstood. So people would have to take time to know him. I think sometimes we get the notion that we push ourselves on other people, not knowing that there's a process, which is why I explained on the CD about relationships. You can meet a person and right away you hit or click. You meet another person and they didn't do nothing to you, but for some reason you're just not feeling it. Well, that's how this may be. And so with this person, very, very determined, it also tells me they were out on their own between their 19th and 22nd birthday too. And this year for them is the year where they are creating some organization in their life. It also indicates he might be changing up a diet or slimming back or doing less stressful things, but doing things that are more mental and unique in his own way. His birthday does suggest he'll have occasional headaches or concerns with the knees, teeth, or bones. And so if he does have something with his knee, it's probably more his left knee. April 14th. This is a young lady who is old when young and get young when she gets older. And if I were her, I would not mess with anything right now. Although her birthday does suggest these kind of things. She's bright, engaging, multifaceted, multidimensional, multi-talented, and can do anything to stimulate a person to take their lives to the next level. That's what I see. Her birthday does suggest she walked before she was probably 1 year old or close to it, or right after one. And she's the kind of person where her key numbers are the 5, 2, and 7. Although she is a Cancer like the June 30th and whatnot, her numbers are different, 5, 2, and 7, where Mondays, yes, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays are her best days. And the months of February, June, July, August, and September are her months. Those are all her months. Anyone else? The 29th of August, a man, okay. This person born the same day as Michael Jackson, Charlie Yarborough Parker, and a couple other people, because here's the thing. It's a period whereby he is ruled by earth and water. So this is a nurturing kind of person. And because he's born on the 29th, which is a feminine number, you know, Michael Jackson had a line in one of his lyrics, "I'm a lover, not a fighter." And what that means is he gets along better with the women than he does you guys, okay? And so he would be like Mom's, maybe with her standard joke is the only thing a man could do with him is bring him another woman, all right? But then again, if he's not careful, women will wind up being his blessing and his curse. And so therefore, you know, women have some notion that, well, if I can't have him, nobody can have him. How that comes about in a lady's thought process, I don't know. But this is what I've known before. By the way, this gentleman is very psychic, very intuitive, and he should always follow his hunches about things. I think I did his numbers, the 2, 7, and 5, Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays are his best days. His best dates would be the 2nd, the 5th, the 7th, the 11th, the 14th, the 15th, the 20th, 23rd, 27th, 28th, and 29th of any month. January 24. Okay. This is an Aquarius 6 person. And her key numbers should be the 6, 1, and 4, not the 6, 2, and 7. Because this is an earth number, which it is, which means very pragmatic. and coming under the sign of Aquarius, which means in their earthiness, they have unique ways of doing things, of getting things done. This person's lucky numbers are the 6, 2, and 7, and Fridays and Mondays are the best days. And they'll find that they tend to do well in March and May, October and December, more than any other time. And they tend to have problems with sinuses or allergies too. Who's the next? Okay, my birthday is the 3rd of October. Same day as the Reverend Al Sharpton here that everybody knows. I think even there too in London. This person has a lot of drive. There's this Wallace, or is it Una Wallace? Ona? I take it that's a female name, right? Ona?
And that's I think Una. Oh, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, even if I didn't have the name you gave me this birthday, this person is what you call an air sign with a fire number, which is very compatible. And it means that they will do everything they can to get things done, get things accomplished. I tell 3 people, one of the things about them is it's hard for them to sneak around because they're always bumping into somebody, okay? So let's say I took her to a remote island and we in the gift shop. Somebody say, hey, Onona, hey, Sister Wallace. I'll be saying like, yo, who know you here? But that's the way they are. They're very popular, very well liked. And in fact, as she was coming up as a little girl, she probably knew some adults that even her mom and dad didn't know. That's how well liked she is. And so those are some of the things that we have. Can we pause 1 second, gentlemen?
Yes, Lloyd, because we have to take it to an end, Lloyd.
Okay.
If anything, come back a bit later. But
okay, so that's it for now.
Yeah, that'll be it for now because we've got.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I'm sorry I have to step away quickly, gentlemen, but you'll take care and bless you both. Be well.
Family, I hope you enjoyed some of that. But the next round, as I said, is you need to donate. Donate. Family, we need to put this thing up. We're going to our pockets. This is the foundation for our kids. As we've got some new people in the background, and they're going to be giving us some tremendous talks. But before we do that, I'm going to always do a little bit of recording for you. For anyone that's got business and they want to promote their business and they want to promote everything that they do, please come on board, as I will be putting the link into the chat. And see what it's about.
If you dare struggle, you dare win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did yourself wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, for my leaders ass gone. All my leaders ass gone. I know they did yourself wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs.
Greetings back again, family. Now we're in the house, as you know. I hope you enjoyed your numerology, you enjoyed your numbers. He will be coming back soon, so I won't forget the ones that missed out on their date and get their information. But now,
I ain't gonna.
What did you say?
I said
I
signals
can't hear
there.
you.
They're breaking up.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Does it come back now? Is it all clear?
Yeah, it's clear. It's clear. But let me do my introductions, please.
Continue.
As we're in the house, with two respectable people in the house, and you know this is all about Jamaica. Hey, where it's all about the second motherland. Hey. Yeah, and we're going to make them present themselves as they are true 100% African and Jamaican and they're across the globe. Because you know what? We claim everything. We don't just claim one place. So, Rasha Sheen, introduce yourself, my brother.
Well, first of all, my brother Terry, I'd like to say in the presence of the Supreme Creator, blessed greetings to the African family. Those who are in tune by radio, those on satellites, visual, you name it, audio. Blessing greeting to the wonderful the African family, my friend. And I'm Raso Shing, also known as Paulus. I'm an Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Christian. I follow the philosophy and teaching of His Imperial Majesty, including the faith that declared itself and came down the Upper Nile Valley. So I'm Raso Shing, my brother, and it's a wonderful opportunity to be on this platform. Looking forward to our discussions.
Bishop, introduce yourself.
I'm Bishop Gooden, and if I may be permitted, I'd like to start my introduction with a prayer.
Let's go.
Let us pray. Most righteous and loving God, we just want to say thank you. We say thank you because you are that same God, yesterday, today, and forever. A God of healing, a God of restoration, a God of sanctification, and a God of love. And as we give in thanks for this medium, for everyone here tonight, may you now bless your brothers, bless your sisters, bless your children all across the globe. You have given us from that garden one family. And so, God, we thank you for all the many gifts you have given us. We thank you for all the protection, all the provision. And most importantly, God, we thank you that even though we may press upon both sides, but you're there for the provision. You're there, continue to show that you are the true and living God. And as your children, we work through you, and everything about you we do. So, God, we thank you. And all thanks I ask through that mighty, precious name, Highestos Christos, Yeshua HaMashiach the Christ. That name that continue to heal, restore, and that name that sanctified and bring all love, joy, unity to the world. In that holy, precious name we pray. Selah.
Yes. You know, and now, as we know, it's Marcus Garvey's birthday on Monday, and we're celebrating throughout this whole weekend. You know, Rasho Sheen, what is your term understanding of Marcus Garvey and what he had done?
Well, during the time of Marcus Mazai Garvey, as you know, there was many philosophers in the world. There were white supremacists. There was also the Ku Klux Klan. There was Mahatma Gandhi for India. But when we speak about the African liberation, we can only speak of the honorable, the honorable Marcus Mazai Garvey as being the faculty of liberation of the African nation that was enslaved in the 21st century. So Marcus is very big to us, very special to us. As you know, the Rastafarian has maintained the legacy of him, that he became our national hero, our first recognized national hero here in Jamaica, and also, you know, of the UNIA organization during the time when Marcus gathered over 10 million African in the diaspora. It was unbelievable. But that shows you the statue of Marcus Mazai Garvey.
Bishop, what is your knowledge of Mazai Garvey?
Well, Dr. Garvey, Marcus Mazai Garvey, has been that force and that eye that has been giving and sharing what the true value of who we are. Marcus Mosiah Garvey has been fully understanding of our purpose, and he always was sharing and educating and promoting, we call it Black liberation, or we call it diaspora, as Russia would say, but also Mother Africa. People don't understand. I'm calling you out of a place called Orlando, Florida, but in the early 50s and 40s, you know, it was a serious place. But Marcus Mosiah Garvey has brought back the level of respect and understanding that the Black man and who you are as a nation, not only should you give up, but you should recognize who you are and also live up to that standard. And he said, here it is, you can go to Israel as I do, and you got some blacks, but Israel is for Israel, and Africa is for the Black man. And so he was not only speaking of liberation, but people don't understand. Marcus Garvey invests all of his time and money for that recognition. So with that said, we cannot let Marcus Garvey's spirit and his legacy go unheard, because it is that legacy and spirit that now you could see in America here, where Dr. King and all of these Black leaders now, or even what we call now Black Life Matters. Marcus Garvey was that one that lead the chart for the recognition and for the edification and the respect of what we call the nation, the true nation. And so it is a commandment upon us as children of that race, as brothers and sisters from out of Africa, understanding who we are. It doesn't matter where we are in the diaspora, as Russia said. I'm talking to you from Orlando, Florida. I got relationships in Ghana, Uganda, South Africa, all over the world, China. But at the end of the day, we have to know who we are and whose we are and what our value is. And one of these days, when I'm invited through your grace, I would want to talk about the value of us. We're losing the value, brother. We're not recognized how valuable we are. And Marcus Garvey spoke about that, and he continued to fight for that human race right. So now even us may have this platform to speak.
So yes, we're still waiting on another brother to come in, but I think he's having some technical problems. But the theme of this thing is Black family first. Yes. And in forms of unification and unifying us from the diaspora to the African people to becoming one people. Doesn't matter where you come from, who you are, as long as you've got the color of your black skin. So in talks of family, how do you see the unification of making our force move to what we need to do? Russell,
my beloved brother, yes, where the African family is concerned, our spirituality has been, right, the unification of our people. So when we speak of our spirituality, we cannot pursue, there's not, you see, our knowledge that came down the Nile Valley, Upper Kemet, down to Lower Egypt, that brought the first philosophy, teaching of the day, is what brought civilization to the world. So when we speak of a unity in the 21st century, our unity must come from a spiritual revelation, a definition that brings itself into the 21st century. And as an Ethiopian, we're not here to preach to those who have the knowledge, and we're not here to how can I say, to separate ourselves from the different religious groups that has been taken on by our people during the time of their enslavement. What we're here is to maintain that divine light that came down the Nile, which we recognize as the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo faith. That is the spirituality that will unite Africa, right? Both from a physical and a religious position, right? So the unity of Africa is within our spiritual connection and what we define as a true spirit of the African.
Yes, Bishop. Same answer to you.
Well, you know, as you know, God created the family even before he created the church. And so the family is so important. And the breakaway of the family, that separation, as our dear brother said, from its spiritual root, from its full understanding, as Marcus Garvey said, from your DNA has been the issue. You know, we're having a lot of issue right now in America where, you know, black against black on war and white against black and Black Lives Matters. We have a lot of uprising going on in the last few months. However, the black family or the family at large have to understand their role. We have lost full focus of the role of the family. And so we can go now into say, let's look at from the male perspective. What is the role of the black man? What was he created to be? Because in Genesis 1:26, God said, I've given you all authority, not some, all authority on earth, on the earth, in the air, to subdue, to create, to provide everything God created. And we lost that focus, my beloved brother, because we got caught up again, whether it may be within religion or even just not being in the oneness of heart, we're fighting each other. And then in the female perspective, the womb, mama Africa, the nurturer, most of our sisters, they lost focus on their true purpose. So until we bridge everybody together in oneness of harmony, understanding each other's purpose, not stepping on each other, not disrespecting, deprecating each other, not using, you could say, Satan tool to destroy us. So you see black men walking around with their pants below their butt, excuse my language, because this is a family show, but they're not taking up their full right. Or you hear in America, oh, the white men hold me down. No, the white man is taking advantage of your opportunity that you're not. So we need to come together now. And this is the time. The time is now that both resources, because we have all resources. Every resources on earth came through us. From the Garden of Eden, which is Iraq, Egypt with all its gold, all its oil, all of Africa, Mother Africa, we are rich. Rich in history, rich in resources. We are the family. Not no imitation to follow some guy family. We are the family, but we lost focus on that, brother. So until what you're doing is getting the children, because, you know, our dear beloved brother, Sir Howard Cook, who was my mentor in Jamaica, the Governor General, he said, we may have lost some of this generation, but I truly give the Almighty thanks for you and your platform to get education into the youths and to give them that foundation and giving them that footprint to say, you are the royal priesthood. You are the kings and queens. Do not lose focus on that. And when we understand all of that, my dear beloved brothers, and those who listen to us around the globe and sisters, we now cannot say take back, but also continue to maintain the heritage, the legacy. Yes, they may have separated us 400 years. But even so, through separation, we found a way. So in Jamaica, out of many one, we have 5 different languages. We call the patois. You go to Trinidad, you have Africa there. You go to Cuba. I was in Israel, and from the moment I get off the flight, them say, Jamaica. They say, Bob Marley. I say, yeah, man. You have Rasta Jew down there. Everywhere you go, we put a footprint. Why are we destroying it? It is a set, demonic, organized way through Satan as his agent to do that. But we have to recognize, as my beloved brother, I call him the great one, Hussein, get back into our spirituality. Get back to understand where we're coming from, who we are. And then now we can go forth in comfort, not to imitate or to follow no guy. We are creators. We don't follow nobody. We are the leaders. Until we can come to understand, dear my brother, we have some issues. But to God be the glory for you, for Hussein, what he's doing in Jamaica and around the globe. My little walk through the earth, 18 years plus now, touching, teaching, sharing. Grandmother said out of Green Island, Hanover in Jamaica, 1 cocoa, full basket. We have a lot of work to do, but it will be done and it shall be done through Iesus Christus and the foundation he has left and the church itself. The church itself. We're going to touch on that one day. I don't know if we have time for this.
Yes. Brother Rich, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Just taking in what the elders are talking. Again, peace and blessings for joining us on Black Eyes TV on this day and supporting cause. You talked about the young people and them having a greater value of themselves. But again, as Riggs said, we're focused on the black family. So just again, double down on the importance of family structure. Why it's so important to be restored in the Caribbean, to Africa, to us in the diaspora. Any one of you can take that. I would
Brother
like
Rick,
to hear from both of you.
all right, let I take that. Blessing to my brother Bishop. Bless up to you and bless up to your family. Now,
Amen.
Right here in the Caribbean, as you know, Jamaica has played a significant role during the last 400 years of the enslavement of our children from the west coast of Africa. In the last, say, from the 1930, when Leonard Howell and Marcus Messiah Garvey declare, look to the east, the crowning of a black African king is the beginning of African liberation, both at home and abroad. Jamaica has been a significant player in the whole liberation. The role that we played right across the Caribbean, right across into the Americas, right in recent times, the apartheid regime, what we did with Cuba in bringing down certain Mozambique, the war in Mozambique and so forth. So you see, Jamaica has always been within the Western Hemisphere, right, the pioneering of freedom, equal rights and justice for the African enslaved Africans. So our legacy between Ethiopia and Jamaica, we have the history of every civilization from ancient to the 21st century. So between us, we're able to correct the narratives of the mishistory of the enslaver, particularly the European Confederate States that wrote our history according to their own interests and not to the interests of the African. So things are happening here, my friend. As you know, the National Council of Reparation has become a reality that all the government within the Caribbean has now declared the reclaimment of reparation. But as you know, from the philosophy and teaching of the Rastaman, including Marcus Mazai Garvey, there's many of us who only look to repatriation because repatriation is the only solution both for the present and the future of the African nation, including our children. So, you know, it is very good to bring in education, the correct education, but there's not much, no more that is more significant than when you repossess your own land, when the family returns into its own land that is righteously ours, where we now control our own resources, and we can now control the true education of our generation to come. So you see, repatriation coupled with our spiritual divinity is the only solution for the African family. That is my point, Brother Riggs.
And Bishop.
Yes, my beloved.
What do you think? On the
Greetings.
same question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, Brother Rich, I was privileged in the early, I think it was 80s. We did a lot of fundraisers and do a lot of things in New York for Nelson Mandela freedom. And when that freedom came through, I was much blessed to go into South Africa. And I was a little bit saddened after 2 or 3 years after apartheid to see how our own people start destroying themselves. And you now can see, because again, the lack of education. I was told by one of the organizers of Nelson Mandela's group that as much as they wanted or have thrown out most of the white engineers and white educators, there was not much of our people to fill those spots, especially in the South African Navy. Think about it for a moment. And so education is the key. And we have to educate our children, as my dear brother said, not only to give them the maths and the English, but the historical education. So they are equipped to know, again, who they are and can go forth and claim and do what they're rightfully called to do. We have a significant responsibility, you and I. I'm a father of 4 girls, and I have a little one here, 8-year-old. I'm educating as I speak. But I have to be careful also of the different distraction that is out there, whether it may be on the internet or just walking around my neighborhood. We have a responsibility as the father, the black man, how we conduct ourselves, how we speak to our sister, how we take care of the family. So these youths, these babies, these sponge minds can absorb the positiveness that can take them to the next level. So the black family and the youths, matter of fact, going forward without the education of the youths, we ain't gonna have no black family. It's gonna be dissolved. And at the rate of where things are going, thank God again for you, men of God, and those who are fighting the good fight. We may end up go back into that 400 year of darkness. So education of all levels. We need the engineers. We need them to study the law and all the historical laws. Because it's not just the American law or the English law, as Hoshin said. Those are those laws that they gave us. But the true law that can bring us forth towards our inheritance. Who take what? Where is what? How do we take back what? How do we take back what without a war? How do we get back what is us without going into that kind of, you could say, civil-minded arrogance, division? So education is the key. And I, with all due respect, traveling around this globe, like I said, for 18 years, whether it's through the church or through conferences and music events and all the things we do, we're still not fully focusing on our children. And the question may ask to those who listen, how do we do this? It starts at the home. It starts for us also to start to invest in our children. You got parents out there, my beloved brother, that will go and buy fancy car, $60,000, $70,000 car here in America. I'm talking about America now. But there's some too in Jamaica. But they're not investing in their children. But they want full result from their children. We got to take full responsibility of our youths. They are the future.
That's interesting. I wanted to Rasheen, you know, like in reparations discussion in the Caracroon with, you know, with the scholars and what's been going on. Is there been any new acknowledgement or new advancements that's been happening within Jamaica itself?
Well, my brother, as you know, since COVID-19 and since George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, there's been tremendous changes all over. Even those who knew better but kept silent, those who were hypocrites before, we're now seeing them coming out finally and to speak in the truth. What we're now seeing here in Jamaica, the Governor General and the Queen of England, their position of sovereign heads and sovereign rulers has now become a big question, because as you know, when we saw that the Governor General was wearing a seal upon himself that depicts the white angel, right, with his foot on the neck of the black angel that they refer to as Satan, that shows you that the sovereign rulers of Europe and their constitution, in this time that we're now in, it is time for us to abandon, to discredit, and abandon all constitution, institution, European, whether it is the World Health Organization or whether it is the United Nations, because just like the League of Nations in the 30s, the United Nations, that was a last hope for humanity, has not done anything in the interest of the African people. So you see, my friend, it's only when we take back position, and when we say take back, I saw my brother, Reverend, talking about a non-violent repossession of what is righteously ours. Remember, we Africans has never seek to invade no continent of any nation, neither European, neither the Asian, neither the Chinese, neither the American. But yet, throughout the history of the African kingdom, every nation has tried to invade Africa, because we know the value of Africa, that when you put China and all the different continents together, they can all fit into the continent of Africa that we called Africa, my friend. So we know that the only thing that we must do as a people, my friend, just like how Europe decided at the so-called Council of the Confederate European States to chop up and share out Africa, I am quite sure that we as African is fully capable of declaring, right, the unity of Africa. And now that the diaspora has finally answered the calling of Africa that was missing for so many generations, until now we're in the 21st century, we're now seeing the children of the diaspora now recognizing the importance of them towards the liberation and unity of Africa. So what we're now seeing, my brother, is prophecies and revelation fulfilling, and Africa must be free in order for the rest of humanity to be free, my friend. So it's not just for the interest of the African nation, it's the interest of all humanity, because humanity is on a Draconian a Jacolian rulership of demons that present themselves as the World Bank. All these institutions, Mr. What's his name, who wants to bring in the vaccine, the depopulation of humanity. Who do you think is spearheading all these initiatives? So for the interest of the African family, it is no longer asking the white man permission. We must take position ourselves. We must determine the present and the future of the African family. And that can only happen, Brother Riggs and the rest of my African brother. Repatriation is the only solution, because no matter if you want to remain in your respective area, without Africa be free, you will never be free. So until Africa is free, the rest of humanity, including our black brothers and sisters who wants to remain in those respective regions out of Africa, that is the time when you will have the respect of other nations. So you see, this is no longer a discussion. This is no longer about the Chinaman. This is no longer about the white man, the Indian, because when I look today throughout the world, every humanity, no matter whether they're minority group, they are now looking at the interests of their people. So what about the Africans, the great creator, the first children of the Almighty? Don't you think that there would come a time when we would also come to that reality that Africa must be one? Well, that is now happening. And it, without apology, Bill Gates, COVID-19 came in, right, suspiciously when Africa 2019 under the state of Ghana declared the returning of African. And then suddenly we have COVID-19 came in to restrict the movement of the African people. So we must be conscious of what the COVID-19 really is and what it's all about. Because there's so many controversial hypocrites without knowledge who's talking, and yet they do not remember prophecies and revelation, the mark of the beast, the microchip, and the vaccine that is going to come in to depopulate not just the African race, but the whole human race. So when are we going to wake up? Well, let the African show the rest of humanity who we are and where we are from, because this time in the 21st century, with the philosophy and teaching of His Imperial Majesty, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and all the great African champions of African unity, are you asking me that Africa do not know how to govern itself? Well, brother, we know the greatness of the African kingdom, and we also know, Brother Riggs, our unity would be in a defined time of human history. And when we come to the 2012 revelation of the 2012 calendar of the Ethiopian, which we're now in, what does it reveal to us? It says, earth rightful ruler will repossess the earth. And during the dispensation from the 11th of September 2019 to the 11th of September 2020, the earth will see, all of humanity will see all the signs that has been mentioned in Revelation. So when we speak of the SUN and the warming of the earth and the burning and how much England and Europe is so hot at the moment, my friend, there is things that is happening that humanity have no knowledge of. But one thing we can say to you, it is written in the Holy Scriptures. It is written in Revelation. So if we look to Revelation, we will see everything that is fulfilling in the 21st century, including the unity of Africa, which is a must, my friend.
Yes.
Big facts. Big facts. Yeah, real talk. Nothing but agreeance in the chat room for that statement. Trust me, I don't think it could have been said any better. Much appreciated for that, because I think that sentiment needs to be driven home, that we are past the conversation. It is time for action. You understand? It is time to know ourselves. The one thing I did want to ask the bishop, because obviously you're a bishop, you're a natural religious figure, but I wanted to ask you the importance of spirituality. Because again, you know, we can put denominations, we can blame different denominations for various things throughout history. But as Black people, I believe spirituality is a key component to us and to our fight. So speak to that from your point of view.
Thank you much, my beloved brother, one more time. Spirituality, it is that nucleus. It is the DNA of who we are. You see, again, go back to the word. In the beginning, God created, he said, let us make man in the image. In the image. And so when we understand who we are and what lives within us, that spirituality then will start to transform not only the flesh, but humanity. You see, we have to understand that is that spirit man, the righteous spirit man that moves in the flesh, speak of the words. That is now what could cause, you could say, destruction or blessing. And so when we are taken away from our true identity of the spirituality, and you know, a lot of times, I speak in conferences. I was at what we call a quadrant. It's a quadrant conference in Israel, where they have, okay, this quadrant have X amount of the money, that quadrant have the whole of money, and the whole world is cut up into 4 quadrants. But then religion comes in also and do the separation of the spirituality of who we are. And so now you have family. I know one family right now in Jamaica. The man goes to Sunday church and the woman go to Seventh-day Adventist. And they have big issues start Friday night at 6 p.m. And they have big issues who to cook what and what to eat, what and all that stuff, my brother. And so when we understand that we are operating in the flesh, but the flesh has no true value and purpose without its spiritual direction, then we are lost. You know, we see these new fancy cars or these airplanes, they're all now working on what they call these computers. It's all programmed. My phone right now, they call whatever they call it. This phone can tell me anywhere I go, and I can go back and check it 2, 3, 5 months from now, and Google Map can pull up and show me exactly where I went last week. Even this conversation, I can go on Google Map when I get off, and I was talking to you, and I can see where you are, all of that stuff. So this DNA, which is called the spirituality, our Google Map, our computer, many of us, we are losing the value. We're not seeing it, my brother. And spirituality is so important. Now, people may say the church. What's the church? Well, the church is within you. The building that you worship, your temple, is there, the concrete building. But the physical, this temple right here, which will go, some get 15, 20, 30. I just got a report, a lady called me to pray for her son, 26 years old. His best friend, just graduated from University of the West Indies as a doctor. Just treated a little baby, put in the ambulance, and the young man said, I'm not feeling well, and he's dead. 26 years old doctor from Jamaica, just graduated. It destroyed the whole fabric of the family, not only just emotionally, but also financially. But then again, my brother, when you look and see from a spiritual perspective that the family again and the legacy of who we are is being lost because there's so much distraction. There's so much confusion. You know, my grandmother always said to me, When you go into the market, I'm going to send it to Miss Matty. Go straight to Miss Matty, give her the list, pick up the tomato, the yam, pick up the pumpkin, and come out. But have you ever gone to Coronation Market, my brother? You go to Coronation Market and you literally will buy everything. Because everybody's telling you, say, feed them tomatoes the best. Brethren, come support me, blah, 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 blah. By the time you go in the market, you totally forget what you came there to do, what you want to buy. You're fling away and forget your grandmother list. We have to stay focused of who we are. And the only thing can keep us focused and grounded is our spirituality. That inner man, that righteousness of the heart. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Respect each other. Bob Marley said once, when him get up in the morning, he said, morning, Miss B, man. We came and say good morning. Nobody even pray no more. The family don't come together in prayer. We don't respect each other, brother. So that's a part of the work and the legacy that we are doing from a spiritual perspective that kept me literally out of my house 8-9 months a year, just moving around the globe, is to share that. Because we have to not only share it, but then you can take the horse to the well. You can force him to drink. How do our people understand the true spirituality of who we are? And that inside of you. If you go to any synagogue, I got some Jewish friends in New York, and on a Friday night, brother, you don't talk to them after 6:02, 6:01 p.m. Everybody's shut down. They get together. They put on their wraps and they start to pray. And they're into oneness of who they are. Our race, our people, we're too scatter-minded. We need to come together. You may hear even some persons who are listening to you after you get off and say to you, "Why, Brother Riggs? Why you have them money and talk pure foolishness, blah, 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 blah. I want to run hush and talking about church because we are Bongo dress and we are 12 tribe." And blah. Brother, it's all those negative, all those separation that has held us back all these years. You think, I heard you say something coming on. You think they would say, well, it's not cheap to keep this program on, or how about we donate or support what Brother Riggs and Brother Richie is doing? Why, brethren, we are just telling about, why. And I'm going to give you all kind of story, like I said, Miss Lou and Mass Run. Brother, we have to understand, without us coming together, understand each other from a spiritual perspective. Why are you doing what you're doing, Brother Riggs? Why are you doing what you're doing, Richie? Today's Saturday. Where could you be tonight in London? Hey, why is Hussein just crisscrossing the world, talking to every politician he can talk to, laying foundation in Jamaica? If you know the work we have been doing in regards to medical marijuana and the whole education of marijuana and the whole value of stuff, brother, it will literally take 5-6 of your program. The point is, until we are connected spiritually, understanding our purpose, we will continue to have this program. And in 1 Corinthians 13, 1-13 said, we're just like a tingling cymbal. Bang, 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 chat, 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 and nothing happens.
Got you, my brother.
Yes, no, I'm just saying, family, we may have to change onto the next platform because we're running out of time on this platform. I've sent the links to you. I sent you the second link to you, Rash Roshin, and we can pass it on. If you can pass it on to Crawford as well, we can start dialoguing on the second platform because this platform is coming to an end before it stops recording, and our Facebook has come to an end as well. So, family, I want you to come back because we're going to regenerate and come back again within 2 to 3 minutes, and restart again.
Let me say thank you for this opportunity, Brother Riggs, Brother Richie. And as I said before, one of the most beautiful things is when you see eyeball to eyeball. So I'm looking for one day, whether you may be in America, you're coming to Florida, or you meet me in Jamaica with Brother Hossein, or we meet you in London, or we meet you in the continent, anywhere from South Africa all the way to Sierra Leone, we will meet in person. But thank you, my beloved. God, may the good Lord continue to bless you, keep you, protect your family and all the children you're doing. And may all those who are listening show you support. It's one thing to be a good listener, but it's also a blessing to be a good giver. And so giving comes from the heart. Bless this program and be supportive of the cause. Blessings, and may the Almighty continue to be with you all. One perfect love. Hossein,
Bishop, remember, he's going to send you another link just so you can come back in.
Okay.
All right? So look out for that link.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Blessings.
All right. So, Brother Rich.
Give us 5 minutes. Let's generate this next link, and then we'll be back up and running.
Okay.
So are you going to send that to the WhatsApp or to the email?
I've sent it to your WhatsApp already.
Good.
So I'll pass it to
Wonderful.
Pastor.
All right. Send that to... Right, radio.
All right. Let me just get this out of this one. Family, please reset and come back as we're coming to the last minutes, because we've done 11 hours strong, so we have to refresh again and then come back again, because we need to create this platform in forms of the donation and the foundation for our youth, so we can leave a legacy. Because if we don't leave a legacy, what are we leaving to our children? Bills, funeral, 6 foot under, and bills.
Brother Rick, we cannot afford to leave the decision of African unity to the next generation. We, the grandfathers and the fathers, we must now determine that in this time.
Yes.
That's cool.
If you dare struggle, you dare win. If you dare struggle, maybe you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Let me say it in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a while.
So my leaders ass gone, all my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong and still standing here strong. Against all the wrongs, against all the wrongs, for my leaders ass gone. All my leaders ass gone. I know they did you so wrong, I'm still standing here strong. Against all the